Out of Time. The Roman Ring. Temporal Protection Corps Series Book 3. By E. W. Barnes. Digital voice narration. For CW, LW, KL, and TL. And always for CB and AB. Preface. The Temporal Protection Corps was founded in 2126. Its mandate was to promote education and scientific discovery, and to protect the timeline against tampering. Not everyone agreed on how time travel would be used, however. A small but vocal group argued for broader uses of time travel, including for personal gain and even for changing history. When their proposals were rejected, they took their beliefs underground and focused on the goal of ultimately controlling time travel for their own purposes. The Temporal Protection Corps was aware of the existence of the Chestnut Covin, but did not take the group seriously until there was a dangerous assault on the timeline. Members of the Chestnut Covin attempted to steal the only temporal amplifier unit located outside of the TPC, in the possession of retired agent Rose Sprucewood Bauer, and left to her granddaughter, Sharon Gorse, when Rose died. Sharon stopped the theft, but was thrown into a parallel timeline which threatened her reality and the existence of the TPC. Sharon and Agent Kaylin Winters risked their lives to correct the timeline and defeat the Chestnut Covin. The TPC invited Sharon to join the organization as an agent, assigned as the expert on the Chestnut Covin, but the Chestnut Covin was ready with its next move. Sharon and her colleagues, Kaylin, Miranda Noon, and Jonas Fernley, returned from a training mission to find the TPC changed. No longer focused on science and education, the TPC existed now in a terrifying dystopian world. The only way to return to their timeline was to go back in time and change history, violating their oaths as agents and breaking the TPC's highest law. Their quest was not without cost. While Sharon and her colleagues saved the TPC, Jonas Fernley betrayed his friends and joined the Chestnut Covin. It was a bittersweet moment when Sharon was finally sworn in as a TPC agent. She looked forward to tackling the challenge of tracking down the Chestnut Covin, that is, until she was kidnapped by a strange man. Chapter 1. The Year 2337. No. Sharon struggled against nothing, and her shout vanished in the blackness of the shift. 1 minute she was with fellow Temporal Protection Corps agent Kaylin Winters, the next she was being transported through time. She was in a hurricane of silence. Her skin tingled and itched. It felt worse than the 800-year shift to the year 1215. She was hot and cold and struggled to remain conscious. She emerged in darkness on an empty street in what looked like a war zone. Sharon fell to the ground, nauseated. She moaned, swayed, trying to get up from the rubble digging into her bare knees. The thin dress she'd chosen for her date with Kaylin offered no protection in this environment. The man who kidnapped her moved to help her, but she pulled away. "Get away from me," she yelled. He held his finger in front of his lips. "Shush," he said in a hoarse whisper. "We don't want to be discovered." "Discovered by who?" Sharon asked, not whispering but no longer yelling. "Very, unpleasant people," he said with a hushed laugh. His words were an understatement, and his own humor amused him. "Look, you take me back right now, or I'll start screaming for all the unpleasant people to hear," she threatened. He shook his head mournfully. "I can't take you back. There's no temporal amplifier here." "What? What do you mean?" "The temporal nexus was destroyed. It's gone, long ago gone." He gazed into a distance Sharon could not see. A wind moved through the silhouettes of ruins towering over them, fluttering debris and finding holes through which to moan softly. Sharon's skin crawled. She looked around, irrationally hoping to see Kaylin or any friendly face. But there was no one, just dust and ruin. "Yorga," Sharon muttered. "Who?" the man asked, coming back to the present. "Former Temporal Protection Corps Assistant Director, Yorga Zintel." Sharon paused. Yorga had threatened to kill her. What if this man was in league with Yorga? Sharon had to be careful with what she said. She talked about a future where there were no temporal amplifiers. Yes, this is that future. The man nodded cheerily as if she'd just solved a difficult math problem. I'm sorry. I had to bring you here. It was the only way to make things right. What things? What are you talking about? We must leave here, he started. We must find shelter from the unpleasant people. I'm not going anywhere with you. You must. His voice cracked with urgency, and his eyes pleaded with her to understand. Sharon thought she knew him, that she knew his name. Then the recognition was gone. He was a stranger again. The man slowly worked his way through the rubble, stopping after a few feet to be sure she was following. When he saw she had not moved, he turned and faced her. There's no place to go except to follow me. You want to get back to your own time? You follow me. There was a rattling sound to her right, like a dislodged stone, bouncing and falling in the rubble. A shiver ran through her, and the hairs on her neck stood on end. She felt she was being watched. Taking one step, then the next, she walked toward the man, navigating chunks of concrete, rusted iron, mud and trash as carefully as she could in the high heels she'd selected to go with the now woefully inadequate dress. He led the way, confident this time she would follow. Sharon's senses were on high alert as she stepped around debris while listening for sounds of danger. Grotesque shadows lunged at her as she passed, only to become a pile of bricks or fluttering pieces of cloth when she looked more closely. She saw stars overhead through the skeletons of buildings, lovely diamonds in the sky, ignorant of the horror of the destruction that framed them. Where are we? She asked the man. Earth. The year is 2337. He let out a rasping laugh that sounded like wind through dead trees. No one keeps track anymore, though. Earth? She thought. Of course it was Earth. Why would he feel the need to clarify that? Where is everyone? Those who survived hide during the night, except for the raiders. They hunt during the night for everything and everyone they can plunder and rape, and leave for dead. They are, unpleasant, he said, scanning the area as he spoke. So you've said, Sharon said with a shudder. She reluctantly took a step closer to the man she guessed could shift her back to TPC headquarters, where she was supposed to be. What happened here? What caused this? I'll tell you everything once we get to a safe place. Safe from the raiders, she said. Safe from them. The unpleasant people. He laughed to himself again. Why didn't we shift into someplace secure? Or during the daytime, if that's safer. Clumsy this thing is, he said as he pulled out the remote control device he had used to kidnap her. This was the best it could do without a temporal nexus here. It doesn't have the precision of the original version. Time travel is like art, you know, an art that needs the right tools. She watched him slip the device back into a pocket. His right front pocket. There might be a way to get it from him, if she could distract him or if he fell asleep. After maneuvering around unstable piles as quietly as they could, he turned right into an alley between two destroyed buildings. He climbed up the broken slabs of a concrete-like material and disappeared through a broken window. Sharon struggled to follow, her distrust of him warring with her fears of being alone in this place and hampered by her shoes and dress. As she stretched a leg through the window, the dress hooked on a jagged edge. She felt the seam tear, and she stumbled. The man caught her as she fell into the room. She pushed him away. "Don't touch me," she hissed. He stepped back, hands up to show he meant no harm. He led the way through a doorway into another room. Debris blocked the window, giving the space an uncomfortable feeling of being underground. "This place is safe for the moment," he said as he picked up a battered door leaning against a wall and rested it at an angle in front of the doorway opening. He placed a chunk of concrete at the foot of the door to help keep it in place. Then he sat with his back against the wall and looked at her. Sharon remained standing, watching him. She was sure that at any moment an attack would come from him, from the others hidden in the ruins, from the raiders he claimed were unpleasant. Minutes ticked by. She examined the room, getting her bearings. The doorway appeared to be the only way in or out, and the man sat within easy reach. She could not get away from him that way. And even if she did, where would she go? She had no idea where she was, on Earth in 2337. She would have to disable him, get the remote control, and shift back. He continued to watch her. She broke the silence first. As you say, we're safe. Who are you, and what the hell is going on? He grinned at her. You remind me so much of Rose, so very much. My name is Richard Kern. I was a friend of your grandmother. Richard, Sharon breathed as recognition flooded through her. Richard had been one of her grandmother Rose Sprucewood Bower's friends, a colleague and fellow agent at the TPC. Her grandmother had created a hologram of Richard, personalizing the default temporal amplifier holographic interface with his voice and image. That's why he seemed familiar to Sharon. My grandmother talked about you. They lost you. They couldn't find you. Lost, he nodded. So lost for so long. You were also sick, Sharon said, remembering the story. There was an accident with a temporal amplifier, she recalled. It injured Richard, resulting in a condition called temporal aberration disorder. It was an affliction her mother had mysteriously developed too, and Sharon remembered vividly the pain caused by her mother's memory loss, visions and hallucinations. She watched Richard warily. Yes, I was sick. I am sick, he grinned. But only sometimes now. What does that mean, exactly? Sharon said, crossing her arms. And what does it have to do with bringing me here against my will? Richard stared at the ceiling. There was another long silence, and Sharon wondered if he would answer her questions. A long time I was sick. His rasping voice jolted her out of her thoughts. The days were terrifying. I didn't know where I was, or who I was. Sometimes I was talking with friends, with your grandmother, safe at home, and then I would be surrounded by strangers and I was filthy, shunned, scrabbling for food and safe places to sleep. That sounds terrible, Sharon said, uncrossing her arms. No, the terrible was yet to come, he said, looking at the door. It was easy to be the happy madman. Terrible began when the effects of the temporal aberration disorder began to wane. It started with brief moments of lucidity. I was myself again. And then it would end, and I would sink back into the nightmares. Sharon leaned against the wall next to the blocked window. And now, she asked. It took years. The periods of clarity began to last longer and longer. Each time I emerged from the hallucinations, I had to remember again what happened to me and what to do about it. What did happen to you? Sharon asked. The official explanation was you were lost because of an accident. My grandmother didn't believe that, though. Richard chuckled softly. Always the smartest one in the room, Rose was. It took me years to piece it back together. He shifted on the floor, resting an arm on his raised knee. There was a plot, you see. There was a plot to murder your grandmother. I tried to stop it, but someone sabotaged the temporal amplifier I used. Who was trying to kill my grandmother? Sharon asked. She suspected she already knew the answer. I didn't know then, he shook his head. They stopped me before I could find out. He laughed his raspy laugh again. But it turned out okay, didn't it? She lived, she married Kevin, and you're here now. That means I won. That makes it worth it. Yes, I'm here now, Sharon said under her breath. She wanted to keep him talking. But, how is it you're not? She paused, trying not to be indelicate. Dead, he filled in the word for her. My grandmother was over 100 years old when she died. You must be close to the same age. How can you still be alive? A TPC agent asks that question, he said, shaking his head. Right. Time travel. But you still haven't explained why you brought me here, Sharon said, raising her voice in frustration. He again raised his finger to his lips. We're safe here for now, but let's not invite others to join us. Sharon was silent as he stopped to listen, cocking his ear toward the doorway. When he was satisfied, he returned his attention to Sharon. I brought you here because I need your help. I brought you here because in this time frame, the Chestnut Covin can't find you and stop you. You know about the Chestnut Covin, she breathed. I do now. They were the ones who wanted to murder my grandmother, who sabotaged the temporal amplifier, weren't they? She nodded. Yes, he said. But my grandmother said they lost you in the past, Sharon continued. That you were delusional and violent, and that they tried to stop you but couldn't. You shifted away, and they couldn't track you. How were you able to get back? They think I did that, huh? He said distractedly. You didn't, she asked and then stopped, listening. She too heard the sound he was focused on. A noise in the hallway, small furtive movements that were getting closer. She held her breath, and Richard remained motionless. The noise was just outside the door. She saw Richard smile grimly and suppressed a scream as an enormous rat nosed into the room. Don't move, Richard murmured. It's just checking us out. It will leave soon. Sharon eyed the rat with barely contained revulsion. It spent a long time sniffing her shoes, and she fought the urge to kick out and send it flying. After thoroughly nosing both Sharon and Richard along with every corner in the room, the rat edged back through the doorway. Sharon inhaled as the sound of its claws on the eroded floor receded. How long are we going to stay here? Sharon asked as she leaned against a chunk of debris. The debris shifted under her weight and slowly slid toward the floor. It was a massive slab. It caught on something, stopped, perched, rocking a little. Sharon exhaled in relief. Too soon. Whatever snagged it could not support the weight. The chunk of debris shifted again, sliding downward, unstoppable. It hit the floor with a crash, followed by thumps as Sharon jumped out of the way of the avalanche that followed it. For a moment, all was silent except for Sharon's heart pounding against her ribs. Then they heard it. A male voice. Sharon's blood ran cold. I think there's more here than just rats, the voice called out, followed by heavy footsteps and laughter. We're not staying here long at all, Richard murmured as he removed the door resting against the door frame, covering the doorway. You'll get no argument from me, Sharon whispered as they crept out of the room and followed the rat down the hall. While Sharon and Richard moved as quietly as humanly possible, the men searching for them, raiders, Sharon assumed, had the luxury of not caring how much noise they made. Over her own attempts to breathe silently, Sharon heard glass breaking and the crack of metal against metal. Perhaps the raiders were bulldozing their way after them, or perhaps the sounds were meant to frighten them. If it's the latter, it's working, Sharon thought. They stayed in the hall until they reached what looked at first to be a dead end. As Richard dropped to his knees, Sharon realized there was a small passageway under the debris piled against the wall. Less a passageway, more an animal burrow, but that didn't stop Richard from crawling in headfirst. Sharon hesitated until she heard more glass breaking. The sound was definitely closer now. She plunged in after him. The passageway was low and dark. She was on her elbows and knees to fit into the narrow space. She couldn't see anything in front of her, and more than once she hit her head on a low-hanging fragment. The floor was full of small rocks and rubble which bruised and cut her. Only the sound of Richard steadily moving ahead prevented her from descending into a full-blown panic. After what felt like an eternity, but which was only about 10 minutes, Sharon saw Richard's outline against a dim light ahead. They had reached the end of the passage. He offered her his hand as she emerged behind him, and this time she accepted his help. The sounds from the men were fainter now, but more distinct. They were not happy their quarry was eluding them. Sharon followed Richard down a flight of stairs, several of which were missing, and she had to jump across the gaps. She landed hard in her heels, the impacts reverberating like gunshots. It can't be helped, Richard panted as she winced at the sounds. We must keep moving. They edged through what had once been the entrance to the building. It was now a gaping hole, jagged as if blown out by an explosion. Richard hugged the shadows, keeping out of the light as much as possible, until they turned a corner. Now we run, he said. Sharon ran as fast as she could, but the heels were slowing her down. she briefly considered taking them off and thought better of it. Broken glass and sharp rubble were everywhere. It would cut her and slow her down even more, not to mention leave an easily followed blood trail. At least the heels protected her feet. Richard ran straight for a wall of wreckage ahead of them. At first Sharon thought there might be another passageway to crawl through, when she realized the wall was constructed. Large pieces of debris, wood, metal, and other materials had been carefully pieced together across a street between the ruins of buildings, forming a barrier some 15 feet high. As Richard neared it, 3 people stepped out of the shadows. He slid to a halt, Sharon close behind. "Stop. Go no further," a woman called out. She wore a patchwork of armor made of small sheets of different metals tied together with wire and leather, and carried a metal rod which she held like a spear. Her companions were similarly dressed and holding rudimentary bows and arrows. "Please," Richard gasped. "Raiders. They're after us. We cannot help you." "Go back the way you came," the woman answered, as her comrades took up defensive positions. Through gaps in the piecemeal wall, Sharon saw the glimmer of firelight and silhouettes of moving people. There was a baby's cry, quickly hushed. It was a camp, a refugee camp, and its guards were not willing to risk the safety of those behind the wall by accepting 2 strangers. "Please," Sharon said, fear and desperation cracking her voice. They stared at her curiously. In her torn dress and filthy shoes, she must have looked bizarre to them. "No," the woman said, lowering her eyes. "I'm sorry. Please leave." Richard's head dropped, and Sharon's heart was in her throat. They turned, jogging back the way they came. "Hey!" A shout came from behind. "Keep left. There's refuge in the tunnel." Richard raised his hand in a wave and veered left, Sharon on his heels. Keeping left took them on a long arc around what looked like skyscrapers reduced to huge mountains of rubble. "There," Richard whispered. 100 feet ahead was a large pipe about 4 feet across. "The tunnel." Sharon nodded, too out of breath to speak. A figure moved out from under the shadow of a tattered piece of furniture hanging over an uneven edge. The figure blocked their path, crouching and opening its arms wide, like an embrace, to catch them if they tried to go around. "They always send them to the tunnel," the shadow said. It was a young man's voice, intoxicated with triumph and violence. Sharon felt nauseated by it. Richard slowed, and Sharon realized as she stopped that there were more behind them. The raiders had them surrounded. There was a crack as one of the raiders lit a torch. There were 6 men, most were barely adults. Their clothes were patched and worn, but they looked better fed than those they'd seen at the camp. Their faces were grotesque, leering in the flickering light, and their intentions were clear. Sharon wished she'd thought to grab some kind of weapon, desperately scanning for a piece of metal, something she could use to fight the raiders. As Richard put out an arm, moving them both back against a wall of rubble, there was a howl in the distance, answered by a chorus of yips and cries. "Isn't that convenient?" drawled the young man who had spoken first. He broke into a cold smile and took a step toward Richard and Sharon, menace stretching out ahead of him. "When we're finished with them, we can leave the remains for the dogs." Chapter 2. 2337. The Hunters and the Hunted. "You don't want to do that," Richard said in a conversational voice, as if they were discussing whether to leave the house without an umbrella on a rainy day. "Why's that, old man?" the raider said. While his face was in shadow, Sharon heard the sneer in his voice. "There's more than just dogs coming," Richard answered in a slow whisper so creepy that Sharon was not the only one chilled by it. The raiders paused their advance, considering Richard's words. But only for a moment. "I don't think so," the leader said smoothly, as the raiders again moved toward them. "Just us. Then the dogs." Richard raised his arms, and the raiders readied weapons to defend themselves, but they did not attack. They wanted Richard and Sharon alive for their sport and would wait to achieve that goal. They watched him cautiously, but all Richard did was stand with his arms uplifted. He looked like a god of old calling down lightning on his foes, except nothing was happening. A shudder ran through Richard, starting at his fingertips, and when it reached his legs, his whole body was shaking as if he were trying to stay upright during an earthquake. He began to make noises, strange hissing sounds, whispers and low growls. Without warning, he threw his head back and howled, the sound echoing off the ruins. In the distance, the pack of feral dogs answered. "It's here!" Richard shouted, pointing to a spot behind the raiders. Several turned to look, only to be snarled at by their comrades for being distracted. Like the raiders, Sharon saw nothing. And there, Richard pointed in a different direction. The raiders, losing patience with what they, and Sharon, assumed was an attempt to divert them, didn't turn to look this time. "Bananas. Portcullis and flinging. Don't you see?" Richard screamed at them as if the raiders' lives depended on it. "Soap now. Soap. And soup. Parking fortnight mashing." He nodded at them vigorously, his arms waving. The dog pack yipped in answer. "Come no further, foul beast." Richard grabbed a chunk of rubble and hurled it over the raiders' heads into the blackness beyond. Sharon shrank back, staring at Richard in alarm. By this time, she was not the only one. Several raiders ducked as Richard flung more debris over their heads. "Barrage!" Richard roared as he dropped his arms, spinning and kicking, flailing in every direction. His attention was on unseen things behind the raiders, still throwing debris and shouting. The raiders retreated uncertainly to avoid his unpredictable limbs. The way to the tunnel was now open. Sharon edged toward it to position herself to make a break for it, though she did not understand how getting to the tunnel would stop the raiders. The leader saw her intent and moved to block her path. "You're not going anywhere," he said, licking his teeth. "Not until we're done with you." There was a whine, and the leader's face grew slack. The feral dogs had arrived sooner than the raiders expected. Just outside the reach of the torchlight, many eyes glowed yellow, watching eagerly, waiting for the chase. Richard's spinning stopped, and he too stared at the yellow eyes. For a moment, all was quiet, humans watching the pack watching the humans. One dog took a step forward, a black paw in the firelight. It howled, and Sharon's blood froze. "Ready weapons," the leader of the raiders shouted, running to join his comrades in a defensive line to stop the dogs. At his shout, the dogs leapt forward, snarling and biting. "Go!" Richard shouted as if he were cheering on the raiders, but Sharon knew he intended the shout for her. She flung herself into the tunnel, painfully scraping her knees as she pulled them out of the way for Richard to follow. She heard the raiders shouting and the dogs barking and growling, the sounds of metal on flesh, on bones, and bodies thrashing in the dirt. What she did not hear was the sound of Richard following her. She kept crawling. The tunnel was narrowing, and there was a layer of what felt like mud but smelled much worse and which got deeper as the tunnel's diameter shrank. Soon she reached a fork and looked back. She was 10 feet from the entrance and there was no sign of Richard. She hesitated, unsure. If she kept going, there was no way to tell him which direction she'd chosen. A shadow fell over the tunnel opening, and a man crawled in. His legs almost cleared the edge when a huge shape blocked the light. A snarl followed Richard's yell. The great black alpha dog bit into his left leg, yanking him backwards. Sharon scrambled to help, clasping hands with Richard as he braced his right leg against the side of the tunnel. There was the sound of shredding fabric, and Richard groaned loudly as they pulled him out of the dog's grasp. Sharon led the way through the sludge in the tunnel, away from the opening where the dog barked in angry frustration, unwilling to follow them in. The dog gave up as she reached the fork. "Left," Richard gasped. "How do you know?" Sharon said as she entered the left fork. The sludge was thicker here, and its putrid smell was worse. "The people in the fort," Richard panted. "They said to keep left." Sharon was too terrified to argue. It was as good a reason as any. The tunnel became a large pipe, narrowing to about 2 feet in diameter but grew no smaller. Each time they reached a junction, Richard directed them left. After an hour, Sharon lost all sense of direction and no longer knew where they were, in relation to where they entered the tunnel. Occasionally there were breaches in the walls, places where she could almost stand if she squeezed herself into the rubble piled above. Rain entered through the gaps, diluting what she realized was sewage flowing through the pipe system. The bad news was that when they crawled under one of these openings, she could still hear the dogs, sometimes fainter, sometimes louder. She had no doubt the dogs knew precisely where the pipe ended on the other side. They came to a halt at a spot where there was enough light to see each other. Without speaking, they leaned against the curved walls, sitting as far above the sludge as they could, which required bending their heads forward to accommodate the top of the tunnel. "How's your leg?" Sharon asked. Richard was covered with brown muck, and what she could see of his face was ashen and drawn. "It's been better," he answered. "What you did back there, with the raiders, that was amazing," she started. Richard's brow nodded. "You know, distracting them until the dogs came," Sharon continued. Richard dropped his head to his chest. He remained like this for so long, Sharon thought he'd fallen asleep. Sharon reached out a hand to shake him, and he lifted his head. There were tears on his face, rivulets running down his cheeks, making clean tracks. "That wasn't me," he said in answer to her perplexed stare. "You didn't plan that?" It was, he took a deep breath. "Sometimes the temporal aberration disorder is triggered, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's like I become someone else. I don't remember what happened." Sharon nodded, a cold pit of memory forming in her stomach. He reminded her of her mother and her illness. "I see. What do you remember?" Richard looked around. "We were trying to get to the tunnel, and then we were in the tunnel and my leg hurt." "Well, you were brilliant. You saved us," Sharon said, describing what he'd done. "I wonder why the dog didn't follow us in," he mused. "I think they know where the pipe lets out," Sharon answered. "I can hear them through the gaps in the walls. I think they'll be waiting for us." "That may be, but we can't stay here. We've got to keep moving," he said, getting on his hands and knees again. After several hours of crawling with 2 more rests, they came to a metal grate through which they saw down a hill of debris and out over a barren landscape of dust and dirt, gray in the early morning light. They had reached the edge of the city. Sharon grasped the bars of the metal grate and discovered it moved easily and silently, as if on a well-oiled hinge. She swung it wide and stepped out, reveling in being able to stand fully upright again. Richard followed, staggering on his injured leg and catching himself on the tunnel's edge. He took a deep breath. "There," he said, pointing across the fields. "We need to go there." Sharon squinted. She could just make out a series of low rectangular buildings, and beyond them what looked like a large sphere. It was a globe she had seen before. Now she knew where they were. "That's the CERN facility, where the headquarters of the TPC is located." She looked back at the pile of rubble behind them in shock. If the TPC was in the distance, that meant she was standing on the ruins of Kalen's apartment building. She looked around wildly to find any hint of him there, a piece of furniture, a book. But there was nothing but unrecognizable rubble and decay. "Why do we need to go there?" she asked. "No, not here. We get there, and I'll tell you everything. What we need is there." "Need for what?" He frowned at her. "To stop this, of course," he said, waving at the destruction around them. "But you said there are no temporal amplifiers in this time frame," she started in exasperation. "How can we do anything without a temporal amplifier?" "To stop this, we don't need a temporal amplifier," he answered. He looked at the sky. "We should find a place to hide until nightfall." "Why not go now?" Sharon asked. "The raiders can see us in the open," he answered. "And the dogs can sniff us out at night," she replied, certain the pack was not far away. "Day or night, the risk is the same. The sooner we get to safety the better." "I guess I can't argue with that," Richard said, easing himself away from the tunnel entrance. Sharon followed slowly, arms out to catch him if he lost his footing on the shifting pile. It took a painfully long time to reach the end of the mountain of debris. Each step they took sent rubble skipping away or started a small avalanche of wreckage cascading down the sides or ahead of them. Sharon listened intently for any response, human or animal. Despite the urgency, they rested when they reached the bottom of the heap. It had been hours since Sharon had last eaten lemon cookies that she could barely remember, and neither Sharon nor Richard had found clean water. Sharon fervently hoped there were supplies at the CERN facility where Richard was taking them. Otherwise they would not survive long enough to do whatever mysterious task was needed to stop an apocalyptic disaster. The sun was fully risen when they started across the open space between the city ruins and the distant buildings. No longer navigating teetering slabs and shifting rubble, Richard made good time on his wounded leg. When Sharon finally looked back, the ruins were farther away than she thought they'd be, though the CERN facility did not appear closer. The growing distance from the ruins did not dispel their fear of pursuit. They used features in the land to hide them from observation. Old irrigation ditches served as low-lying paths, and dead trees, still in their windbreak rows, blocked them from view. Still, even though every step brought them nearer to safety, the feeling of being tracked did not decrease. Sharon kept looking behind them, trying to spy the hunters her instincts told her were not far behind. It was almost a relief when Sharon heard the first howl. In some ways, she preferred facing down the pack than fighting off the raiders. Hunting them was in the dog's nature, but the raiders had turned their backs on what made them human, letting fear drive them instead. The relief was short-lasted. Richard was panting and groaning even as they tried to pick up speed. The pain of his wound was finally slowing him down, and Sharon saw blood spatters in the dirt, an easy trail for the pack to follow. "Come on," Sharon said, throwing his left arm over her shoulder and hoisting him up with her right arm, leaning him against her hip to take the strain off his left leg. It was a desperate three-legged race. For the first 100 yards, they made good time, but after the initial sprint, Sharon was running out of steam. With every step, they were losing ground to the pack. Even though her eyes were on the path ahead of them so she would not trip and bring them both down, she was caught by surprise when the dusty dirt gave way to a raised lip of dirty concrete and nearly tripped anyway. She looked up. The transportation center she and Kaylin had used, who knew how many years before, rose before her. Her heart lifted. If they could get inside, they might have a chance. The dogs sensed their prey's renewed hope. Where before they had been silent, their paws drumming steadily on the dirt, now they became noisy, whining and barking their eagerness to complete the hunt. Sharon risked a look back. The dogs were closer to Sharon and Richard than the transportation center. They were not going to make it. Chapter 3. 2337, Darkened World. Adrenaline surged. Sharon took great gulps of air and with one last burst of energy, propelled them over the threshold of the transportation center a few feet ahead of the dogs. There. An autocar was standing open as if waiting for its next passengers. It was the only one she could see with windows still intact. The doors looked undamaged. She pushed Richard into the cabin ahead of her and grabbed the doors to shut them. They would not move. The dogs slowed momentarily at the entrance to the transportation center, sniffing in the gloom. The pack entered warily a few seconds later, heads turning in all directions, watching for threats and seeking their prey. Seeing Sharon straining to close the doors to the autocar, they leapt forward, howls echoing through the empty building in a terrifying crescendo. No matter how hard she pulled, the doors would not budge. The lead dog paused, crouching, readying itself to leap into the cabin. She leaned back against the seat and desperately kicked hard on the door closest to her. It moved, slowly at first then faster, coming together with its twin just as the dog slammed into the panel. The pack could see Sharon and Richard through the glass, but could not reach them. Their frustration sent them into a frenzy. They surrounded the car, standing on their hind legs to bark at the windows, and some jumped on the roof, with a cacophony of whining and howling. Sharon shrank back, watching the feral storm with wide eyes. Richard appeared unconscious, blissfully unaware of the whirlwind of angry dogs held back by mere inches of glass. Eventually, they understood they couldn't reach their prey. The attack stopped all at once. They retreated from the windows and roof as the last of their howls faded into silence. But they didn't go far. If they couldn't get into the autocar, they would wait until their prey came out. The dogs settled into a vigil. Some lay on the ground next to the autocar, others sat upright in positions of perfect watchfulness, while others padded around the vehicle in a never-ending tattoo. Their silent pacing was as unnerving as the howling whirlwind had been before. Darkness fell. It had taken Sharon and Richard almost all day to cross the open space between the ruined city and the transportation center. As night came on, still the dog pack remained. Richard slept where Sharon had dropped him. His breathing was steady and his color was good. What she could see of his injured leg concerned her. But when she moved even a few inches, the dogs grew even more alert, and she did not want to rouse them by trying to see the wound more closely. Hours passed. Sharon was painfully wedged against a seat, though even if she had been comfortable, she would not have been able to sleep with the pack outside the car. Sharon guessed it was after midnight when the pack finally gave up. Perhaps hunger drove them, or the scent of easier prey. The lead dog yipped once and trotted out of the transportation center. The other dogs followed, some eagerly, some reluctantly. Within minutes, Sharon and Richard were the only living things remaining. Sharon waited another hour to be certain the dogs were truly gone before she moved. Standing, she stretched her arms and legs to work out muscle knots earned from running, crawling, carrying, and not moving. The stink they had picked up in the pipe had grown ripe in the enclosed space, and she longed to be clean. She sat again, trying to get a look at Richard's leg, but could see very little of the damage in the dark. She eyed the pocket where he kept the remote control, debating whether to extract it as he slept. She decided against it. In such a small space he could seriously injure her if he woke violently, and 2 of them wounded was likely a death sentence in this world. Finally, she surrendered to her exhaustion. She curled up on the floor of the autocar, facing Richard with her back against the seat, and despite her fear and discomfort, was soon asleep. "Where am I?" A ragged voice woke Sharon. Blearily opening her eyes, she wondered why she was sleeping on the floor. A man's leg was directly in front of her. Light was coming through glass marked by the attacks of the dogs. Full memory returned, and she sat up in alarm. Scrambling onto a seat, she looked out the smudged windows. The dogs had not returned. "We're outside the CERN facility," Sharon said in a weary voice as she slumped into the seat across from Richard. "How did we get here?" he asked, but she did not have the energy to tell him about the vigil with the pack. "Where to next?" she responded. "Now we enter the building before the Queen does," he said, trying to stand up and failing. "What?" "Oh, there you are, Your Highness," he made to bow, but his injured leg made it impossible, and he leaned against the side of the car instead. "All has been made ready." "Right," Sharon sighed. His behavior was uncomfortably familiar. Her mother had been the same, seeing things that weren't there, talking to people as if they were someone else. Sharon had learned just to go with the delusions. Resigned, Sharon tugged on the doors, which slid open much more easily than they had closed. "You know where we're going." "I'll follow you," she said to Richard. He responded by waving his hands with a flourish. "After you, Your Majesty," Richard said, bowing again, which almost knocked him off balance. "Wait a minute." Sharon found a torn section of her dress that wasn't black with dried sewage, and finished the rip with a yank. "We should wrap your injury." "No need, no need," Richard replied with an airy laugh. "Your queen commands you," Sharon said imperiously. Richard blinked and reluctantly raised his leg so she could bandage it. "Does that feel better?" He nodded. "It does, thank you," he said. There were no signs of life as they crept out the doors and limped across the transportation center to the walkway that led to the CERN entrance. The clean air was refreshing, but Sharon was uncomfortable leaving the relative safety of the autocar. They hurried through the now brown and crumbling garden that had flanked the walk to the building and darted across the road and up the steps as fast as Richard's pace would allow. Here, as in the ruined city, no window was left intact. The lobby was open to the elements and a drift of dirt had formed on the floor against the closest wall. They squeezed past the jagged glass that had once been double doors to the lobby into the gloomy interior. "What we need is in the underground section," Richard said. His temporal aberration disorder relapse appeared to have receded, and he was lucid again. He headed toward the double doors and the long hallway that led to the elevators to the lower levels. "You mean TPC headquarters?" "The TPC headquarters you knew is gone," he said over his shoulder. "I don't understand," she said, coming to a halt. He didn't respond until he realized the sound of her footsteps on the gritty floor had stopped. "There was sabotage," he said, gently taking her arm. "The TPC you know was evacuated. They set up headquarters in the old CERN space for a while. Before the end. That's where we need to go." The double doors on the other side of the hallway were gone, the doorway now opening into blackness. The limited light showed the dim outline of the remains of the security desk and the layer of dust and dirt that had accumulated on every surface. There were no footprints in the dust. "Where are the stairs?" Sharon asked. "Over here," Richard answered, pointing to the wall opposite the elevators where a door stood, slightly ajar. Richard tried to open it, giving it a shove before falling against it when his leg would not support him. "Damned merry-go-rounds. Always in the way," he muttered. "Let me try," Sharon said as she set her shoulder against the door and pushed. It gave an inch as Richard braced against the door frame. There was just enough space for her to insert her head into the opening. In the gloom, she saw huge mounds of debris, which had settled into unmovable mountains, blocking their path. They could not get in this way. "Now what are we going to do?" Sharon asked. She glanced at his pocket where he kept the remote control, but he did not notice. Instead, Richard was staring at the elevators. "There's only one other thing to do," he said, nodding at the elevator doors. He wrestled a small piece of metal from a debris pile and used it to pry open one, then the other door, leaning forward to peer down each darkened shaft. "Are you afraid of heights?" he asked as she approached. "Not normally," she answered, refraining from pointing out the obvious that this situation was not normal for her. He pointed to the elevator shaft on the right. "That car is down only a few floors. It's not as far down as we need to go. I can't see the car in this one, which means we should be able to climb down to the level we need." Sharon cautiously leaned forward to look down the left shaft. The dull light illuminated only a few feet of the shaft, beyond which was dark. "Wouldn't it be a better idea to climb down the right shaft? We could get into the car through the roof and open the doors to that floor. The stairs might not be blocked, and we can walk the rest of the way." Richard shook his head. "If the car has stopped between floors, there's no way we can move it. And it's likely the stairs are blocked for several levels. Either way, we'd have to climb back up, and my leg won't make it." "There's got to be another option," she started. "There's no other way. And if you're thinking about the remote control in my pocket, it won't work. Not without a functioning temporal nexus." He found another debris pile, pulling out a second rod of metal about a foot long, and handed it to her. "We need to climb down 10 levels. I'll go first, that way if my leg gives, I won't take you with me. We'll use the bars to pry open the doors on level 10, whoever gets there first." Without waiting for her to respond, he jammed his metal bar into the back of his pants and reached inside the elevator shaft. Rungs were set every foot, serving as a ladder running down the wall next to the elevator doors. He carefully swung his leg over and began to climb down, hand, foot, hop, hand, foot, hop. Sharon looked around, desperately trying to think of some other way for them to access the lower levels without climbing down an elevator shaft. But nothing came to her. "Okay, there's enough space now. You can start," Richard's voice floated up out of the dark hole. Sharon took several deep breaths. She kicked off her shoes. It would be easier to climb in bare feet than in heels. She hung the shoes from the metal rod through their open toes and rested the rod on her back across her shoulders, holding it in place with her dress sleeves and bra straps, the shoes hanging down her back. It was awkward and difficult to get in place, and once it felt secure, the metal dug into the skin of her shoulders, promising blisters. "Okay, I'm coming," Sharon said in a trembling voice as she reached for the closest rung. It was cold and gritty under her hand. She swung a leg out, securing her foot on a lower rung, then letting go of the wall and grabbing the rung with her other hand. Her legs were shaking as she gingerly took her first step downward. Slowly, the square of light from the open doors above them grew smaller. She scrupulously kept her eyes in front of her, avoiding the terror of looking down into nothingness and the terror of looking up to see how far she was from safety. The climb itself was not hard, but, as she'd suspected, the metal rod was rubbing her skin raw every time she moved her arms. As she relaxed into the repetitive motion, she realized Richard was talking to himself. He was hallucinating again, conversing with people and creatures that were not there. She thought about calling out to him to help him snap out of it, but decided against it. Perhaps the hallucinations distract him from pain and fear, she thought. The square of light above had almost disappeared, and there was no sign of the elevator car below them. What if the car was at the bottom of the shaft? Sharon couldn't remember how many feet down it was to the old TPC. Many hundreds, she suspected. Worse, what if the car had been destroyed and there was a pile of jagged metal waiting for them? Her palms grew wet with perspiration. She stopped climbing, resting her forehead against a cold metal rung as she took deep breaths to calm herself. Then she realized the shaft was silent. Richard was no longer murmuring. "Richard," she called. There was no answer. "Richard," she tried again. "Are you all right?" She heard a gasping breath many feet below her. "Where am I?" he asked, panic in his voice. "You're okay," she reassured him. "We're climbing down the elevator shaft to get to the TPC, remember?" The TPC. The TPC. "We have to get to the TPC," he croaked. Sharon relaxed. He remembered, he was on mission again. There was a scraping sound, followed by a bang and a squeak. Richard let out a cry that arced away from her, downward. He was falling. "Richard," she screamed. There was no answer. She was alone, hanging in the dark over an infinite drop into nothingness. Chapter 4. 2337, the beginning of the story. Sharon clung to the ladder, shuddering. He'd kidnapped her and brought her to this terrible place against her will, but she would never have wished such a horrible end for Richard. And she couldn't help but think, was the same end waiting for me, too? Without Richard, she did not know what to do next. He'd not explained what he needed from her or the TPC. Whatever plan he'd had, died with him. She considered climbing back up, but realized she didn't know what she would do after that. She had to find some way to shift out of this time frame. Whatever he might claim about it, she needed the remote control Richard carried. He wouldn't have kept it if it was useless. If she could get it, she might figure out a way to get home. The answers were downward. The only way out of this was to find Richard's body, get the remote control, and figure out how to use it to send her home. She looked upward. The square of light was gone, and the darkness was complete. But she knew the light was up there, and it gave her courage. She sighed and began mechanically climbing down again. The only sound was the slap of her skin on the metal, the grate of grit as she moved from one rung to the next. Her foot contacted something lumpy. Thinking of rats in the dark, she stifled a scream, pulling her leg back up. Her heart was thudding in her ears. She forced her foot down again. This time she felt a cold solid surface next to the lump. She'd found the elevator car. Richard was lying on top of it. Carefully, she eased herself onto the roof of the car and knelt by Richard. She uncurled her stiff fingers to find his arm and checked his pulse. He was still alive, still breathing. The fall had not killed him, only knocked him unconscious. Hissing, she pulled the rod of metal from across her shoulders, hearing the shoes drop dully onto the car. Her skin burned and stung where the rod had abraded it. She reached around Richard, trying to find the rooftop access panel. Her fingers felt a seam, then another, though Richard was lying across most of it. She pushed him away just far enough for her to reach the panel. As she shoved the metal bar under the panel's edge, she kept her movements small so that neither of them would go tumbling over a side she could not see. It took a long time. Finally, she felt the panel give. "I think you've got it," a voice said, startling her, and she dropped the rod with a yelp. "Richard," she gasped, her voice shaking. "Thanks for coming to get me," he responded. Sharon pried again with the metal rod, feeling the panel rising and reaching her fingers underneath to pull it away. "I came to get the remote control," she said. "You come for one, you come for the other. You can't use it without me," he breathed, and she imagined he was smiling in the dark. "Whatever," she muttered as she pulled the panel up. Light from the car flooded the shaft, blinding them. Sharon held the panel open with one hand while holding the other hand in front of her eyes. "Can you make it?" she asked Richard. "No other choice," he answered. He rolled into the opening, catching the edge with his hands, and mostly fell into the elevator car. Sharon groped for her shoes, dropping them into the car once Richard pulled his legs out of the way. In her dress, there was no way to hold the panel open and get into the car in a ladylike way. "Close your eyes," she said. "Already done," he answered. She swung her legs around and dropped into the car, stumbling on her shoes and catching herself on a handrail before taking a deep breath. Someone had wedged the elevator doors open, and she was looking down a familiar hallway. They had found the first headquarters of the TPC. "How is there electricity here?" Sharon asked as she stepped into the hallway. Her shoes were hanging from her fingers and the cool tile felt good against her sore feet. "This is the first sign of any kind of power generation we've seen." "Maybe it's an automatic function," Richard said, limping behind her. "Something independent of the world system and left on since the catastrophe." "Is there anyone left?" she asked. "So many died." He trailed off, but without answering the question, she noted. There was much less debris here than on the surface, though everywhere there were signs of a struggle. Tables were knocked over, doors were hanging on their hinges, and a thick layer of dust suggested it had been a long time since the conflict had taken place. But there were no bodies and no sign of the humans who had taken refuge here. It felt like a ghost town. The fourth door was off its hinges and lying on its side on the floor. The room beyond it looked like a break room. Sharon set an overturned chair upright and eased Richard into it before finding another chair for herself. They sat, not speaking, resting after their long climb. Then Richard groaned as he bent over to inspect his injury. "Let me look at that," she said as she slid out of the chair and onto the floor. His exertion had stressed the wound, but it appeared to be healing cleanly, despite the filth they'd exposed it to over the last day. "I think you will be okay if you can take it easy for a couple of days." She stopped, distracted. Wedged in a corner under a table was something that looked familiar. She crawled across the floor, easing the table aside as Richard watched. "What is it?" he said, but instead of answering, she faced him, raising a prize in each hand over her head. "Water," she said triumphantly. She opened one for herself and finished it with a gulp. It tasted terrible, stale, and smelled strangely, but it was good enough to drink. There were 3 more bottles wedged in another corner under wrecked chairs, which she extracted and brought to him. "We can use some of this to clean your leg," she said, washing the dust and sweat from the area around the wound as he drank deeply. There was nothing to wrap it with, however, and she didn't have enough dress left for another bandage. "You don't happen to see any food under one of those tables, do you?" he asked. She made a wry face. "Unfortunately, no." He eased himself off the chair, moving carefully across the room to rest on the floor with his back against the wall, facing the open doorway. Sharon joined him on the perpendicular wall. She was growing cold after the exertion of climbing down the elevator shaft, and her dress offered no insulation. After she rested a little, she would search the rooms for something warmer and more practical to wear. Maybe something was left behind. But first there was a more important matter. Okay, we're in a safe place, where you need to be. It's time for you to tell me what's going on, and why you brought me here. Richard leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. Yes, you're right. I'll tell you everything. Sharon exhaled quietly. It was about time. When the accident happened, when I was afflicted with temporal aberration disorder, I was trying to stop your grandmother's murder. I planned to use a temporal amplifier to go back in time, in observation mode, to confirm it was the person I suspected was responsible. Instead, the temporal amplifier malfunctioned. They tried to help me, your grandmother, others, but I wasn't in my right mind. He chuckled at his own understatement again. They put me in a medical facility, trying to find a cure, but there isn't one, you know. I didn't trust anyone or anything I was seeing. I escaped, but I didn't know where to go or where to hide. Then they found me. The Chestnut Covin. Yes, he nodded, his eyes still closed. Though I didn't know it at the time. They took me to a temporal amplifier and shifted me away, making it look as though I'd done it myself in an act of crazed paranoia. My grandmother said you shifted back in time, and they couldn't track to what time frame you'd gone. That doesn't surprise me. There's no way they could have found me, he said, opening his eyes. Why not? Sharon asked, thinking of the director's prerogative program which prevented the temporal mainframe from recording time travel shifts. Only a Temporal Protection Corps director could authorize the program's use. Could the TPC director of that time have been involved, Sharon wondered. But Richard's answer was not what she was expecting. I wasn't lost in time, he said. They transported me to the parallel Earth. The Earth of the Alexander event. What? Sharon gasped. I thought that wasn't possible, that there were safeguards that would stop a rift from ever opening again from either side. He shrugged. I don't know. Somehow, they opened the rift and sent me through. What did you do? She whispered in horror. The parallel Earth of the Alexander event was an aggressive totalitarian society, a world in a state of constant war. She couldn't imagine the terror of being dropped into that nightmare, let alone with temporal aberration disorder. I stayed out of everyone's way at first, he said, laughing his raspy laugh. I found the dirtiest, smelliest, most disgusting hole I could, a place no one wanted to follow me, and stayed there for many years. Sharon shook her head. It was not the first time she wondered how he had survived. It took some work, he added. In that world, let's just say they don't like people who don't fit in. There they make misfits, people who are different, go away. Go away. Sharon repeated, hoping he wasn't saying what she thought he was implying. Go away. He nodded. Here it was detentions, mass shootings, crematoriums. There it was vaporization. It was still the same outcome. Gone away. Poof. Sharon stared at him, eyes wide. After a while, the effects of the temporal aberration disorder began to wear off. I started remembering things. It took me a while to figure out what happened. At first I thought I was on this Earth, our Earth in the 20th century. But then I realized Rose hadn't found me. If anyone could have found me in the 20th century, it would be Rose. I started noticing that things differed from what I remembered from my 20th century studies. It was only a matter of time before I understood I was not on the Earth I knew. What kinds of things were different? Sharon asked. For one thing, there was no United States as we knew it in the 20th century. In that world, the Nazis and Soviet Union joined forces during World War II and conquered and divided the world between them. It was an unholy alliance of fascism and communism, dissimilar philosophies with identical results, despotism, totalitarianism, and genocide. How did the United States fall? Sharon asked in a whisper. It fell to the Soviets, Richard said, as if he'd expected her question. The Nazis got all of Western Europe, Africa, including the Middle East, and South America. The Soviets took Central and North America and Asia, including India and Australia. I wonder how they came to that agreement, carving up the globe like a roast, Sharon said in bitter horror. Apparently, the Nazis demanded the Middle East, I'm guessing for the oil fields, and the Soviets used that as leverage to acquire the other areas. It's like they knew, he trailed off. Knew what? Sharon asked. Well, not too long after the war, after they carved up the world as you put it, the Soviets developed a working cold fusion power system. Apparently, it was something the Nazis were working on during the war years, but the scientist leading the project defected to the Soviets and helped them complete the research. Within 20 years, the oil fields, the Nazis demanded, were obsolete. Cold fusion, that's a safer kind of nuclear power, right? But couldn't you make weapons from it too? What stopped the Soviets from conquering the Nazis and taking over the entire world? You're right, he answered. They could have used it as a weapon, but they didn't. I'm not sure why. When I was there, they were selling power to Nazi countries at exorbitant prices, and the Nazis were paying. They were draining the Nazis dry. How did you learn all of this? Sharon couldn't see Richard just strolling into a local library to research recent history. Even in that world, there was an underground dissident movement, a community that shared resources so no one would starve, helped misfits escape execution, and waited for the day they could rise up and overthrow their conquerors. They saved you, Sharon said. Richard nodded. Yep. Eventually, my luck ran out. My hiding place was discovered, and the authorities wanted nothing more than to remove my undesirable self from their perfect community. They'd scheduled me for expurgation when the dissidents found me and helped me escape. They cleaned me up, gave me clothes, food, a place to stay, and tolerated my, flights of fancy. How did you get back to this earth? Sharon couldn't imagine it. Through an act of betrayal, he responded softly. Who betrayed you? She asked. Oh no, not me. I wasn't betrayed, he laughed his raspy laugh. I did the betraying. Who did you betray? Sharon whispered. She thought of her friend Jonas Fernley, who had betrayed his friends and colleagues and joined with the Chestnut Covin. She shivered. Myself, he said almost inaudibly, looking down at his hands in his lap. I betrayed my honor, my oaths. What happened? Sharon asked gently. Not long after the dissidents rescued me, an extraordinary thing happened. It shook the world, fascist and communist alike. A rift to a parallel Earth opened. You mean, Sharon breathed. Exactly. The Alexander event. Heh, he barked a laugh. I got to experience the Alexander event from the other side. What did you do? I knew what was happening, of course. I demanded a meeting with a leader of the dissidents, someone who had contacts within the Soviet government. I explained what was happening and demanded they carry a message to Soviet leadership. At first they dismissed what I was saying as delusions. But they finally passed on the message. What was the message? The Soviets and Nazis had come together again for the first time in decades, to devise a strategy to invade our Earth through the rift. But even with the cold fusion, they would need all the resources of their world to pull it off, you see. The message I gave them was to hold off on the invasion, to negotiate with the other Earth, our Earth, to get time travel technology and goods and resources so that when the time came the parallel Earth could gain 10 times as much as they would have through invasion. You set up the debt the world government agreed to? Sharon gasped in shock. It was to protect our Earth, he said, wringing his hands. I knew they would develop the safeguard, the one that would stop another rift from ever being opened. I just needed to delay the invasion long enough so it would never happen. You created a causation paradox, Sharon said. He nodded, closing his eyes. I violated the law of temporal continuity and betrayed my oath as a TPC agent. You did it to save the world, Sharon said. And it was all for nothing, he responded. Is that what happened here? The parallel Earth invaded? He pressed his lips together and nodded. But how? They developed the safeguard, just as you knew they would. There should have been no way for the parallel Earth to open the rift again. There wasn't a way to open the rift until the Chestnut Covin changed the timeline, he said. What are you talking about? When they emailed back through time, pretending to be the parallel Earth demanding the agreement be fulfilled, that the debt be paid, it changed the timeline. The debt is now due, Sharon said, remembering the 5-word email that caused chaos on her Earth. But we stopped that, she said. The email wasn't sent. We stopped it. That timeline no longer exists. So you thought, he said. When the Chestnut Covin mole and the TPC fled to the future, the timeline in which they sent the email remained in existence in the future. You're Gazintel, Sharon muttered darkly. Because of the email, they never developed the safeguard in that timeline. Eventually, the parallel Earth reopened the rift to collect payment. At the same time, the Chestnut Covin infected the temporal mainframe with a virus. When the rift was opened, it merged all existing timelines into this one. And when the parallel Earth learned our Earth didn't honor the agreement, they invaded and inflicted devastation, as you have seen. Oh no, Sharon whispered. No, no, no. She felt the world tilting. She closed her eyes and rested her head against the wall to steady herself. How could they not have realized the consequences of Yorga fleeing to the future? She racked her brain trying to think of what they could have done when they had the chance to prevent the terrible outcome of that error. So you see why I need you, Richard started. Sharon opened her eyes and looked around. She held up her hand as he started to speak again. Did you hear that? She asked. A small sound in the hallway outside the door, almost imperceptible. She got on her hands and knees and then to her feet, slipping on the heels for what little protection they offered. Richard stood too, limping to her side as quietly as he could. She peered around the door to the right toward the elevator and saw nothing. Richard inhaled sharply, and she looked to her left. 5 figures stood in the hallway, pointing weapons at them. Chapter 5. 2204. Under Siege. Temporal Protection Corps agent Halen Winters ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. He was standing in the office of TPC Director Farana Vita, along with the head of TPC Security, Agent Chasiku McGregor. He could not believe no one knew what happened to Sharon. What do you mean you don't know where she is? You said you'd be monitoring her, he growled at Agent McGregor. We were monitoring her, Agent McGregor responded, equally frustrated. The temporal mainframe reported a shift in her vicinity and we dispatched security agents to the micro-apartment assigned to her. When they arrived, no one was there. Do we know where the shift originated or its destination? Director Vita asked in her calm voice. No, Director, Agent McGregor answered. The origin and destination were both encrypted, which suggests they might be the same. How does that help us? Halen asked, exasperated. It doesn't immediately help, but it gives us a place to start. A temporal security agent arrived with a small touch-screen computer, sharing its contents with Agent McGregor. Interesting, he said when he'd finished reviewing the screen. What's interesting? Halen demanded, desperate for answers. Where were you an hour ago, Agent Winters? I was on my way to pick Sharon up from her apartment. We had a date. Did you arrive at her apartment? Yes, but when I got there, she was gone. You didn't see her? No. What's this about? Halen's eyes flicked between Agent McGregor and Director Vita. The security system registered Agent Winters arriving at Agent Gorse's apartment. There's video that shows her leaving with him, but then halting in the hallway. The video stopped recording at that point. Agent McGregor showed Director Vita the computer screen, who watched it and then accessed the screen embedded in her desk. Run a scan and report the whereabouts of Agent Halen Winters for the last 60 minutes. A mechanized computer voice responded, 60 minutes ago, Agent Halen Winters was in the temporary quarters assigned to him. 45 minutes ago, Agent Winters arrived outside of the temporary apartment quarters assigned to Agent Sharon Gorse. 30 minutes ago, Agent Winters left the area outside the temporary quarters assigned to Agent Gorse. 30 minutes ago, Agent Winters left the temporary quarters assigned to him and arrived outside the temporary quarters assigned to Agent Gorse. 20 minutes ago, Agent Winters requested the assistance of TPC security, and 10 minutes ago Agent Winters arrived in the office of Director Farana Vita. Director Vita peered at Kaylin. It seems you were in two places at once. I don't understand this, Kaylin said, shaking his head. Are you saying there are two Agent Winters? Agent McGregor scoffed. Perhaps, Director Vita said thoughtfully. You said you detected a shift in Agent Gorse's vicinity. It could have been an Agent Winters from a different time frame. Or it could have been an imposter, or the record was doctored, so it looked like me, Kaylin said angrily. We can argue about who was at Sharon's apartment, but it doesn't change the fact that she is missing, and we have to find her. Agreed, Director Vita said. She turned to Agent McGregor. Let's assume for now that this Agent Winters was not involved in Agent Gorse's disappearance and focus on other possibilities, including a second Agent Winters and Chestnut Covin involvement. Kaylin opened his mouth to argue that he was blameless when there was a knock on the door. Agent Nijoni Diogo stuck her head in. Sorry to interrupt, Director, but my most recent computer analysis has detected something odd. I thought you should know about it. What do you mean by odd? Well, I was running the program on the temporal mainframe, you know, the project to figure out how to shift safely to the future. It came back with strange data, as if a shift to the future had actually taken place. But I was only running a simulation. It shouldn't have resulted in hard data. Let me see, Agent McGregor said as he took the computer screen Agent Diogo was holding. His lips thinned as he handed the screen to Director Vita. I think we have our answer, he said grimly. What? Kaylin demanded. It appears Agent Gorse has shifted to the future, Director Vita said. How do we get her back? Kaylin asked. Agent Diogo scrunched her eyes. I don't know. If a shift to the future really has taken place, I would need to more closely examine the results of the simulation in my lab. Let's go, Kaylin said, heading out of Director Vita's office before the director or Agent McGregor could respond. Agent Diogo's lab looked like a temporal amplifier training room, except she had a view of the grounds through large windows. There were multiple workstations and many computer tablets left on the shining surfaces, several of which Agent Diogo picked up in succession as she described the program she had been running and what she was trying to accomplish. As you know, we can't safely shift to the future. The temporal mainframe cannot accurately determine time and place because of the locus flux. What's locus flux? Kaylin asked. You know how the future is constantly changing based on our actions and decisions, right? The temporal mainframe can't safely estimate a single arrival point for time travel because the location is always changing. We call that constant change locus flux. Without an accurate arrival point, the traveler can end up in the wrong place or wrong time, with consequences ranging from the inconvenient to the deadly. And that's what you're working on, a way to overcome that? Agent McGregor nodded. Agent Diogo smiled. Exactly. I'm designing a program that will compensate for locus flux and allow us to time travel to the future. Tell us about the last simulation you ran, Director Vita requested. It was nothing out of the ordinary, one of 100 simulations like it that I run every day, Agent Diogo said, picking up another tablet and sharing it with the director. I designed the simulations to calculate the most frequently occurring possible futures from the temporal mainframe and complete a simulated shift to determine accuracy. Because a shift doesn't actually take place, the most we can expect is extrapolated data, which gets fed back into the temporal mainframe for continued analysis. Is there some way we can use your program to figure out when in the future Sharon was taken? Kaylin asked. Agent Diogo looked thoughtful. We could try incorporating the data generated when she was shifted to the future into the simulation and see if it will generate accurate temporal coordinates. She moved to a workstation where she pulled up a screen and activated it, tying the tablet to the workstation computer to download the data. There was a long silence as they waited. "Something's not right," she said finally as she tapped the screen. "What's wrong?" Halen said. "The system's been slow all day, but now it appears frozen. I don't understand." She turned to look at Director Vita. "Agent McGregor, didn't you experience a system slowdown recently?" Director Vita asked in a soft voice. "Yes, I did," he answered, looking even more grim than he had a moment before. "I reported it to temporal computing but have heard nothing yet." "Please follow up, Agent McGregor. This has become your highest priority," Director Vita ordered. Agent McGregor nodded curtly and left the room. "Highest priority?" Halen protested. "Finding Sharon should be our highest priority." "Agent Winters, I assure you it is. These priorities are the same. I suspect Sharon's disappearance and the system slowdown are connected." A loud blaring sound interrupted before Halen responded. "That's the emergency signal," Agent Diogo exclaimed in alarm. "Excuse us, Agent Diogo. Please keep working on finding the temporal coordinates to when Agent Gorse was shifted in the future," Director Vita instructed as she hurried out. Halen was torn between remaining to see what Agent Diogo might learn or joining the director in case the emergency was related to Sharon's disappearance. Reluctantly, he followed Director Vita. He did not have to go far. Director Vita and several TPC security personnel were clustered at the entrance to the hall that housed the temporal amplifier units used by agents. They were speaking in hushed voices, tones that made Halen's stomach tighten. He stopped outside the circle of agents, speaking hurriedly to Director Vita. "Something terrible has happened," a voice said quietly next to him. It was Assistant Director Miranda Noon. "Sharon," Halen started in a choked voice. "No, it's not Sharon," Miranda said as more security agents arrived, followed by medical staff. "An agent was killed trying to shift back to TPC headquarters." "How?" Halen asked. "Were they on a dangerous assignment?" "No," Miranda shook her head, the recording lenses in her eyes having turned the deep orange of alarm. "It was a routine shift gathering chrono-historical information. We don't know what happened." "Director," Agent McGregor called out from across the atrium. Director Vita nodded in response to an agent's statement and turned to face Agent McGregor. "I can see from your face you're the bearer of bad news, Chosaku." "I am. Perhaps we should go to your office?" "There's no point. Word of this will spread faster than we can manage it. Give me the bad news and we'll handle it from there." Agent McGregor cleared his throat and glanced around as if still trying to curtail the spread of whatever he was about to report. "Temporal computing has found a virus, Director. A computer virus. In the mainframe itself. Why was it not discovered earlier?" Director Vita's face darkened. "According to temporal computing, the virus was designed to mimic background data until it was activated. The virus detection program was not designed to filter background data." "Do they know the source of the virus?" "No, but the first appearance of the virus coincides with Jorga Zintel's departure." Director Vita looked back to where the security agents and medical personnel were carefully loading a body for transport. "This death?" Director Vita's voice was cold. Agent McGregor nodded. "Yes, I'm afraid it appears the virus caused this death. And because the temporal mainframe connects to all times, there is no time in the past or future that we can travel to safely," Miranda said. "What do you mean? If we use a temporal amplifier, we will die?" Halen started incredulously. Agent McGregor looked stricken. "The more the temporal mainframe is used, the more damage the virus will do. Our agents in the field are trapped in the past. Which means we can't find Sharon, and she can't get back to us," Halen said through gritted teeth. Director Vita moved quickly across the atrium, speaking rapidly to Miranda, who was taking instructions through her specialized contact lenses. Kaylin followed them, uninvited and unnoticed for now. Is there anyone scheduled for a return in the next few minutes? No, however that doesn't account for emergency shifts, Miranda answered. Make an immediate system-wide announcement restricting all temporal amplifier use. Instruct agents in the field to implement emergency infiltration and assimilation protocols until further notice. Yes, Director. Go, make the announcement. I don't want to risk losing anyone else. Join me in my office when that's completed. I must contact President Platt and the world government and inform them of our status. Miranda was back in the director's office within minutes. Kaylin took a seat close to the door in case the director ordered him to leave. So far, she had not. I've made the announcement, Director, Miranda said. Good, thank you. I'm contacting President Platt now, Director Vita said as she accessed the computer terminal embedded in her desk. Her fingers froze as the overhead lights flickered. What now? She murmured. The flickering increased, accompanied by a faint humming. Kaylin, Miranda and the director stood, and Miranda moved to the window. There was a flash of light followed by a long deep rumbling. The humming grew to a drone. Another flash and the holographic sky outside the building flared white. Images of trees and bushes on the boundaries of their underground home became fuzzy, grew brighter, then blinked out. Roughly hewn rocks were illuminated briefly before the grounds went dark. They were entombed in blackness. With a buzz, emergency generators started up. Lights came back on at half power. Do we still have communications? Miranda asked as Director Vita returned to her desk. Yes, the director said. I'm connecting now. Farana. President Platt gasped. His face was white. We've been trying to reach you for over an hour. I'm afraid I must report the death of an agent, Mr. President. Another of our agents has been kidnapped and we've discovered a virus in the temporal mainframe. We just lost main power, Director Vita began. It's the rift, the president interrupted. They have opened the rift. The rift, but how? What about the safeguards? I don't know, but it's open. They are here. Their armies are pouring through as we speak. We are marshalling our forces, but we are outmanned and outgunned. We believe their target is TPC headquarters. You've got to get your people out of there. I'll order an immediate evacuation, Director Vita replied. We'll hold them off as long as we can, President Platt responded. Communication was cut off abruptly. Computer, general announcement mode. Director Vita's voice was harsh with fear. General announcement mode ready, a mechanized voice responded. Agents and staff of the TPC, this is Director Farana Vita. I'm ordering an immediate evacuation of TPC headquarters. This is not a drill. Please calmly proceed to the nearest exits. Again, begin immediate evacuation. This is not a drill. Director Vita closed her eyes, then looked at Miranda and Kaylin. Miranda, I want you on top, coordinating on the surface. I'll stay here to make sure everyone gets out. The director opened a desk drawer and handed Miranda a device similar to a temporal amplifier remote control, only much smaller. Use this to communicate with me as needed, she said as she clipped a second device to her neckline. How can I help, Director? Kaylin asked. Keep people calm, keep people moving, Director Vita answered, with the first note of anxiety in her voice. I'll join Chasaku's team in searching the building to make sure we leave no one behind. Let's go. A crowd was forming in the elevator bay, and security agents were working to keep people calm and orderly. Miranda spoke with one and then returned. Worry could be seen again in her deeply orange eyes. Director, the power has been cut to the elevators and the stairs have been blocked by explosives. We are trapped. Chapter 6. 2204. The Saboteur. Agent McGregor came up behind Miranda after confirming all exits to the surface were blocked. What do we do now, Director? He asked quietly. Director Vita took a deep breath. Gather everyone in the meeting hall. We'll plan our next steps together. Reassure everyone that we're in no immediate danger, she added as he turned away. Where before the predominant emotion was worry, as people filed into the hall behind the atrium, Halen saw the first signs of anxiety, crossed arms and wringing hands here, wide eyes there, accompanied by furtive conversations and furrowed brows. Halen understood how they felt. He too was on edge. Director Vita and Miranda waited on the raised platform, waiting for all staff to arrive. They fielded quiet questions from those at the front trying to take advantage of their proximity to the director and assistant director to ease their fears. Miranda and Director Vita would only politely reply, "We'll share everything we know when all the staff have joined us in just a few moments." Soon Agent McGregor stepped into the doorway and, once he had Director Vita's attention, dropped his head in a slow and deliberate nod. Everyone was there. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we've experienced a system-wide power loss and that I ordered an immediate evacuation. Now we have learned both the elevators are non-functioning and the staircases are inaccessible. For the time being, we are stuck here. What you don't know is why I ordered the evacuation. Before we lost communication with the surface, President Platt informed me that our world is under attack from the parallel Earth of the Alexander event. Somehow they reopened the rift and we are being invaded." There were gasps, cries and screams in response to this announcement. Several people shouted questions. "What about the temporal amplifiers? Can't we shift to safety?" someone called out. "We've determined the temporal mainframe has been infected with a virus. Tragically, the virus has killed an agent returning from an assignment. Until we can eradicate it, we cannot use the temporal amplifiers without risking more lives." "What about the agents in the field? How will they get back?" "For now, our agents in the field will have to remain in the past until they can safely return." "For how long?" another person shouted. "How long before their presence in the past impacts the future?" Director Vita exchanged glances with Miranda. "We'll have to deal with that when we can." The response this time was a quiet growl, like the sound of the ocean from a distance. It flowed across the room as people expressed their dismay, fear, and anger to their neighbors. "What are we going to do?" a woman in the middle of the room yelled. "We are safe for the moment," the director said. "We will remain in the TPC and continue to work on eradicating the virus and clearing a safe path to the surface." "What about our families?" a man shouted. "Are they safe? What's the world government doing to protect them? Can we talk to them?" "I'm afraid we've had no further contact from the world government and communications have been cut off. We don't have any information about what's happening on the surface." "How are we going to get out of here?" another woman exclaimed. "We have to help our families." More shouts, "Yes, and why can't we bring them here, and why aren't you doing something?" Director Vita held up her hand and the room slowly quieted down. Halen saw Agent McGregor making note of who took the longest to stop talking. "I know you're frightened and worried about your families. We all are. We've told you all we know. If you have any ideas on how we can proceed, please share them with us." Low murmurs. Then a man spoke up. "Does this have anything to do with the disappearance of Assistant Director Zintel and Agent Fernley?" The room grew silent in anticipation of her answer. Director Vita took a deep breath. She had shared very little with TPC staff about Jorga Zintel's membership in, and Jonas Fernley's defection to, the Chestnut Covin. At the time she thought it was in the TPC's best interests to protect staff from the ugliness of the betrayal. Considering recent events, she now wondered if that was a mistake. "We don't know," she admitted. "I heard Jorga Zintel created another timeline," someone else said. "That's true," the director responded as many in the room inhaled in shock. "It was Agent Winters and Assistant Director Noon," she nodded to both. "Along with Agent Fernley and Agent Gorse, who set things right." "Where is Agent Gorse?" Director Vita looked even more uncomfortable. "We don't know. We believe she was abducted." "Doesn't that mean the Chestnut Covin is involved?" a woman asked. The phrase, Chestnut Covin, rippled through the room. That might be the case. The truth is, we have very little information to go on, the director said, but the murmurs in the room were growing louder. The initial shock was wearing off. People were frightened and giving in to their instinctual fear responses: freeze, flight, or fight mode. How can we be safe here if someone has cut off our access to the surface? A man shouted. Others answered him, yeah. And we can't. And we have to get out of here. Agent McGregor's security teams were spreading out along the walls, readying themselves to stop a riot. The staff of the TPC was morphing into an angry mob. We need to give them something to do, Miranda whispered to Director Vita. They need to be productive to help them manage their fear. Yes, you're right, the director said. She raised her hands to the crowd. We need volunteers, she shouted over the noise. It took 2 more shouts for people to focus their attention on her again. Volunteers for what? A man asked suspiciously. We need people to help us organize our resources. We must collect food, clothing, and medical supplies. Anything that can be of use. Director. Agent McGregor called from the back of the room. I think we should try to find the old access tunnel, the one used when the space for TPC headquarters was originally excavated. That's right, a woman shouted. The tunnel leads to the CERN facilities. We might get to the surface from there. Good idea, Director Vita nodded. We should also keep trying to eradicate the virus from the mainframe, Agent Diogo added. Very good. Those who wish to help coordinate resources report to Assistant Director Noon. Those who are volunteering to locate the access tunnels, please see Agent McGregor. Those with the appropriate background to help with purging the mainframe, please join Agent Diogo. The mob broke apart into clusters of volunteer teams. In the span of just a few minutes, the mood of the room transformed from angry turmoil to focused action. There were very few who did not immediately join a team. Most of those waited to talk with the director for one last moment of reassurance before heading off to help with the tasks. Agent McGregor remained behind until it was just the 2 of them. He looked at Director Vita without speaking. Halen, was all she said. Agent McGregor nodded in response. Just make sure he's never left alone, she instructed. Agent McGregor nodded again and departed. Soon groups were leaving the hall to gather all the food and water to be found. With the power out, the automated meal dispensers would not function, but there were provisions elsewhere. They removed from stasis lockers, foods collected from different times for later study. There were personal snacks found in offices and micro-apartments. There were also the orchards behind the building. One intrepid party found flashlights in the chronohistory storage lockers and harvested fruit from the trees in the darkness under the rocky roof of what was now a cavern, instead of a holographic sky. Others returned to the hall with piles of clothes from all different eras in human history, and tools and items available to the chronohistorians for their research. They gathered medical resources from herbal remedies to antibiotics and viral cocktails. 10 biocontainment suits were set against a wall to one side of the hall. Director Vita fervently hoped they would not be needed. Another group, also carrying flashlights, could be seen on the outer perimeter of the cavern, searching for the sealed entrance to the old tunnel. This group was gone the longest and was almost the last to report back to Director Vita in the hall. We found the tunnel, Agent McGregor said in a quiet voice, though those nearby smiled and some quietly cheered. He was covered with dirt and perspiration, but radiated satisfaction that his quest had been successful. I don't think it's been used since the access was closed off, and there have been rockfalls and at least one cave-in. It'll take some time to reinforce it for us to travel safely, but it shouldn't be hard to do. That's good news, Director Vita said. She looked around the room. It looks like we have enough provisions to be comfortable while we make the tunnel safe. What's left over, we can take with us. For the first time that day, she relaxed. We don't have such good news, Halen said as he stepped up with Agent Diogo. It will be 2 to 3 months before we can eradicate the virus in the temporal mainframe, Agent Diogo said. That's a minimum, and it assumes that our suppositions about how to eliminate it are correct. If they aren't, she trailed off, shrugging helplessly. We can work on it here and continue the research when we reach the CERN level, the director answered. We won't give up. Where's Miranda? Halen asked, looking around. She hasn't reported back on the water supplies, Director Vita said, tilting her head at the consumables being organized on one side of the hall. I'll help organize until she returns, Halen said. Halen didn't make it that far though. As he passed the door leading to the atrium, he stopped mid-stride. Miranda was leaning against the wall in the shadows, staring out at the blackness of the grounds. Miranda? Halen asked. Are you okay? She shook her head. No, I'm not. What happened? The water, she said in a whisper that was almost a sob. Halen, the water. Someone has poisoned it. Poisoned? It's in every source of water I could think of. Every one. And none of our decontaminates can eliminate it. She grabbed his arm, looking at him intently. Do you understand what this means? It means we can't stay here. We need to move up to the CERN level as soon as possible, he began, but she was shaking her head, eyes wide. No, she gasped. It means someone knew we'd be trapped here. Someone knew we'd need water to survive. Someone poisoned the water to stop us. There's no other explanation. We have a saboteur, and they are still here. She looked into the hall where the staff was gathered, preparing for their survival. One of those people can't be trusted. Chapter 7. 2204. The evacuation. The TPC staff met the announcement about the contaminated water with grim acceptance. Halen expected panic, but instead the revelation there was a saboteur in their midst united them. While the rest of the world's population fought a battle for the Earth on the surface above, the staff were now fighting a battle for the TPC. They had joined their loved ones in common cause, rather than hiding out while the rest of the world suffered and died. Initially, Halen argued against disclosure of the sabotage, but Director Vita overruled him. They have a right to know, the director quietly explained her decision. They are scholars and scientists. They would learn the truth eventually and would distrust us for not sharing it. Plus, she continued, it will keep people alert to suspicious behavior and discourage the saboteur from committing more acts of destruction. We can use all the eyes we can. If we could find the saboteur, they might have the key to eradicating the virus in the mainframe, Agent McGregor said. And he might know where Sharon is, Halen added in agreement. Now as Director Vita described the latest incident to the crowd, Halen closely scanned everyone for reactions that might suggest who the saboteur was. But no one showed signs of deception. The discussion grew intense. Those who wanted to join the battle as soon as possible argued that they should make their way through the tunnel to the CERN facility, without waiting for the caves to be reinforced. Others argued for sending a small group to the CERN facilities, to learn how best to support the battle progressing on the surface. After Director Vita assured the group that she would let them know what she decided, people dispersed, some finding quiet corners in which to curl up and rest, others standing in groups talking among themselves. Agent McGregor's security team stood at the entrance to the hall, not allowing anyone to leave. Ostensibly it was to wait for the director's decision, but in reality it was to keep all staff in one place and prevent more acts of sabotage. What do you think? Director Vita asked Miranda, Halen and Agent McGregor as they quietly convened in a corner near the platform. I like the idea of a small group going through the tunnel to get to the CERN facility first, while leaving the bulk of the staff here where they're safe, Agent McGregor began. My worry is that we don't know who the saboteur is, Halen responded. If he or she goes with the team through the tunnel, they can cause damage in the CERN facility, including potentially sealing everyone in. If they're left here with the remaining staff, they can spread havoc and dissension down here. The risk is the same no matter which option we choose, Miranda piped up. If we all stay here or we all go, if only some go and some stay, the saboteur can still damage us further. Until we can identify them, we are vulnerable no matter where we are. Director Vita exhaled and watched the milling crowd on the other side of the platform. When I took this job, it was to oversee scholarship and scientific research for what I believe is one of the greatest endeavors in human history. Now I'm tasked with ensuring it survives. She turned to Agent McGregor. There is something to be said for keeping our family in one place. We're stronger united. Take a small team and secure the tunnel. We'll be making the journey to the CERN facilities together. When time travel was discovered in 2126, creation of the Temporal Protection Corps was one of the first acts of the United World Government. In the beginning, sharing space with CERN researchers, in proximity to the temporal nexus, made sense. As time went on and the TPC outgrew the rooms offered by CERN, it became clear a separate headquarters was needed. With the development of the temporal amplifier system, which allowed the temporal nexus to be accessed from any place and any time via the temporal mainframe's use of quantum entanglement principles, TPC leaders realized they could locate their headquarters almost anywhere they chose. In the end, however, the TPC remained close to its origins, opting to build a new headquarters below its CERN birthplace. As part of an engineering endeavor rivaling any in human history, an access tunnel was opened and a large cavern was excavated. It was this original tunnel that TPC staff now planned to use to return to their former CERN home. Carrying tools both modern and ancient in design, a small group made its way across the grounds to the tunnel entrance located against the back wall of the cavern. As they walked, team members planted lamps into the ground. From the atrium, one could make out the team's progress by following the string of lights climbing across the dark space. The entrance to the tunnel was around a curve in the rock wall, angled in such a way that it was not easily seen from the building. To find it, Agent McGregor had consulted the original plans in the TPC archives for its general location, followed by an old-fashioned strategy of tapping on the rock walls with metal implements until he heard an echo. After that, it was just a matter of prying rocks away from the opening until they revealed the shaft. "It's not as bad as I thought it would be," Halen said, shining a flashlight into the opening. He could only see about 15 feet before the tunnel arced to the left. The floor sloped steadily upward and was clear of rocks and debris at the entrance. "About 25 feet in, there's a big rock slide," Agent McGregor answered. "Clearing it will be hard work." "Then let's get started," Halen said. Each of the 6-person team had their assignment. Halen took the lead, moving up the tunnel as they cleared each area. Agent McGregor was in the rear position, to ensure nothing was missed as they proceeded upwards. They tasked the rest of the team with helping to clear debris, shoring up the roof and installing lights on the walls. It was an arduous process. There were 3 major rockfalls to clean up, the one 25 feet from the entrance and 2 more at about 175 feet up and 250 feet up. The team grew sweaty and grimy, and without clean water their thirst was unpleasant. It was also hot, and Halen wondered aloud if they needed to install some means of cycling in fresh air before they could move the staff. "Do you hear that?" one of the team interrupted before Agent McGregor answered. She was panting, pushing hair out of her eyes after shoveling several hundred pounds of rock to the side as they cleared the latest fall. "Is it a kind of humming sound?" Halen asked. She nodded. "It's gotten louder since we cleared this last pile," he said. "Maybe we're close to the temporal nexus," she offered, heaving another load against the wall next to her. They built the tunnel next to the temporal nexus enclosure. Halen stepped over the 2-foot berm of rock remaining to be removed and cautiously crept up the tunnel, his flashlight sweeping up and down looking for signs of instability, and stopping as he saw the end of the tunnel. Where the tunnel met the CERN facility, the rock ended and the floor and walls were metal sheets, ending at a closed door. The door looked like an airlock, made of thick metal with a round wheel in the center. Halen jumped back as an arc of electricity bounced across the metal, disappearing as it hit rock. He made his way back to Agent McGregor. "I think we've reached the top, but there's a problem," Halen said. They followed him up the tunnel until they saw the metal framework and the electricity that intermittently shot across it. "It's probably discharges from the temporal nexus," said the woman who had commented about the humming sound. "It might be caused by the virus." "What do we do?" another of the team asked. Agent McGregor didn't answer, instead moving closer until he was within a few feet of where the rock ended and the metal began. Kalen came up behind him, speaking quietly. "We'll find another way out," he murmured. "Maybe we can use the maglev shovels and dig around it." "There's a pattern," Agent McGregor said. "What?" "Don't you see? The electricity discharges in a set pattern." He bent down and touched the stony floor. "It's hot here. The metal will probably burn skin. But if we're careful, we can make it." "Are you suggesting we walk through that?" another team member said doubtfully. Agent McGregor turned to face them. "Yes, I am. There's enough of a gap between discharges for us to walk through, one at a time. It won't be fast, and we must be careful, but I believe we can do this." "What about digging a path around it?" Kalen said. "It will take too much time. We need water and we need answers." "And we can get both through there," Agent McGregor said, pointing. "We better try first, just to be sure," Kalen said. Agent McGregor looked at him steadily and then nodded. "You're right." Kalen warily approached the end of the tunnel. Heat surrounded him, and the electricity in the air felt like ants on his skin, and his hair stood on end. "Watch the pattern," Agent McGregor murmured. Kalen nodded, feeling the rhythm. He took a deep breath and walked forward. His footsteps clanged on the metal and the hot air made him gasp. He reached for the wheel and thought better of it, pulling his sleeves down over his hands to protect them from the heat. He strained, but the wheel wouldn't turn. By his estimate, he had less than 10 seconds before the next discharge. It wasn't enough time to make it back into the tunnel. He turned the wheel again, grunting until it gave a little. There was a hiss as the door opened outward. He shoved the door open with his shoulder as a discharge flared behind him. He was through, cool darkness surrounding him. "I made it," he called back, panting. "What do you see?" Agent McGregor asked. "A hallway, doors to offices, maybe laboratories," Kalen answered, raising his voice over the thrum of the discharges. "But no people. They may have already fled to the surface." "If they got to the surface, then we can too," Agent McGregor said as Kalen analyzed the discharges to cross back into the tunnel. "There's plenty of room on the other side for people to move away from this opening," Kalen answered. "But we must seal the door again once everyone is through." Even though Kalen's escapade was a success, it was with obvious misgivings that the team packed up its materials and made the journey back to the cavern and TPC headquarters. The return trip was fast and easy thanks to the work they'd done, but still took close to an hour. "We'll need to take the travel time into consideration as we plan this," Kalen said as they crossed the atrium and entered the hall. People brought juice, squeezed from fresh fruits from the orchard. It wasn't enough to quench their thirst, but it was better than nothing. "Let's report to the director," Agent McGregor said to Kalen. After instructing the team not to discuss anything with anyone, "The decision is the director's call," they left them to rest after thanking them for their hard work. They crossed the hall quietly. Most of the staff were sleeping against walls and in clusters in corners, though here and there, small groups talked softly among themselves. Director Vita and Miranda were still in the corner behind the platform. Both were awake and waiting for them. "We made it to the top, but there's a problem," Agent McGregor began. He explained about the electrical discharges and the pattern, and his belief they could make it through, one person at a time. "What do you think, Agent Winters?" Kalen looked uncomfortable. "I think it's a risk," he said. "But I also agree that we have limited options. It may be worth the risk." The director looked to Miranda for her opinion. "Our people are trained professionals, Director," Miranda responded. "Properly prepared. I have every confidence they can do this." "I agree," Director Vita said. "What do we need to tell them?" they discussed the journey. Each person would have to carry a share of the collected resources and material with them, and be prepared for a journey of over an hour. Once we get to the top, there will be a delay as each person waits for the break in the discharges to pass through, Agent McGregor explained. They decided the staff should make the journey in groups, each accompanied by someone they could trust. We want to be sure the saboteur doesn't hinder our escape, whether here, in the tunnel or up top, Agent McGregor asserted. They waited until morning to make the announcement to the staff, wanting all to be as well rested as possible. After dividing the staff into groups and spreading their resources among those who could carry a pack, Agent Diogo led the first group to continue her work on clearing the virus from the temporal mainframe in the CERN facilities. 90 minutes later, the next group left under the guidance of Agent McGregor's trusted lieutenant, Martin Gwynn. They were followed by a third group led by Director Vita. Kalen's group, along with Miranda, was to follow Director Vita's, and Agent McGregor would accompany the last group. Kalen's group moved quickly. By this time, the path from TPC headquarters across the cavern was well trodden, and the lights showed the way clearly. Similarly, the work done to clear and support the tunnel walls was holding up well. His group stopped about halfway to take a short break and then proceeded until they reached the line of people waiting to cross the discharges. There were 5 people left from the previous group, Director Vita being the last to make sure her team crossed successfully. He saw staff on the other side waiting to assist people after they crossed. "Now," said a man on the other side, holding out his arms as if he would catch the next person. The woman next in line almost ran across, heaving a sigh of relief when she safely made it to the other side. Kalen saw someone help her with her pack and escort her into the facility. It took another 30 minutes before Kalen's team made it through. Then he joined Director Vita at the end of the tunnel to wait for Agent McGregor's group. They did not have to wait long. Within 5 minutes, Kalen saw the first person come around the corner. Then, one by one, they made their way across, between discharges. "How are things going?" Miranda appeared at Kalen's side, watching each person make their way to safety into the CERN facilities. "Good," he answered. "There are only 4 people left, then Agent McGregor. I'll be relieved when everyone's here safely. We've found water and communications equipment we can use to monitor what's happening on the surface. We've also disabled the elevators, so we don't have any unexpected visitors." "What about the stairs?" Kalen asked as a discharge shot across the opening with a loud crack. "They're filled with debris," she answered. "We'll have to dig through later." Another discharge ricocheted from metal wall to metal wall. "The pattern is no longer holding," Agent McGregor called from the tunnel. 2 people were left besides Agent McGregor, and he was talking to them quietly. Then, "Go now," he commanded, and both ran across at the same time. They avoided the discharges, but one fell against a metal wall, crying out in pain as the heat burned his skin. He was assisted immediately by medical personnel, there for just such an emergency. "Okay, that just leaves you, Chosiku," the director said, moving closer. "Take your time." The discharges exploded in intensity and frequency. There was no gap through which Agent McGregor could run. He was trapped on the other side of an electric blizzard. Then there was silence. The discharges stopped. Agent McGregor took a deep breath and sprinted. When he reached halfway, a huge bolt shot across the opening and he dropped to the ground. Kalen and Director Vita leapt in, pulling him out of the tunnel as fast as they could. They were almost to safety when another discharge surrounded them. For a moment, it looked as if they had vanished. They reappeared and fell to the ground, unmoving. "Medical assistance," someone shouted as they pulled them out. "We need medical assistance." "How are they?" Agent McGregor groaned as he pushed help away. He was uninjured, but the same could not be said of Kalen and Director Vita. Kalen was writhing with seizures, but there was an ominous lack of activity around the director. "Farana?" Agent McGregor croaked. The medical assistant shook his head. "I'm sorry, Agent McGregor. The director is dead." Chapter 8. 2337. The community. Come out slowly with your hands up. The command came from the man standing in the center of the group. He held a weapon. It looked like a gun, Sharon thought, and it was pointed unwaveringly at them. They don't look like raiders, Emery, a woman said. Sharon could not see the speaker, just many more of the same gun-like weapons, all pointed in her direction. No, and they don't look like surface dwellers either, the leader, Emery, replied. He gestured with his weapon as he demanded, "Who are you?" Sharon heard the tiniest of whispers from Richard, and her heart sank. Stress was sending him back into his temporal aberration disorder. She knew she'd better speak up quickly before Richard's hallucinations spoke for them, and things went downhill. My name is Sharon Gorse. I was, an agent with the Temporal Protection Corps. A long time ago. She stepped out of the break room into the hallway with her hands up, trying to project calmness to both the group facing them and to Richard. An agent with the Temporal Protection Corps, another man whispered, while the woman behind the leader murmured, Sharon Gorse? The man called Emery, and the woman exchanged glances. He raised his weapon toward the ceiling, and while the others did not follow his lead, Sharon saw the tension in them easing. Come with us, Emery said. With their hands in the air, Sharon and Richard were escorted away from the elevators. Richard was still whispering to himself, but he was cooperating with their captors and not yet talking openly of things only he could see. Sharon heard other people moving nearby, out of sight, but their 5 captors remained silent except to issue instructions. They ushered them down 2 hallways until they instructed them to enter a room on their right. With a shock, Sharon recognized it as the same conference room in which Agent Astrid Berg had met with Sharon and Kaylin in 2126, when she helped them stop the email timeline. Or failed to stop it, Sharon thought bitterly. Where before it was a comfortable professional space, now the room spoke of a fierce battle. The glass overlooking the Large Hadron Collider was shattered, held together only by the window frame. There was evidence of fire, the walls were scorched, and there was a faint smell of burning. Punctures in several walls and pieces of furniture made Sharon think of bullet holes. A table still occupied the center of the room, though it was now scarred and stained, accompanied by mismatched chairs. Despite their damaged appearance, the table and chairs were clean and in good repair, suggesting regular use. Please sit, Emery said. As she looked more closely, Sharon perceived that they had purposefully contrived the disarray. They placed chairs in a heap in such a way that they could be used easily and then returned to their disordered appearance. Overturned file cabinets had been placed in front of the windows apparently haphazardly, but blocking anyone from accidentally pushing through the shattered glass and falling out the window to the long drop below. These people had been here a long time, Sharon realized. They created the appearance of a vacant and useless space to dissuade raiders and other unwelcome guests. But the appearance of abandonment was false, designed to deter those who might do them harm. She wondered how long they had been here, perhaps since the beginning of the war. Excitement kindled within her, though she didn't immediately understand why. The man named Emery closed the door and he and the woman sat at the table across from Sharon and Richard. The rest of their escort remained in the hallway, ready at a moment's notice to assist their leaders if needed. My name is Emery Hawkins, the man started. This is Lucinda Diogo. You say you are Sharon Gorse of the Temporal Protection Corps. Sharon nodded. Okay, he said, leaning back in his chair. Prove it. Sharon frowned at the man who called himself Emery Hawkins. How could she prove who she was? It wasn't like she'd brought along identification when Richard kidnapped her to the future, and even if she had, how would that serve as proof to these people? She is who she says she is, Richard said. She's the queen, and you owe her your allegiance. Emery and Lucinda shifted their attention to Richard. Excuse me? Lucinda said. This is Richard Kern, Sharon offered. He's a TPC agent too. He was injured when a temporal amplifier was sabotaged and suffers from bouts of temporal aberration disorder. Temporal aberration disorder, Emery repeated. Right. Okay, I think you'd better start from the beginning and we'll decide if we believe you." "We can't start," Richard exclaimed. "It is time for tea and crumpets. The Queen has a schedule to keep." "It's all right, Sir Richard," Lucinda said. "The Queen's tea is on the way." Was this woman making fun of him? Sharon felt a familiar defensiveness. She tensed, ready to jump to Richard's defense, as if one of her friends had teased about her mother. But Lucinda's demeanor was kind and understanding. She was trying to reassure Richard and ease his anxiety. "All right," Sharon said, glancing at Richard. He was humming now and smiling at the ceiling. "From the beginning." Sharon talked until her mouth was too dry to continue. Punctuated by Richard's nods and grunts of agreement, she explained what Richard had told her about the future timeline created by Yorga Zintel's escape. She told them how the safeguard to prevent another Alexander event was never developed in that timeline, and when the parallel Earth reopened the rift, it opened across multiple timelines, including their own. Finally, she described how Richard kidnapped her from 2204 and brought her to the future. "He says there's some way I can prevent what happened," she croaked. "But he hasn't said how." Emery glanced at Lucinda. "I think it's time for tea," Emery said. Lucinda nodded and opened the door. "You can come in now," she said. For a moment, Sharon thought the worst. Emery and Lucinda didn't believe her, and they would imprison them, send them back to survive on the surface or some other terrible fate. Then she smelled cooked food. Wordlessly, Lucinda put a plate in front of each of them, along with a large cup of cool water. "Excuse us. Please enjoy your food," Lucinda said as she left the room with Emery, firmly closing the door behind them. Richard sniffed at his plate and broke into a big smile before shoveling in a mouthful using the all-purpose utensil provided. Reminiscent of a spork, Sharon used hers to poke at the food to get a better idea of what it was. It smelled fried and looked like mushrooms. She took a tentative bite. It was earthy flavored, a little salty and rubbery, but it was not unpalatable. Richard finished well ahead of her, but she was not far behind him in cleaning her plate. She was gulping down the last of the water when Emery and Lucinda returned. "I'm guessing you liked it," Emery said, noting their clean plates. "We were starving, thank you," Sharon answered. Richard was humming again. "We'll get to the point," Lucinda said. "We believe you are who you say you are and how you got here." "You do?" Sharon repeated, not trusting her ears. "While you ate, we analyzed recent activity within the temporal nexus. We confirmed that a time shift took place 18 hours ago, though how, we don't know, and are eager to learn," Emery replied. "More importantly," Lucinda said, "we have been waiting for you, Sharon Gorse. We have been awaiting your arrival since the year 2204. "Waiting for me?" Sharon said. "Why?" "Because we knew you'd come," Emery answered. Sharon pursed her lips in frustration. She wanted more information than Emery's circular response. "In 2204, the rift between worlds opened and the parallel Earth invaded," Lucinda started. "Those at TPC headquarters at the time were trapped. The temporal mainframe was sabotaged by a virus and all available water had been purposefully contaminated. Director Vita led her people through the original tunnel dug to build TPC headquarters and arrived at the main CERN facilities level. She got almost everyone here safely. We are their descendants." "So many years, so many babies," Richard said, nodding approvingly. "You said almost everyone," Sharon said warily. "Who didn't make it?" Emery and Lucinda exchanged glances. "We're sorry to tell you this. Both Director Vita and Agent Kaylin Winters were killed in the evacuation." "Kaylin," Sharon whispered. "Stop this," Richard said, standing. "You're upsetting the Queen. I cannot have her upset." "It's okay, Richard," Sharon said, pulling the chair out for him to sit again. She took a deep breath, pushing aside her grief. "What does this have to do with expecting me? You disappeared from TPC headquarters just as the invasion started. Before the temporal mainframe failed, they learned you'd been shifted to the future. While they didn't know exactly when, we knew that it was likely we would see you again. We just needed to catch up to when you were taken." Sharon nodded. Once they explained, it made perfect sense. "Tell me everything," she said. Together, Lucinda and Emery described how the parallel Earth opened the rift and invaded. It happened so quickly. The world government had no time to react. Lucinda began. One minute the skies were clear, the next they were filled with air machines. Those aircraft that didn't drop bombs carried soldiers. Within hours, they reduced every major city in the world to rubble. There was no time to mount a defense. The world surrendered in a matter of days. Horror flooded Sharon as she saw in her mind's eye the ruins of the city she and Richard had escaped, remembered the desperation of the people who remained. That this terrible thing had come to pass was almost beyond comprehension. "Surely someone put up a fight," Sharon said, holding her head in her hands. "Of course," Emery responded, his voice brittle. "There was a valiant struggle against overwhelming odds, just like in all the stories. Except this time, the bad guys won." "The invasion didn't happen all at once, all over the globe," Lucinda added gently. "Some parts of the world mounted a defense. Our weapons were superior, but they had greater numbers. In the end our defenses were whittled down to resistance fighters engaging in guerrilla warfare," Emery concluded. Next to her, Richard hummed a cheerful tune. Sharon was so powerfully reminded of her mother, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She fought down her annoyance and tried to stay focused. "What happened to the TPC?" Sharon asked, inhaling deeply to master her emotions. Emery described how the TPC lost power, trapping staff in the underground headquarters and the journey through the tunnel to the CERN facility. "We're not sure why the energy discharges suddenly increased in frequency and intensity when they did," Emery said. "If the pattern had remained the same as it had for hours, they wouldn't have lost anyone." "We think it was the virus in the temporal mainframe," Lucinda added. "Or the saboteur," Richard said. "Saboteur?" Sharon said, eyes widening as Emery and Lucinda nodded. "Someone purposefully poisoned all the water sources. And someone planted the virus in the mainframe." "It could have been Yorga Zintel," Sharon said darkly. "She could have sabotaged the TPC before she fled." "Perhaps," Lucinda said. "But our ancestors believed the saboteur was someone with them. They never found out who it was, and he or she is long dead now." "What did the people from the TPC do after they made it here?" Sharon asked. "They found no one left. The facility was abandoned. The stairwell to the surface was blocked, and it took days to dig through the wreckage. When they reached the surface, it was all over," Emery said. "They had devastated the world. Everything of value was taken or destroyed, and most of the population was kidnapped and enslaved, taken back to the parallel Earth. Those who escaped were in hiding. A few of our people found family, loved ones, friends, but only a handful. They brought them here and sealed the entrances. We've lived here ever since." "How did you do that? How do you get food, water, power?" Sharon asked, waving at the lighting overhead. "We get our water from an aquifer untouched by the devastation of the war," Lucinda said with a smile, glad for the change in topic. "Our ancestors developed a way to use the energy of the temporal nexus to produce power. With that, we generate light and heat for the arboretum and hydroponic installations, and enough energy for our basic needs. It's not a luxurious existence, but we've made this place a home and a community. The community, we call it." Emery stood. "Come, we will show you." Sharon and Richard followed Lucinda and Emery through a series of doors, the last of which was guarded by 2 sentries who nodded as they passed. Once through the final door, all evidence of battle and warfare vanished. The spaces were clean, bright, and well organized. Offices were converted to apartments for private use, while larger spaces served as public areas, including a large kitchen and public cafeteria, and a communal bathing and washing area. "We don't have the resources for running water in private spaces, so we created these public facilities," Lucinda explained as they passed. Our community does all its washing here, and all our eating in the dining room. Sharon thought she caught an unpleasant sewage smell. What about, Sharon started. Emery chuckled. Yeah, we know. There are composting toilets in the private and public spaces, and we use the disinfected results in the arboretum. The fungus in particular thrives on it. Sharon swallowed a wave of queasiness as she remembered her earlier meal. There were a few curious stares and muttered conversations as they walked through the communal areas, but most people went about their business. Sharon wondered how often they had newcomers to this group, or if they already knew about their visitors. They passed through a set of double doors reinforced with a thick plastic and stopped in front of a large glass tube extending from the floor to the ceiling. It enclosed a bright light that appeared to be floating. There was motion within the light, but it eluded the eye, and no matter how hard Sharon tried to focus on what was moving, she could not clearly see it. You use the gravitational energy, Richard said, nodding. Yes, Lucinda said. While we can no longer use the temporal nexus for time travel because of the damage to the temporal mainframe from the virus, we're able to tap into the energy of the temporal nexus to help us survive and thrive. So this is the temporal nexus, Sharon said. You've never seen it before? Emery raised his eyebrows. No, Sharon answered, now watching the motion the way she would a fountain, enjoying its pattern instead of trying to make out individual movements. I remember Dr. Ayan saying something about micro wormholes, but I didn't fully understand it. Lucinda nodded. That's correct. The temporal nexus is made up of 3 micro wormholes tethered in gravitational sync. Richard stepped closer, reaching toward the glass. Yes, this, he breathed. When his fingers met the glass, there was a low rumble. Emery and Lucinda looked around in alarm. The temporal nexus flashed suddenly. It was only for a second, and if Sharon had not been looking directly at it, she would have missed it. What's going on? Sharon asked, taking a step back. I don't know, Lucinda answered as she headed to a nearby computer workstation. There was a ripple of sound, as if the glass were vibrating. Richard did not move his hand. His eyes were now closed. At a loud crackling noise, Sharon took another step back, half expecting the glass enclosure to splinter. The room was bathed in brightness, as if lit by a strobe light. Blinded, they blinked until they could see again. A body had appeared on the floor next to the temporal nexus. Emery dropped to the ground and rolled the man over, checking for a pulse. He's dead, he said, his face pale. Sharon stopped breathing. It was Kaylin. Chapter 9. 2337. Reunited. Lucinda sprinted through the double doors, shouting for help. Emery started cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Moments later, Lucinda returned with people carrying medical supplies and a stretcher. The medical personnel took over for Emery and tried to revive Kaylin. After what felt like hours, Kaylin inhaled a ragged breath, and the monitoring device they had attached to his arm began beeping a steady rhythm. Choking and coughing, Kaylin strained to sit up, but a medic told him to lie still. They carefully lifted him onto a stretcher, and it wasn't until they raised it to carry him from the room that he saw Sharon. Sharon? She rubbed the back of her hand across her nose. Yes, it's me, Kaylin, she said thickly. He tried to sit up again, wobbling the stretcher. Where are we? It's okay. We're safe, Sharon answered. Lie down. Everything's okay. She took his hand as they carried him out. Walking next to the stretcher, Sharon looked back. Richard was still standing near the curved glass wall that housed the temporal nexus. Lucinda spoke to him, and he startled, as if he'd been asleep, before following the medics through the double doors. The medical facility was in what had been a semicircular lecture hall. Beds for patients lined the wall where a lecturer would have stood, while laboratory benches, shelves and cabinets containing medical equipment were stacked on the risers facing the beds. They put Kaylin in the bed farthest from the entrance, and a medic examined him as Sharon lingered in the doorway. "We have rooms for you and Richard," Emery said, coming up behind Sharon. "And some new clothing if you'd like to clean up." Lucinda was gently guiding Richard, who looked unfocused, like he was in a trance. "Richard needs medical care too," Sharon said, lifting the filthy leg of Richard's pants, showing Emery the wound from the wild dog bite. Emery frowned in concern. "Don't worry, we'll take care of it." Emery got the attention of another medic. "Please treat his leg right away." "We should probably look you over too," the medic said to Sharon, as he bent to more closely examine Richard's injury. "But unless you have an immediate need, it can wait until you get cleaned up." Sharon walked to Kaelin's bed. "Are you comfortable?" "For the moment," he said. "I think they've given me something for the pain. I'm feeling a little floaty." He chuckled. "I'll wash and change, and then I'll be back." "Okay," he said, and then peered at her more closely. "Is that what you were going to wear for our date?" She looked down at what remained of her dress and laughed. The blue was almost unrecognizable under the filth. "Yeah, it's a little trash now," she said. "No, it looks nice," he said sleepily. "I mean, it would have looked nice." She kissed his forehead. "Be back soon." They showed her to a small windowless room that might have been the office Agent Berg had interrogated her in, centuries before, or one just like it. Now it had a single bed with a rod across one wall for hanging clothes. There was a set of towels, a comb, a toothbrush and a gray jumpsuit in the same style as those worn by the community residents. There was also a pair of soft sandals and a pair of sneakers made of a durable woven material. She gathered the towels and jumpsuit and followed her escort to the bathing area. In the center was a large tub the size of a backyard swimming pool, and several private shower stalls along the walls. She chose one of the latter and, after learning how to turn on the water, pulling a lever, and controlling the temperature, turning a knob, she gratefully rinsed off. The water did not get much warmer than lukewarm, but it was enough. On a shelf outside the shower stall was a bar of homemade soap, which she used to remove the grimy evidence of her travails through the ruined city. The soap and water stung the abrasions on her shoulders, and she promised herself she would get the medic to look at them next. After she dried off, she put on the jumpsuit. It didn't fit her perfectly, but it was comfortable enough and a vast improvement over her filthy dress. "What should I do with this?" Sharon showed her escort the ragged remains of her dress as she stepped out of the shower alcove. The woman took it from her and looked it over carefully. "We can clean it if you want it back. Otherwise we can keep it and find other uses for the material." Sharon chuckled. "If I can keep the jumpsuit, you can have the dress." The woman smiled eagerly, already making plans for how she would use the tatters of silky blue material. Her escort showed Sharon back to her small room, where she hung the towels to dry and pulled the comb through her hair until it cleared of tangles. After which she found her way back to the medical facility. "How is he?" she asked the first person she saw, nodding toward Kaelin's bed. "He's resting. You can sit with him if you want." "Actually, I wondered if I could get some help with this," Sharon answered as she pulled the jumpsuit away from her shoulder to expose the abrasions. The medic applied a cream to the abrasions, resulting in instant relief, and covered them with a light cloth bandage. Finally, he offered her painkillers, which she accepted gladly. Pulling up a chair, she sat next to Kaelin's bed. He was breathing steadily, and his color looked good. She took his hand again and laid her head on the bed. She closed her eyes and within minutes, she was asleep. Sharon woke to a soft touch. "Ms. Gorse," a voice whispered. Sharon looked up. It was Lucinda. "We thought you might like to have supper," Lucinda said. "How long have I been asleep?" Sharon asked. "Several hours," Lucinda answered. "And Richard? Where is he?" "He's sleeping in his room. I'll invite him to join us if you're ready to eat." Sharon looked at Kaelin. He was still sound asleep and still looked as he did when she dozed off. Finding the medic who had treated her, she asked him to find her if Kaelin woke before she returned. They stopped at Richard's room, but he was not there. Lucinda did not appear alarmed at his absence. Sharon expected to be led to the communal eating area, but instead Lucinda showed her to another conference room set up as a small dining room. "We use this room when we have working meals with community leaders," Lucinda explained. Emery was already there, along with Richard. Richard's hair was damp, and he was wearing the same style of jumpsuit as Sharon. He looked rested, and Sharon was glad he was finally comfortable. The food laid on the table included several courses of fresh vegetables, herb-flavored flatbreads, and the fungus again, this time served in a savory sauce. Sharon did not refuse when offered seconds. It felt like years since she'd eaten her fill. When the meal ended, and Sharon was relaxed, Emery offered them a black tea. "We'd like to ask you a few more questions, if you're willing," he said as he poured a cup for Richard. "How can we help?" Sharon asked. "We'd like to know more about how you shifted here. Without a working temporal amplifier, it should have been impossible, but you are here." Richard pulled the small device he'd used to kidnap Sharon out of a pocket and held it up. Emery reached for it, but Richard pulled back. "I'm sorry, I can't let you touch it." "What is it?" Lucinda asked. "It looks like a temporal amplifier portable interface unit." "It's not of this world," Richard said. "Though you're not wrong, it's the parallel Earth's version of the portable interface unit." "How do you have it?" Emery asked. His eyes were hard as he watched Richard, and Sharon saw his mind working, assessing whether they'd let a dangerous traitor into their midst. "Don't worry, I'm one of the good guys," Richard said, as if he read Emery's mind. "When my temporal amplifier was sabotaged, it sent me across the rift to the parallel universe. I assumed they intended me to die there. But I didn't die, and eventually I regained my senses enough to steal one of these to get back to this world." "Why did you bring Sharon Gorse here?" Lucinda asked. "To save our world." "How will you do that?" "We must go to the other side." "The other side of what?" "Of the rift." "Take me to the parallel Earth?" Sharon recoiled. "Why do I need to go there?" "What do you mean save our world?" Emery interjected. "To stop the invasion and the destruction," Richard answered. "To change the timeline, you mean?" Lucinda said. "To correct the timeline," Richard responded. "How can you use it without a working temporal amplifier?" Emery asked. "I can tap into the temporal nexus. It will power our shift across the rift." "But if you change the timeline, we cease to exist, isn't that right?" All of this, Emery gestured around him, taking in their community with his hand. "All of this, all these people would cease to exist." "Yes," Richard said. "Probably." "Do you know what you're saying? How can you consider just wiping us out from existence? Have you given any thought to the lives you are willing to just eliminate?" Lucinda was close to tears. "They may still exist in the new timeline. But many won't. And you know that," Emery said. "We cannot allow this." In the space of a week, 5 billion people died or were forever taken away. Richard's voice was no longer rough and raspy, but deep and powerful. The change stunned Sharon. "The weapons used by the other Earth contaminated the soil and the water. You know this. Those who remain are slowly dying." "We are safe here, we will thrive," Emery sputtered. "The few who remain are members of a species slowly going extinct. There will be no revival, no renewal. The Earth is dying. The human race is dying. All this," Richard gestured, "all this that you built will be gone in a matter of centuries." "You don't know that," Lucinda whispered in shock. You're wrong, you're just guessing." "I do know that. And the only way I can stop it is if Sharon goes with me to the parallel Earth." "But why me?" Sharon demanded. "Why couldn't you do what needed to be done while you were there? Why do you need to take me back?" Richard held her eyes. "Because it has to be you." Sharon slouched back in her chair at Richard's unsatisfactory answer, but Emery and Lucinda were not focused on his insistence on taking Sharon across the rift. "Lucinda and I, our community, are what's left of the Temporal Protection Corps, Emery growled. What you're proposing is wrong. We cannot allow this violation of temporal policy, and we have the authority and ability to stop it. You have accepted our hospitality, and you are welcome to stay with us and become members of our community. If you wish to leave, we will help you get to the surface and you can go where you will. If you choose to stay, the temporal nexus will be off limits and we will not allow you near it. Emery sighed, as if overwhelmed by the weight of his own pronouncement. We invite you to share this technology from the other Earth, to help us learn from it and perhaps repair our own temporal systems, he said in a gentler voice. If we can get our temporal amplifier working again, we'll send you home to your time, if that's what you want. Otherwise, we're happy for you to become part of our community, in this time frame, for the rest of your lives. With that, they ended the meal. Emery escorted Richard back to his room, while Lucinda walked a stunned Sharon back to the medical facility. Wordlessly, Sharon sat next to Kaylin again, staring at the ceiling. She didn't know which shocked her more, Emery's decree that they were stuck there forever or Richard's admission that he planned to take her to the parallel Earth. She couldn't imagine what he needed her for. What could she do there to save the world here? How could her going to the parallel Earth accomplish that? It was a moot point now though, she thought glumly. They were here to stay. At least Kaylin was here too. That was her silver lining. Another medic approached her. Would she like to stretch out and sleep while she waited? He quietly asked as he pointed to a chair that reclined. Sharon thanked him for his kindness and, after moving the chair next to Kaylin's bed, she relaxed under a coarse blanket and eventually fell asleep. She woke to find Kaylin smiling at her. "Good morning," he said. "I thought I dreamed you were here, but it really is you, isn't it?" "It's me," she said, taking his hand. "It's good to see you awake. How are you feeling?" "I have a bit of a headache, but otherwise I feel fine." "Where are we?" "What do you remember?" Sharon asked. "I remember evacuating the TPC through the old tunnel. Agent McGregor was the last one to come through. Director Vita asked him to be sure we left no one behind. There was a saboteur." Kaylin lowered his voice, and Sharon nodded, encouraging him to continue. "We wanted to be sure the saboteur couldn't do more damage. At the exit to the CERN level, there were energy discharges from the temporal nexus. They were powerful." "I've seen them," Sharon said. "Agent McGregor was caught by one. Director Vita and I pulled him out and we were hit. It was so strong. It felt like someone was pushing me into it." "History recorded that you and Director Vita died in the evacuation," Sharon said gently. "History? Where are we, Cher?" "The year is 2337. We're in the time frame Yurga planned to send you to, the one with no working temporal amplifiers." "Did Director Vita come with me?" "She was hit too," he started, but Sharon shook her head. "No, it was just you. You appeared in a flash of light, next to the temporal nexus. There was no one else." "Who are these people?" He dropped his voice to a whisper as a medic walked past. "They are the descendants of the TPC staff you and Director Vita saved." "A lot of people helped with that," he muttered. He closed his eyes. "Everyone we knew is dead, aren't they?" "The people we knew are dead now, yes, but they left a legacy here." "And how did you get here? What happened to you?" "The night before the evacuation, when you disappeared." Sharon cocked her head at him, frowning. "What do you mean? You were there, you saw Richard kidnap me." "No, I wasn't there. That wasn't me. When I got to your apartment, you were gone. It was another Kaylin. Director Vita thought it might be me from a future timeline, but whoever it wasn't me." "Why would a you, from a future timeline, have been there?" "I don't know. I'm sure it would have been to help you or help the TPC," he said, exhaling tiredly. "Maybe. But he didn't get a chance. Richard happened first." "Who's Richard?" "You remember, Rose made a hologram of him." Sharon stopped as Kaylin's brow furrowed. "In that timeline I don't remember," he asked teasingly. Sharon nodded with a grin, remembering their first adventure together, most of which Kaylin didn't remember. Then she explained to him how Richard was her grandmother's friend afflicted by temporal aberration disorder, and how he believed Sharon could stop the parallel Earth from invading. But how could the invasion have happened in the first place? What about the safeguards against another Alexander event? He began. Richard said that when Yorga shifted to the future from the email timeline, that timeline continued to exist, Sharon explained. Because of the email, the safeguards to protect against an Alexander event were never developed in that timeline. And because of the virus in the temporal mainframe, when the parallel Earth opened the rift, it opened across all timelines. Kaylin dropped his head back against the pillow and closed his eyes, frustration etched on his face. Sharon said nothing, lost in her own thoughts. Finally, Kaylin spoke again. This Richard thinks he can fix it? Sharon rolled her eyes, trying to hide her fear. Yeah, by taking me across the rift to the parallel Earth. What? No, that's out of the question. You can't go. Kaylin pushed himself up. Several medics turned to see what was going on. Sharon stood and eased him back down. Don't worry, these people have scuttled his plan, she said quietly. Good, Kaylin exhaled. Why did he think he needed you anyway? Sharon shrugged. I don't know. But he insists it has to be me. What makes you doubt him? Sharon hesitated. Because he kidnapped me, she wanted to say, but that wasn't the whole reason. It was clear Richard completely believed he was acting in the best interests of the world. But there was something else that bothered her. It wasn't Richard's fault the temporal aberration disorder made him erratic and unpredictable. Yet, as it had been with her mother, Sharon resented his volatility. If they were going to save the world, she longed to count on him, as her teenaged self had longed for a stable mother as she entered adulthood. Then she had run away from it. Now she was trapped with it. She sighed. It's not that I doubt him, it's just hard to have faith sometimes. So what do we do now? Nothing, Sharon said. There's no temporal amplifier here, and they won't let Richard go through with his plan. We're stuck here. Would you like something to eat? A voice asked. It was the medic who had offered Sharon the reclining chair. Now he had a tray of food for Kaylin. How soon can I get up? Kaylin asked the medic as he placed the tray across his lap. I think in a day or two, the medic replied. You're recovering well. I think I'd like to talk to this Richard, in a day or two, Kaylin said darkly as the medic left. Chapter 10. 2337. The Attack. A day later, in a meeting with Lucinda and Emery from his hospital bed, Kaylin was officially informed that he, like Sharon and Richard, was welcome to stay and become part of the community. Once fully healed, they released Kaylin to his own small room, close to Sharon's. As the days passed, Sharon and Kaylin worked hard to fit into their new home. They assigned Sharon to assist in the Arboretum, a huge space which the original TPC staff had dug out of solid rock, after it was clear there was no hope on the surface. Now it was an oasis of green and beauty, and soon Sharon was on her hands and knees, digging, planting, tending and harvesting. Richard was tasked with childcare, at first to keep him as far away from the temporal nexus as possible, but it turned out he had a knack for relating to children. Naturally patient, he readily joined their make-believe and role-play games. The children didn't notice his occasional temporal aberration disorder lapses, assuming they were part of the play. He continued to refuse to hand over the parallel Earth remote control to Emery and Lucinda, however. Kaylin was asked to work with the group still trying to repair the temporal mainframe. The virus in the temporal mainframe still existed, even over 100 years later. Lucinda explained that Njoni Diogo, her ancestor, could never eradicate it. They were pleased to have Kaylin's experience and expertise as a first-hand user of the equipment, and continued to hope they could reactivate time travel using the temporal nexus. But even with Kaylin's help, they could not resurrect the temporal mainframe and reactivate the time travel equipment. When Lucinda muttered something about not having the device Richard was withholding, Halen reminded her it came from the parallel world and it was unlikely it could help them anyway. Their day settled into a routine that left Sharon and Halen a lot of time to talk. They spent hours walking through the arboretum or sitting away from others at a table in the community dining area. They dissected what happened in the email timeline and analyzed everything they could have done differently. Each time, their examination of every step they'd taken always ended at the conclusion that there was nothing more they could have done. They also talked about Jonas and his betrayal of the TPC and of his friends. "I thought I was a pretty good judge of character," Sharon said for what felt like the 1000th time. "My instincts always told me he was a good and loyal friend. But I didn't see it coming." "I didn't either," Halen reassured her. And neither did Miranda. Jonas kept his feelings deeply buried. "I honestly don't think he even realized what he was feeling." "You think he made a rash decision?" "I think he didn't know what to do," Halen answered thoughtfully. "He wasn't used to the kind of stress we were under. He'd always relied on following the rules to keep him safe, and when the rules changed, he had nothing to guide him except his feelings." "What do you think he was feeling when he sold us out to the Chestnut Covin?" she asked acidly. "Fear," Halen answered solemnly. "I think he was afraid." To that Sharon had no answer. One evening, after they finished the last meal of the day, Sharon and Halen were called to see Emery and Lucinda. "How are you settling in?" Emery asked. "As well as can be expected," Sharon answered. "It sounds like you enjoy working in the Arboretum," Lucinda smiled. "It's a rejuvenating space," Sharon answered. "It helps me feel better about not being able to go home." "Lucinda tells me you've been very helpful," Emery said to Halen. "I've done the best I can," Halen said. "I wish there was more I could do." "Maybe there is," Lucinda said, turning to a computer workstation behind her. "One of our historians came across something odd and we wanted to get your thoughts on it." Sharon and Halen read the record Lucinda pulled up. It was an account of the evacuation of the TPC in 2204. Director Vita's name was now listed as the only casualty. "According to this, you are no longer listed as having died in the evacuation," Lucinda said to Halen. "But I remember, as do all the historians and everyone in our community who has studied our past, that you and Director Vita were the ones who were killed the day of the evacuation." "What does that mean?" Sharon asked. "It means something has changed," Halen said slowly. Emery and Lucinda nodded. "Something that changed history, but allowed us to retain a memory of it. That suggests a working temporal amplifier still exists somewhere, and we are caught in its effect." "I agree," Halen said. "Do you know how this could happen?" Emery asked. Halen shook his head. "I can't explain it." Lucinda pulled up another record. "According to this new record, you survived the evacuation and lived with the TPC group that relocated here, until your death of natural causes in 2278. "That suggests he was alive in 2 time frames," Sharon said. "Like the other Halen I saw in 2204, at the same time you were there," she said to Halen. "Didn't you think that was a you from another timeline?" "That was the theory," he said, furrowing his brow. "If that's true, instead of dying in 2204, I was shifted here, and another me took my place." "To what end?" Lucinda asked. Halen shrugged. "I don't know." Emery narrowed his eyes. "Perhaps your friend Richard knows." Sharon shook her head. "He might, though whether he is able and willing to discuss it, might be another matter." "Do you know what happened or what this means?" they asked Richard after he joined them, explaining how history had changed. Richard smiled happily. "It means it's almost time." "Almost time for what?" Lucinda said, frowning. "Don't worry, my dear, everything will be okay. It has to play out as it is meant to." Emery's face darkened. He was running out of patience with Richard's refusal to help, dodging direct questions and dancing around the truth. Sharon worried about how Richard would react when faced with Emery's anger. There was a loud rap on the door. its sharpness conveying an urgency that made Sharon's stomach clench. The door opened. "We have a problem," a man said, breathing heavily as if he'd been running. "What is it, Lee?" Lucinda asked, rising from her chair. If there was an issue with the temporal nexus, she needed to contain it before it caused damage to their community. "We're under attack," Lee answered. "It's the raiders." Lucinda and Emery quickly activated 2 additional workstations on a table along the back wall and reset the one they had used for reviewing the historical anomaly of Kalen's survival. Now displayed on the screens were closed-circuit videos from cleverly concealed surveillance cameras positioned in the stairwell, elevator shafts, and the lobby. The community had known she and Richard were coming the day they arrived, Sharon realized. But what they displayed now made Sharon's blood run cold. It wasn't just 5 or 6 young men, like those who had confronted Sharon and Richard in the ruined city. There were at least 100 men in the lobby. They had formed a bucket brigade, moving debris from the stairwell and passing it along to each other, until they threw it into a growing pile around the corner from the elevators. "At this rate, they will clear the debris in 8 hours or less," Lucinda said, a small shake in her voice. "Do you have any other ways of defending the community?" Kalen asked. "We are welding the ceiling panels in the elevators now," Lee said to Emery. "We started as soon as we saw the scope of the attack. Once that's finished, we'll seal the elevator doors with electromagnets. So long as we have electrical power, they can't get in that way." "What about putting electromagnets on the stairwell doors?" Sharon asked. "That won't work. We lost the original metal doors in the attack in 2204. The replacement doors are a plastic composite and can't be magnetized, though they will hold for a while." "There are so many of them," Lucinda whispered, eyes still on the screen. "Have raiders tried to attack you before?" Sharon asked. "Yes, 2 or 3 times over the last 100 years, Emery answered. "They know we are here, and they want our resources. But never this many at once. They think we are a utopia where food and women are plentiful," Lucinda said with fear in her voice. "Except they will clear out this place like locusts and then move on, leaving nothing behind. If they get in, they will destroy us and everything here." A woman stuck her head in the room. "Emery, Lucinda, we have some ideas on how to reinforce the stairwell doors, and we'd like your input." "We should gather weapons and strategically place those who can use them," Emery said. "Just in case," he added when he saw the alarm on Lucinda's face. They exited the room, leaving Sharon, Kalen, and Richard alone. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Sharon asked Kalen, not taking her eyes off the screen. The raiders were deeper into the stairwell and showed no sign of slowing. "Possibly," Kalen answered. "Of course we can," Richard said. He alone appeared unconcerned about the imminent attack. "How can we help?" Sharon said. He pulled his parallel world remote control from his pocket. "We finish what we started." "How will that help?" Kalen demanded, crossing his arms. Even though they were the only ones left in the room, Richard leaned in close, as if to not be overheard. Sharon and Kalen followed his lead until their heads were almost touching. "It's simple. Once we get to the other side, we access the temporal nexus of the parallel Earth. We go back in time, cross back over to our Earth, stop the virus in the temporal mainframe and stop the invasion," he murmured in a low voice. "Simple. Right. How do we do that?" Kalen asked derisively. "Not we," Richard barked, making Sharon and Kalen jump. "Just her and me." "Why not me?" Kalen said, his voice rising. "My contact's there, my allies. They won't trust you. They will trust her." "Why does she need to go at all?" "Because it must be her." "Why? Why does it have to be me?" Sharon demanded. She slammed her hand down on the table as she raised her voice. "You know, you've been very sly with the information you share, and the information you hold back, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of how you seem to know everything, but share almost nothing, and I'm not going anywhere with you until I get a straight answer." Kalen crossed his arms and sat back, clearly in agreement with Sharon. Richard stayed hunched over the table, staring at its surface. "Remember the day you shifted to Olvera Street in 1951? He asked in a soft voice. Kalen uncrossed his arms and looked suspicious. "Yes," Sharon answered slowly. "For your training, you picked an event that was not one of the great and influential events of history," Richard continued. "How do you know this?" "You selected instead an argument between a husband and wife, an argument which was lovingly resolved." He paused, but she remained belligerently silent. "Your choice confirmed what your grandmother told me about you." He looked up and smiled at her. "That you've always instinctively known that there's more heart in the simple things than in the great events that make history." "How do you know this?" Sharon repeated in a whisper. "I was watching you that day on Olvera Street." "Both of you," he nodded at Kalen. "I wanted to be sure." "Sure of what?" Kalen said, still not convinced. "That what Rose told me was true." "How could she have told you anything?" Sharon sputtered. "You were gone before I was born." He chuckled. "A Temporal Protection Corps agent asks that question." "What did she say?" Sharon breathed. "She told me to tell you to trust your instincts." "My instincts tell me this is a waste of time," Kalen said, leaning forward again. He was ready to end this discussion. Sharon put her hand on Kalen's arm, forestalling his next response. She took a deep breath and rubbed her face with her hands. Part of her was screaming, no, at the idea of going with Richard to the parallel Earth. But another part of her knew that he was telling the truth, that going with him was the only way. "Okay. What do we do?" she said in a voice that seemed to come from somewhere else. "We must bring food and water, and we need to get close to the temporal nexus," Richard said. "And if we don't?" Kalen said angrily. "Then everyone dies," Richard said with a dry cackle. "And nothing matters anymore." His eyes were closed, as if he was working hard to remain coherent. "We must eliminate the beginning, or it will be the end." "Is there anything else we need to bring?" Sharon asked Richard. "Like guns? Flamethrowers? Baseball bats?" she said to herself. "Just our wits and courage," he answered. Sharon looked to Kalen. "You're sure about this?" he asked. "No, I'm not. But my instincts tell me it's the right thing to do." Reluctantly, he nodded. With a last glance at the screens where the raiders were now deep into the stairwell, they left the meeting room. There were few people in the hallways, most were preparing to defend the facility. Some were working on reinforcing the doors to the stairwell and preparing additional barricades should the stairway doors be breached. Others were retrieving weapons crafted and stored for just such a situation. More were collecting emergency supplies and placing them in the shaft, through which the TPC staff had evacuated in 2204. If worse came to worst, they would retreat into the tunnel and seal the entrance. Sharon suspected these efficient people had already prepared the TPC headquarters building, abandoned so many stories below, as a contingency should the upper levels become uninhabitable. The arboretum was empty, which surprised Sharon. She expected to find people harvesting food as emergency supplies. All the better, she thought. Acting quickly, Sharon found a large backpack and filled it with vegetables. Kalen was waiting for her outside the temporal nexus room, but Richard had not yet returned with the water. "It's all set," he said, frowning. Everything about him radiated his doubts about this plan, but he kept his arguments to himself. "Excuse me, where do you think you're going with that?" a voice called from across the room. Richard was walking quickly toward them, carrying a large bag over his shoulder. Behind him a young man was almost running to catch up with him. "We must go now, we must go now," Richard sang to them under his breath. Kalen opened the doors to allow Richard and Sharon through. The young man's haste turned to alarm. "Hey! What are you doing?" "Good luck," Kalen said. He took one last look at Sharon before closing the door. Sharon heard banging and shouting. Kalen was blocking pursuit by keeping the door closed, but he could not hold out long. Standing next to the curved enclosure, Richard placed his palm flat against the glass and pulled the remote control out of his pocket. "Ready?" "Not really," Sharon said, glancing back at the doors. It looked like they were slowly being pulled open. "Just get it over with," she barked. There was a blinding flash from the temporal nexus and the sensation of 1,000 pins on her skin. For a terrifying moment, Sharon was sure there had been a malfunction, and they were caught in a temporal nexus shutdown. The sensations of pain and howling winds were the same as when she and Kalen had endured a shutdown while in observation mode. But this was worse. She felt icy cold and her eyes saw nothing, only darkness. She felt as if she were being thrown around, numbed, losing all sense of time and self. She was lying on her back under a tree. It was night and she saw stars through the branches and beyond, the silhouettes of buildings in the distance. She was on a planet in another universe, and yet she could have been in a city park on her own Earth. Perhaps there had been a mistake, and they did not shift to the parallel Earth after all. "Get up," Richard whispered, grabbing her by the arm. He half pulled, half pushed her into the shadow of a nearby tree and peered around it, watching. Two figures moved through an open space of grass, shining lights under the trees, illuminating patches of darkness before moving on to the next black patch. "Who are they?" she whispered. "The Chestpol. Soviet police. They're enforcing the curfew," he said. "What happens if they find us?" "They'll take us in for questioning," Richard breathed. "What does that mean?" "You don't want to know," he answered. The revealing light moved closer. After silently taking off their packs and holding them to their chests, they pressed themselves against the tree and waited. Seconds later, the ground around the tree flashed with gray-green brilliance, the shadow of the tree a long black finger pointing away from them. Then the light blinked away and Sharon exhaled in relief. She was about to move, when Richard squeezed her arm hard. She froze, as the light flared around them again. "I thought I saw something," a man's voice said. "There's nothing there." "Come on, I'm hungry," another voice answered. "The wife hid a meat sandwich in my pack this morning. I'll split it with you." There was a pause, the light holding them hostage, and then, "Yeah, okay." The light flicked off. The muffled sound of footsteps on the grass faded away. Sharon began breathing again. "Are we safe?" Richard peered carefully around the tree. "For the moment," he said. "What do we do now?" "Now we find my friends and get under cover." They scurried from shadow to shadow until they were within a few yards of a small block of buildings, across a narrow street. The windows were dark, and the building appeared abandoned, but as she looked closely Sharon saw the windows were sealed, like she'd done in the TPC safe house in London in 1940 during the Blitz. There were people living there. Richard sprinted across the street, Sharon behind him. He tucked himself into an alcove next to a door, and after Sharon was fully in shadow, he quietly knocked on the door. There was a shuffling sound and a voice spoke. "What do you want?" It was the voice of an older woman. "We're here for bread," Richard answered. "We only have loaves during the day," the woman replied. "Then we will take the night bread," Richard said. "Night bread?" Sharon mouthed. Richard shook his head and held up his hand to stop her from saying anything else. The door opened, showing half a face barely lit by a dim gloom behind her. "How many loaves of night bread?" she asked. "2," Richard answered, nodding at Sharon in the dark. "Of course," the woman said. "Come in quickly." She opened the door just wide enough for them to slip through, before closing it fast. She pointed to a flight of stairs to the right. "Up," was all she said and then disappeared behind another door. Her home, Sharon assumed, as she heard multiple locks engaging. The building was a shabby version of an apartment block from the 1930s or 40s on her world. Hoisting her pack full of vegetables, Sharon followed Richard up the thinly carpeted stairs. Though threadbare, the carpet muffled their steps and the only sound was the soft swishing of their jumpsuits as they moved. On the next level were 4 doors off a hallway that ran next to the staircase. Richard headed for the third one and knocked again. The door opened a fraction. "Yes?" "We're here for the ship in the bottle," Richard said. "Ship in the bottle," the voice repeated. "Yes," nodded Richard. "If you hold it up to your ear, you can hear the ocean." The door closed and then opened again, wide enough for them to get inside. They found themselves in a living room, simply decorated. There were 2 windows in the corner. If they had not been sealed, the room would have had a lovely view of the park in the daytime. "Is Patron here?" Richard asked. "No," said the man who answered the door. "But we expect him soon." A woman and 2 children peered around a corner from what Sharon assumed was the kitchen. A man and a woman watched through a set of curtains hung over the entrance to what used to be the dining room, but was now a makeshift bedroom. "You may sit," the man said, gesturing to a worn couch against the wall. Sharon sat on the edge of the couch, her pack by her feet, feeling uncomfortable. The woman downstairs had been cautious but satisfied with their responses to the code words. These people, on the other hand, were eyeing them with doubt and not a little distrust. There was fear here, a lot of it. Sharon hoped this Patron Richard had asked for would arrive soon. "What's your name?" Richard asked the man who opened the door. He crossed his arms and stared at Richard and Sharon, saying nothing. "I'm Richard, this is Sharon," Richard said to the woman and children watching from the kitchen. The man who opened the door stepped in front of them, and they disappeared from the doorway. "Oh, orangutans and Ferris wheels are my favorite too," he said, laughing his croaking laugh. Sharon's heart sank. The suspicion of the people in the apartment was like an unpleasant smell, and she was certain Richard sensed it too. She feared the tension would trigger his temporal aberration disorder. How would these people react if he started shouting about things they couldn't see, and fighting things that didn't exist? They would throw them out into the night to be captured by the oak chest pole. "What's Ferris wheels?" the man asked, narrowing his eyes. There was a knock on the door. The couple in the dining room closed the curtains and vanished. The light in the kitchen flicked off. The man gestured at Richard and Sharon that they should hide on the other side of the door. "Yes," the man said through the crack. "It's Patron," a deep voice said. Richard broke into a smile as the door opened. Patron was a large man in a worker's uniform smelling of sweat and machinery. He held out his enormous hands when he saw Richard. "You have returned. I'm glad to see you. And you must be Sharon Gorse," he said, engulfing Sharon's hands in his. "I have heard many things about you and your grandmother from Richard." The cold atmosphere in the apartment warmed immediately. The people in hiding came out, glad to see Patron, hugging him and shaking his hands. There was a marked thawing toward Richard and Sharon, with shy smiles and greetings. "This is Richard and Sharon," Patron said. "We can trust them. They're here to help and have unique skills we can use." These must be the dissidents Richard talked about, Sharon thought. Those who had formed an underground to fight against the dictatorial regimes dominating the planet. She sat back on the couch in relief, her pack on her lap. There was a sudden pounding on the door followed by a shout, "Open up! Open up now!" "Oak chest pole," someone hissed. It amazed Sharon how fast the people in the room disappeared. She barely had time to register the room was empty, before she and her pack were propelled past the curtain, into the dining room cum bedroom, along with Richard. They ducked behind a set of bookcases that covered a small bolt hole in the wall. As the bookcase door closed, Sharon saw Patron turn the bed over to become a dining table. Their hideout was crowded with 6 adults and 2 children, but no one made a sound. With the bookcases closed, it was dark, but what was happening in the living room could be clearly heard. Patron opened the door. "How may I serve you?" he asked the officers respectfully. "We must search your apartment." "Of course," he said, opening the door wide to allow them in. "May I ask what you are looking for?" 2 strangers were seen near this apartment building after curfew. They're wanted for questioning at headquarters. Chapter 11. Parallel. The Oak-Chestpole officers searched the apartment for over an hour. They rooted through closets, overturned chairs, pulled out couch cushions, and seized food from the kitchen for later inspection. There was a terrifying moment when one officer began methodically pulling books off the shelves of the bookcases shielding their hiding space. Those crowded into the bolt hole held their breaths. Satisfied there was nothing troublesome in the bookcases, the officer retreated from the dining room, leaving the books scattered on the floor. Finally satisfied no one else was there, they left, taking the confiscated food with them. Patron waited another 30 minutes before he pulled open the bookcase. They searched the other occupied apartments on this floor and have left the building, he said. I don't think they will return tonight. The group filed out of the hiding place. The apartment was a mess. The Oak-Chestpole had flung to the floor everything they had touched. Without comment, the others picked everything up and put it away, as if this kind of incident was commonplace. Patron pulled Richard and Sharon aside. They know you're here. We don't have time to wait. We'll begin tomorrow. Begin what? Sharon whispered to Richard as Patron joined the others in the kitchen to salvage what was left of the food. The mission to get to their temporal nexus, Richard said as he eased the water pack from his shoulder. Sharon handed him her backpack full of vegetables, and he carried both packs to the kitchen to replenish what the Oak-Chestpole had taken. It wasn't long before the group retired for the night. The couple returned to the dining room that was again a bedroom. The family slept in Patron's room while Patron made use of a cot in the kitchen. Sharon slept on the couch and Richard on the floor by the front door. Sharon rose early the next morning after a sleepless night. The dim gray light in the room suggested the sun had not yet risen, but already there was movement in the apartment. It's market time, Richard explained. They will stand in line for hours for bread or milk, maybe flour or eggs. Sometimes they will get some. Many times they do not. The food and water we brought was most welcome. Soon, the only ones left in the apartment besides Richard and Sharon were Patron, the two children and their mother. Patron moved the bookcase away from the hiding space and disappeared inside. A moment later he returned with a small package wrapped in brown paper and twine. He opened it carefully, out of sight of the kitchen where the children and their mother were eating a morning meal. Sharon heard low giggles from the children as they enjoyed the fresh vegetables. These will get you into headquarters, along with the identification we'll create for you, he said. Uniforms? Sharon asked as he pulled clothing out of the package. Yes, these are for those who work in the science division. How did you get them? Sharon eyed the fabric curiously. It had a slick feeling, like nylon, but looked like wool. Let's just say the former owners no longer need them. Sharon blanched and glanced at Richard. He seemed unconcerned with how the uniforms were acquired. The science division uniforms were dark blue jackets with matching pants. There was a small irregular area on the back of the jacket which, as she took a closer look, was slightly discolored. The material had been rigorously cleaned as if to remove a stain. Her stomach churned as she guessed the spot had been the blood of the former owner of the uniform. Why the science division? Sharon asked to take her mind off how the uniforms had been procured. You must enter the science annex to get close to the Roman ring. You'll not be permitted to enter without them. The Roman ring? It's why we're here, Richard answered. The Roman ring is this Earth's version of the temporal nexus. And we'll use that to travel back in time to stop the virus and the invasion, Sharon said, nodding. She didn't see the looks exchanged between Richard and Patron. Sharon excused herself to the bathroom to change. The sink and the toilet were one unit, with the washing water above and to the side of the toilet component. It was an efficient design which used the wash water to clean out the toilet. The toilet itself wasn't made for sitting, however, and it took Sharon a few minutes to figure out where to put her feet. Up to this point the parallel Earth had felt very much like her own Earth, and she laughed to herself that it was in a bathroom she'd discovered the greatest difference between the two worlds. There had to be some symbolism in that, she thought drolly. She returned to the living room in the uniform, which fit reasonably well, but her skin crawled at the thought of it. Richard pulled on his jacket. It was snug on him, but not so tight that it would arouse suspicion. Patron was in a similar styled uniform, though his was dark gray. "Maintenance division," he said, pointing to himself. Richard handed her a bowl containing a thin soup made with the vegetables they brought. Flavored with salt, it was filling if bland. She smiled and nodded to the mother who watched from the kitchen to see if the food she made was acceptable. There was a knock on the door. Everyone in the apartment froze. A brown paper envelope slid under the door. Patron waited 30 seconds before he picked it up. Folding back the paper, he pulled out 2 plastic cards. "Put your thumb here," he instructed Sharon, pointing to a square on the center of one side of the card. She did, and her thumbprint formed greenly on the card, like the change in color on litmus paper. Richard did the same, and Patron held the cards under the light of a lamp until the green on each card turned black. He handed them each their card and gestured that they should clip them to their uniforms. There were no other distinguishing marks on the cards, no photos or names. "I will guide you. I know the layout of the building," Patron said as they readied themselves to leave. "Once we go through this door, I will speak for you. You do as I say. You do not ask questions and you do not speak until we have arrived at the Roman ring." They left the apartment quietly. There was no sign of anyone else living in the building, no noises coming from other apartments, no shadows of people moving in front of their doors, no creaks or groans of floorboards. Sharon expected to at least see the woman who let them in, but all was deserted and silent. Outside the building was a different matter. There were many people on the sidewalk and in the park across the street. Most hurried from one place to another, heads pulled in as if trying not to draw attention to themselves. A few strolled, walking languidly with an air of confidence and even smugness that told Sharon much about this society. The privileged were the few, the downtrodden were the many. Several obchestpol were peppered throughout the crowd and were given a wide berth. They joined the flow of pedestrian traffic heading away from the park, into the center of the city. Sharon kept her eyes on their guide, only looking away now and then, to take in her surroundings without obviously gawking. The only obvious mode of transportation was walking. She saw no vehicles or signs of mass transit, like buses or trains. "It's easier to control a walking population," Richard muttered in her ear as if he read her mind. He must have been thinking the same thing as he reacquainted himself with this ominous place, she thought. For several blocks, the mass of pedestrians decreased as people dropped away to enter buildings or veer down side streets. Then it grew larger again, as new groups merged with theirs, the closer they got to the center of the city. A large blocky structure rose high above the others around it. It was an ugly utilitarian building that brashly proclaimed what it was: Soviet State North American Headquarters. They joined one of several lines at the entrance. A security officer manned each door, examining employee identification cards and running a device across their bodies. After a beep, they let each person into the building, one at a time. Richard stood in front of her, Patron behind, as the line slowly crept its way toward the entrance. The closer they got, the more Sharon's stomach churned. The obchestpol who raided the apartment the night before had said 2 strangers were wanted for questioning at headquarters. Now they were standing outside headquarters. What if the identification cards didn't work? What if they were somehow discovered? What if this was all a pretext and Patron was delivering them to protect himself? Richard held up his identification card and stood still for the scan. A reassuring beep later, he entered the building. It was Sharon's turn. She tried to keep her breathing even and hoped the scanner could not pick up on her pounding heartbeat. There was a pause as the security officer looked at her identification twice before pulling out the scanner. She held her breath. Then the scanner beeped and the security guard nodded, already looking past her to the next person in line. She almost didn't remember to walk into the building. There was the sound of someone clearing their throat, and she entered without looking back. Richard was next to a news kiosk, examining a magazine extolling the technological advances and social perfection of the Union. Sharon picked up another, which showcased the patriotic actions of citizens who turned in dissidents, traitors, and unwanteds. Disgusted, she put the magazine down just as Patron walked past. She fell in behind him, Richard a few steps after her. Several staircases reached up and back from the central area of the lobby, like spokes on a wheel. Patron led them to the one on the far left, and they climbed in silence. There were few others on the stairs, each exiting the stairwell as they arrived at their desired floors. Soon only Patron, Sharon and Richard remained, still climbing upward. They stopped at the 12th floor. A sign on the wall read Najni Adul in English below Cyrillic lettering, but there was no translation. "This is the science division," Patron breathed. "We'll go down the hall and enter the temporal laboratory on the left. You will talk quietly between yourselves about time travel. I will be ahead of you on a maintenance call. Do you understand?" They nodded. Patron walked out the door and into the hall. They waited a beat and followed, talking quietly to each other. Patron entered a room on the left about 10 feet ahead of them. They followed him, still talking with each other as they entered the temporal laboratory, home of the Roman ring, the parallel Earth's counterpart to the temporal nexus. The Roman ring chamber was not as elegantly constructed as the housing for the temporal nexus. There was no glass wall through which it could be viewed and marveled at. This world's time travel mechanism was enclosed in a giant steel vault, painted a gray-green, with small portholes for observing the interior. These were closed by hinged and latched doors. Even the side of the Roman ring was controlled and blocked, and they reserved just looking at it for the privileged. Computer workstations were placed along the walls and several technicians were intently focused on their work. None of them looked up when Richard and Sharon entered. Patron tilted his head toward a computer away from the other technicians, and Richard headed for it as Patron directed his attention to a monitor next to the Roman ring chamber. The keyboard differed completely from what she was accustomed to, laid out in Cyrillic characters she couldn't read. Richard apparently knew what he was doing, however, and began typing rapidly. All the computers were designed to be used while standing, and there wasn't a chair in the room. Sharon tried to look busy doing nothing standing next to Richard. After 10 minutes of typing, Richard went to the vault. Sharon was curious and wanted to look into a porthole, but Patron shook his head. Richard surreptitiously placed the remote control device he carried against the painted steel. The hairs on Sharon's arms stood on end. There was a hum and a flash of light through a porthole. "What are you doing?" a technician hissed in alarm. The other technicians stared at their comrade in surprise, as if speaking in this room never happened. The first technician grabbed what looked like a phone receiver on a nearby wall. "Security, we need you in the temporal laboratory," he said, not taking his eyes off Richard and Sharon. Sharon looked to Patron, who had assumed the same fearful and outraged expression as the laboratory technicians, and she understood. He would let them be captured to protect his role in the dissident movement. The room was full of security in moments. The next thing she knew, she and Richard were being escorted out, to be taken for questioning. The OB chest poll that searched Patron's apartment had said the two strangers were wanted for questioning at headquarters. Now they were in custody at headquarters, heading for questioning, exactly where they didn't want to be. Visions of bright light grillings, sleep deprivation, cold water wake-ups and other torturous interrogation techniques flashed through Sharon's terrified mind. She wondered if she'd ever see Kaelin again. It came as a surprise, therefore, when they were led into an office with large windows and a view of the city and told to sit in comfortable chairs in front of a desk. Sharon was even more perplexed when the security guards left them alone. A moment later, a woman walked into the room and sat at the desk. She cocked her head at Sharon, then Richard, and broke into a smile. Sharon was sure she'd seen her somewhere before. "My name is Anna. I'm the head of temporal research, and I know all my staff. You are not among them." "Who are you?" she asked. When Sharon and Richard didn't answer, the woman Anna laughed and shook her head. "We have ways to learn what we need, and I assure you they are not pleasant. It would be easier if you'd simply answer my questions." "I'm Richard," Richard said. "That's a start," Anna responded. "Richard who?" Kern, of course, Richard said as if Anna should have already known. And you? Anna looked at Sharon. I'm Sharon, Sharon answered. Also Kern? Or am I supposed to know already? Why are we here? Richard interrupted. Because you are unusual. Do you know how hard it is to get into this building? It's even harder to get out. You are not one of my staff, you are in this building illegally, and we found you next to the Roman ring chamber. That looks like attempted sabotage to me, and the only way it could have happened is if you had help. The Union does not take kindly to dissident traitors committing acts of terrorism. But there are things I want to know before I hand you over to the black operatives. Black operatives? Sharon whispered to Richard. They're secret police, Richard whispered back. You see? This is what I mean. Unusual. How can you not know of the black operatives? Everyone knows and fears the black operatives, but you don't. And there's more, she leaned forward. Our computers recorded an unusual temporal event last night. It was as if someone had traveled here from another world. Today, 2 strangers appear in my lab, strangers who don't know of the black operatives. You see what I mean? Unusual. You wouldn't know what I'm talking about, would you? Richard and Sharon remained silent, but Anna nodded. I see. You do not talk, but your eyes tell me everything. Very well. I see I have no choice but to also tell you everything. She got up from her desk and closed huge metal shutters over the windows, plunging them into a gloom lit only by the lamp on her desk. My technicians could not recognize the implications of the data they recorded last night. It confused and perplexed them. They thought it was an anomaly, an error, and were inclined to dismiss it. But I recognized what it meant. I knew it was a shift across the rift between worlds, because I have made that trip myself. Anna watched Richard and Sharon closely, and again Sharon felt familiarity. When they had no response, Anna nodded again. It is a difficult shift, she said. One of the most terrifying I've ever experienced. The howling, the freezing cold, I thought it would never end. Sharon looked out of the corner of her eye at Richard, wondering what he would do. Anna accurately described the shift across the rift as if she truly had experienced it. How long have you been here? Richard asked. Long enough to set myself up as the head of this department, Anna answered. The Temporal Protection Corps sent me here in 2126, after the Alexander event, to prevent this world from ever opening a rift to our Earth again. Now I ask once more, who are you? We are TPC agents too, Richard said. In our world, the temporal nexus has been disabled by a virus in the temporal mainframe, and the invasion of our world has come and gone, leaving destruction in its wake. Anna blinked, her eyes wide. What are you here to do? We're here to use the temporal nexus in this world to go back in time, on our world, and stop the disaster, Sharon said. I see, Anna said. How can I help? Sharon frowned. Just like that, this woman was going to help them? But then there was that feeling as if she knew her. Perhaps like Astrid Berg, the first head of temporal security whom Sharon had met when trying to correct the email timeline, Anna was an unexpected ally they could trust. Richard held up the remote control device. I just need to activate this while in contact with the Roman ring chamber, he said. And then you will go back in time, Anna nodded. How, then, will you cross over the rift? I've modified the device to shift us across the rift at the same time. Very well, Anna said, rising from her desk. But I must ask you to take me with you. If this world will invade our Earth in my future, then my mission here has failed, and I can better serve the TPC there, now. Richard nodded slowly. Sharon blinked. Something about Anna's logic didn't make sense, but perhaps there was more to Anna's mission than Sharon realized. This way, Anna said. She opened a door behind her desk, a private passageway to the Roman ring chamber. Anna entered the temporal laboratory first. Please excuse me, I must do some classified testing now. You may wait in the antechamber. A moment later, she ushered them in. Patron was nowhere to be seen, and Sharon hoped he had escaped safely. Anna was typing on a computer workstation keyboard, but Richard went straight to the Roman ring chamber and placed his hand on it. Without looking at Sharon or Anna, he activated the remote control. There was a flash of light and then blackness. Sharon saw nothing, felt nothing. She tried to reach out, to touch something, anything, but there was only oblivion. Consciousness slipped away. Chapter 12. Between Universes. Sharon opened her eyes. She was sitting on a floor against a wall. Her legs were splayed out in front of her on what looked like the shiny floor of a bright white hallway in an office building. She groaned and pulled herself up, trying to get her bearings. There were voices nearby, and she followed them, staggering and leaning against the wall as she walked. Gradually, her head cleared. She recognized the CERN facility where she'd been held after her arrest by Agent Berg in 2126. No, it was the facility where the descendants of the TPC staff lived in 2337, except the last time she'd been there they were under attack by the raiders. There was no evidence of an impending attack now. The voices grew louder as she eased her way around a doorframe, and she saw Miranda and Agent McGregor. She gasped with relief and pleasure at seeing her dear friends and colleagues. Everything would be all right now. "Miranda," she cried out. "Agent McGregor. I'm so glad to see you." Neither responded. They didn't turn toward her, or give any sign they knew she was there. "Miranda. Agent McGregor. It's me, Sharon." Still nothing. It was as if they couldn't hear her. Sharon moved in closer, waving her hand in front of Miranda's face. Miranda did not blink. Not only could she not hear Sharon, she couldn't see her either. What the hell? Sharon asked herself. "We've got to hurry," a voice shouted. "Secure these doors here and erect a barricade there." Sharon turned to see people running down the hallway carrying large pieces of plastic and metal. The hallway was no longer bright and shiny, and the people were wearing gray-green jumpsuits. They were the people of the community in 2337, racing to hold off the raiders' attack. "We've tapped the temporal nexus for energy," a man in the room said. Sharon didn't recognize him. Miranda and Agent McGregor were gone. No, Agent McGregor was still there, but now he was older, graying at the temples. "Well done. The community can use a renewable source of power." Now there were more people in the hallway, walking and talking. Sharon didn't recognize any of them, either from the TPC in 2204 or the community in 2337. Slowly, it dawned on Sharon that she was seeing overlays of time, the many years of the people who lived in the facility after the evacuation in 2204. But she could interact with none of them. Kaylin appeared. She watched him access the temporal mainframe in 2337, talking urgently with Lucinda, while preparations to fight the raiders went on around them. Then, he was lifting pieces of metal into place, helping to construct a barrier. Then he was in his small apartment, sitting on the bed, staring at the wall. She tried to talk to him, to touch his arm. To no avail. She sat on the bed next to him, until he turned off the light and fell asleep. She stayed all night watching him. Days went by and still Sharon was trapped in a ghost state. She didn't feel hunger or tiredness, just frustration at not being able to be heard or seen. Finally, she accepted that she would be stuck in this state forever. "If I'm going to be a ghost flitting around this place for all eternity, I'll do it in the company of the people I care for the most," she said to herself. Sharon knelt next to Miranda as she mourned the loss of Director Vita, and pondered how to keep their people alive after losing everything. She followed Agent McGregor, admiring his leadership skills in helping people move forward when faced with obstacles and challenges. She sat with Kaylin when he was alone and stood with him when he fought against the raiders. Kaylin braced himself, a metal bar in hand, ready to fight and kill if raiders made it through the barricade. She heard men grunting and shouting as raiders tried to batter down the doors. Kaylin's expression was grim, and Sharon wished she could hold his hand. "I'm here, Kaylin," even though you can't hear me or see me. I'll stay with you for as long as I'm able, and no matter where you go." She took a deep breath, feeling that it was now or never. "There's something I've wanted to tell you, but it never seemed to be the right time. I thought maybe I could tell you on our date, but that didn't happen, and now it looks like it never will. I wanted to tell you about us, what happened with us in the other timeline that you can't remember. About how we fell in love." Then Kalen was in 2204 again. This time, he was accessing the temporal mainframe on a computer workstation in an empty CERN conference room. Najoni Diogo walked in, and they discussed their most recent attempts to eradicate the virus. Suddenly, there was a shout in her ear. "Wake up! Wake up!" Sharon opened her eyes. She was in a foggy place. Everywhere she looked, there was a gray mist. "Hello? Sharon, it's Richard." His voice came out of the mist. Sharon tried to find him, but couldn't see anything through the gray. "I'm here too," Anna said. "Where are we?" Sharon asked. "It's so foggy." "Foggy? It's a beautiful day," Richard said. "I've never seen the garden look so lovely." "I think we've somehow landed between universes," the voice of Anna said. "I think something went wrong, and we're in some kind of nowhere. But I was just in the CERN facility, in our world, just a moment ago. It was strange, like I was a ghost. No one heard me or saw me." "You've been here the whole time," Anna answered. "You lost consciousness," she added. "Perhaps you dreamed being there." "It felt so real," Sharon murmured. She tried to see either of them in the fog, but failed. "How do we get out of here? Why would we want to leave?" Richard asked. "This is such a beautiful place. My people have theorized about the existence of a realm between parallel universes," Anna said, ignoring Richard. "We called it fold space or a fold universe. Unfortunately, we never theorized about how to escape." "We've got to find a way out of here," Sharon said, her voice shaking. This was worse than being a ghost. At least as a ghost she could watch over the people she cared about, even if she could do nothing to help them. Here it was claustrophobia and agoraphobia, all wrapped up in one horrible place. "Today I'd like to prune the gardenias," Richard said. "And perhaps cut some roses for a vase. They smell wonderful when they're in bloom." "Is there anything to explore here?" Sharon asked. She tried to stand or even crawl, but while she felt her limbs, she couldn't make them obey her commands. "I'm thinking," Anna said. Sharon felt something touch her hand, and she nearly shrieked. It was hard and plastic, about the size of her palm. As she wrapped her fingers around it, she recognized it as the remote control device Richard carried. She didn't know if Richard had given it to her in his delusional state, or if he dropped it in this strange fold space, and she'd found it. Not waiting to confer with the others, she pushed the button, relieved to see the telltale rippling of a temporal shift. They emerged into a beautiful space, a garden full of green grass, ferns and bamboo following along flowing waterways and tended paths. Sharon knew this place. It was the grounds of TPC headquarters. They had made it back. With no pockets in her stolen uniform from the parallel Earth, Sharon tucked the remote control into her sock and helped Richard to his feet. Anna appeared no worse for wear for their adventure in fold space and was looking around her curiously. Sharon led the way along the winding paths, heading toward the building. She was so glad to be back she had to stop herself from running, but she allowed herself to grin in anticipation of seeing her friends for real this time. She held open the doors to the atrium for Richard and Anna and followed in after them, feeling joy at her homecoming. But it was short-lived. Standing in the center of the atrium, as if she were waiting for them, was Jorga Zintel. "We've been expecting you," she said with a cold smile. "Welcome to the headquarters of the Chestnut Covin." Security officers standing out of sight on either side of the doors took up places behind Sharon and Richard. "The shift between worlds took longer than we expected," Jorga said to Anna. Anna looked at Richard and Sharon for a moment, as if pondering how to answer, and then turned a smile on Jorga. "Yes, it did. We encountered something interesting on the way, what my people have theorized as a space between the worlds. It might be the perfect place in which to lose unwanted baggage. Anna finished with a significant look at Sharon and Richard. The knights are coming, Your Majesty, Richard said. The tournament should be especially magnificent this year. This one has temporal aberration disorder, Anna said, pointing a thumb at Richard. Pay him no attention. You planned this, Sharon breathed as she realized Anna's deception. You planned this all along. Your story about being an agent, about your failed mission, it was all a lie to capture us, to get here. It must be difficult for you to believe that not everything is about you, yes? Anna said to Sharon. I had plans to return, even before we found you next to the Roman ring chamber. Discovering the famous Sharon Gorse in my temporal laboratory was a bonus, an appropriate gift for my friend Yurga here. Yurga smirked. And you have my thanks. There will be gifts given, of course. Richard tried to bow, but a security officer placed a hand on his shoulder, holding him still. He satisfied himself with a stately nod of his head. How did you know who I was? Sharon asked. I was shown a picture of you, in case you showed up. You have a history of showing up, where you're not wanted, you know. And the stop and fold space? Was that planned too? Please keep your hands and feet inside the car at all times, Richard intoned. Anna shrugged and didn't answer. Instead, she spoke to Yurga again. Is she available? She is, and she's waiting for you. At the top of the stairs, and to the right, Yurga said, pointing the way to the executive offices. Now, what to do with you two? Yurga sneered as Anna left them. Chapter 13. 2204. The Chestnut Covin. At Yurga's direction, the guards separated Sharon and Richard. Richard went willingly, babbling cheerily to the guards about the beautiful garden and inviting them to tea. Sharon went less willingly, straining to watch Richard for as long as she could, before they escorted her into a room in the training hall, possibly the same room Yurga imprisoned Sharon and Kaylin in the email timeline. But now, Sharon was very much alone. Sharon didn't know what had gone wrong. What year was this? Had they shifted into another timeline where the TPC no longer existed? Or had something else happened? Whatever the explanation, Richard's plan had failed. Now they could never go back in time to prevent the virus in the temporal mainframe and stop the invasion from the parallel Earth. All was lost. There were muffled sounds in the hallway outside. The door opened and Jonas Fernley stepped in. Sharon recoiled. The last time they'd seen each other, he'd viciously turned on her, ending their friendship and betraying the TPC for the Chestnut Covin. Your presence is required, he said without feeling and without meeting her eye. Sharon followed him mutely and did not try to talk to him, though he no longer radiated anger as he had the last time. He led her to the end of the training hall, to a meeting room, and made eye contact with her once before leaving. From one cold empty room to another, Sharon thought as she looked around her latest environment. Maybe it was a new kind of torture, changing rooms for no reason until the prisoner broke from repetition. Her sarcastic bravado did not fool her, but it helped a little. This room, she realized, was the same conference room Director Vita held Sharon's debrief, following her first time travel adventure with Kaylin. Kaylin, she thought with sadness. She'd not gotten the chance to tell Kaylin the truth about that timeline, and now it looked as if she never would. The door opened. Sharon turned, expecting to see Jonas or Yurga again, but it was neither. It was Anna. Except, it wasn't Anna. Perhaps it was reliving the recollections of her first time travel experience, which triggered the memory. Sharon now knew where she'd seen her before. You're Natalia Ivanova, the Russian translator from London in 1940. Sharon blurted in astonishment. But that was another timeline. How could you be here? Anna smiled a smile that did not reach her eyes. You are almost correct. We have not met before. I am not from the alternate timeline, I am from the parallel Earth you visited. I don't understand, Sharon muttered. You will, a voice said as the door opened again. Another Anna walked in, a woman identical to the one Sharon was speaking to. The second Anna sat down next to the first. They were indistinguishable from each other, except for their clothing. The woman Sharon had known as Anna still wore the gray uniform of the Soviet Science Division on the parallel Earth. Her twin was more casually dressed, and Sharon would have passed her on the street without a second glance in the 21st century. It's been a long time since London, the second woman said. You're the Natalia Ivanova I met in 1940, Sharon said. The woman nodded. Yes, I was Mr. Petronov's translator then, she replied. And you worked for Soviet intelligence, Sharon responded. I did, yes, but not anymore. The Soviet Union is long gone, as you know, and I'd already started down another path when it met its demise. You joined the Chestnut Covin, Sharon said, wondering just how far the organization's tentacles reached. I am the Chestnut Covin, she answered. I am called Natalie Johnson now, and I'm the leader of the Chestnut Covin. No, that's impossible, Sharon breathed. I assure you, it is not only possible, it is the truth. How can you be here now, almost 300 years later from a timeline that no longer exists? Sharon closed her eyes. Her head was aching. The same way, as you are here now, Natalie answered. By means of a time travel device. We need to get information from this subject, not give it, Anna chided. That's what I'm doing, Natalie replied in a measured voice as if Sharon were not there. By giving her information, I create a false trust, resulting in reciprocity and sharing of information we need. She desperately wants answers. I can get intelligence we need in exchange for answering her questions. We can accomplish the same thing with interrogation, Anna pointed out. And we will, Natalie smiled at her companion. If she does not cooperate, we have those extremely useful tools as a fallback. Very well, Anna said stiffly. Now that that's settled, Natalie said pleasantly, as if they had been discussing what side dishes to serve with their evening meal, instead of how to torture information out of Sharon. The evening after we met in that stodgy bureaucrat's office in London, a bomb fell, Natalie said and then laughed. Many bombs fell that night, but this one landed right outside that stuffy office and killed 2 people. Sharon didn't respond. She remembered the night and the bomb vividly. The 2 victims happened to have attended the same meeting earlier that day. More startling, she added as she cupped her chin in her hand, was that one of them had offered my comrade and myself classified information about German plans to invade the Soviet Union. She nodded when Sharon didn't answer, assuming correctly that Sharon already knew of the classified information that had been offered. But it was that which was found with the second victim that changed everything. She had in her possession technology unlike anything seen before. Even as badly damaged as it was so advanced that the best scientists of the time found it difficult to understand. Sharon knew it was her phone from 2022 that was found after the bombing in 1940. She thought it had been destroyed. Still, she said nothing. As I understand it, British intelligence, in the guise of police officers, tried to interview 2 people who were seen fleeing from the site of the bombing, but before questions could be asked, they vanished right in front of the officers' eyes. Sharon looked uncomfortable. She'd hated leaving the British government with the mystery of hers and Kalen's disappearance in the middle of the Blitz, but they'd had no choice. Now it appeared it had been worse than she'd guessed. Reports of these events reached our office within hours, Natalie continued. I was dispatched to procure the technology. The British government could not very well complain about the disappearance of something they did not understand what it was. It was only a matter of time, to coin a phrase, before I put it all together. The man with the classified documents that no one should have seen. The mysterious disappearance of 2 Americans who, as far as the US government was concerned, did not exist. The strange technology that our scientists recognized as so advanced it might have come from another planet, but I knew it could only be from the future. It all added up to time travel. She laughed. At first I thought the time travel device was some invention of the Americans. You can imagine the paroxysms of fear that resonated through the ranks of Soviet intelligence at the thought of the Americans with the ability to change the past. But we could find no evidence of time travel or even of a project that could have been a cover for time travel. All our spies, even our most highly placed moles, found nothing. It was then that I realized the time travelers must have also come from the future, not just the technology. My only lead was the last person at the meeting not already accounted for. Lloyd Quill, Sharon muttered. Indeed, Natalie nodded. The Canadian who was not Canadian. After the bombing, Mr. Quill was called in to identify the body of his countryman. We picked him up outside the morgue. It was from him I learned all about time travel. I still don't understand how that could be possible, Sharon said. That timeline was erased. Lloyd Quill never went to prison, never joined the Chestnut Covin. Rose and Kevin were not killed in a bombing in London. They lived to old age. All evidence to the contrary, eh? Sharon? Of course it's possible. The temporal amplifier protects against paradox. Natalie smiled without warmth. Her eyes were icy. Mr. Quill was very willing to share what he knew. From him, I learned everything about time travel. He brought me with him to the future. And once there, I was insulated from the changes in the timeline that you initiated. She sighed. Unfortunately, Mr. Quill was not so lucky. He was still in 1933 when you changed the timeline, and we lost him. I arrived in time to retrieve the painting I desired, but I could not save him. Sharon's heart stopped beating. It was you, she breathed. You were the one in the dining room, watching me when I shifted back from 1933. Yes, Natalie said. All politeness vanished. Now it is your turn. You will tell us everything you have learned about the Chestnut Covin, about the future, the past, the parallel Earth, and about this fold space between worlds and how you escaped it. Sharon shook her head. I'm sorry, no. This is where reciprocity ends, she said. I won't cooperate with you and I won't tell you anything. Natalie and Anna stood at the same time. Identical pairs of eyes bored into her, distant, cold and calculating. Then we must use more unpleasant measures, as you suggested, Anna. Natalie smiled at her counterpart. Anna did not smile back. Her face communicated that she considered the attempt at conversation a waste of time, and that she should have led the interrogation from the beginning. But all she said was, of course. First interrogate the other one, Richard, the one with the temporal aberration disorder. That could be amusing, and give us information to use with this one. Natalie Johnson opened the door and nodded to Jurga Zintel, waiting in the hall. Yes, see that she's placed in interrogation room 2, while we work in interrogation room 1. Interrogation room 2 was the mirror image of the room she had been in previously, which, Sharon realized with a chill, was what they called interrogation room 1. There was no chair, just 4 blank walls and the door. She paced from one side to the other. It took 5 strides to reach the wall and 5 strides back. She lost count after 5,000 strides and was just sitting down with her back against the wall, when she heard a low moan. She froze, listening. Just when she decided she had imagined it, there was another moan followed by a cry. The cry formed into words, some she understood, others she did not. Please, and no, don't, were the words she heard most frequently. The pleading and screaming grew in volume and intensity. Then it would stop, and Sharon thought she heard sobbing. Sharon wrapped her arms around her legs and rocked back and forth, eyes wide. Hours passed. The room grew dark. The screams died down and Sharon dozed a little until they started again. Sometimes it sounded like a man, and Sharon imagined Richard being tormented by Anna and by his own delusions. Other times it sounded like a woman and Sharon wondered who else they were tormenting and to what purpose. Part of her was relieved she was not the one being tortured. Part of her felt guilty about being glad it was not her. But mostly she was terrified that her turn would arrive soon. Surely it had been days. She checked the door over and over, but it remained firmly locked. The door felt like metal, There would be no kicking or breaking it to get out. No one brought food or water. There was no place to relieve herself, and she picked a corner and tried to ignore the smell afterwards. She was forgotten. She banged on the door, calling out, and then feared that if someone came, it would be her turn to be interrogated next. She was almost delirious when the door finally opened. It was her turn. The waiting was over. They would interrogate her now. She lurched to the door on her hands and knees, eager to leave. Yorga stood in the doorway, her nose wrinkling at the smell. She had a bundle in her hand and a female security guard stood over her shoulder. She threw the bundle into the room. "Help her clean up," she said, waiting while the guard stood Sharon up and helped her change her clothes. "Burn that," Yorga said to the guard as she carried out the stolen uniform from the parallel Earth, now soiled from days of living in it. "Come with me," Yorga commanded Sharon. Sharon complied, stumbling out into the corridor. The air was fresh here, and Sharon saw the green of the grounds through windows at the other end of the hall. She'd almost forgotten how beautiful the color green was. Yorga was not in a patient mood. "Hurry up," she snapped as Sharon struggled to keep up with Yorga's pace. Sharon was confused. They were not heading toward interrogation room 1 as she had expected. Her confusion doubled when Yorga opened a door leading to the grounds and indicated Sharon should go outside. Sharon hesitated. "What are you waiting for? Move it or I'll have the guard move you," Yorga snarled. The fresh smell of growing plants was invigorating. Sharon took a deep breath. Yorga snorted and rolled her eyes. "This way." Yorga led her to a small clearing where a table was set with food and drink. Wordlessly, Yorga pointed to it and Sharon did not need a second invitation. She began eating the fruit and cheese and drinking the water provided. Yorga sat on the other side of the table at the end, so she would not be directly across from Sharon. "Why?" Sharon asked, her mouth still partially full of food. Yorga rolled her eyes again. "It wasn't my idea." "Natalie Johnson," Sharon said. "She thinks that after days of deprivation, this kindness will make you more cooperative, more willing to talk." "And Anna?" Sharon asked. "She thinks we should kill you and be done with it. I agree with her, in case you were wondering." "Nice," Sharon muttered into her food. "Nice never got anyone anywhere," Yorga responded. "Director Vita was nice, but she lost the TPC. Abandoned it like a coward. And now it belongs to us." "Back in your fancy office again, Yaz?" Sharon's tone was sarcastic, but Yorga did not seem to hear it. A thrill ran through Sharon. This was 2204 or close to it, Sharon realized. How could that help? She racked her brain. "I missed the view of the grounds," Yorga said, looking off into the distance toward a bamboo grove. "I never understood why Director Vita chose the office she did. She chose the view because she believed in the people of the TPC. You betrayed everyone and everything for a nice view." "To be the director of the TPC," Yorga corrected her. "A TPC without ridiculous limitations, which will benefit everyone." "How does this new and improved TPC benefit anyone but the Chestnut Covin?" "The benefits we derive will trickle down to everyone else." "Oh please," Sharon said. "I've heard that line before. But what's the point of crowning yourself the director of the TPC if the temporal mainframe is infected by a virus and the temporal nexus is out of commission?" Yorga smirked at her and rolled her eyes again. "Unless you have a way around that," Sharon said slowly. "You're the one who planted the virus and you have a way to eradicate it, don't you, Yaz?" Yorga spoke softly in a deadly voice. "I tolerate that nickname from Natalie. But not from you, understand?" Yorga looked up over Sharon's head, as if she could see through to the CERN facilities above them. "Natalie thinks you're soft, malleable like the Americans she knew in the 20th century. When you discovered the email timeline, as you call it, she thought ordering the president to investigate you would make you retreat, like a good rule follower. It's a strategic weakness. I think you're hard, unyielding like the layers of rock over our heads. It makes you inflexible and unchangeable. And it means you won't cooperate. She looked at Sharon again. Infiltration and sabotage are much better tools to achieving our goals than an interrogation of a prisoner we can never trust. I would rather place my faith in our mole among the stalwart TPC staff up there than in anything you'll ever tell us. Natalie doesn't see that, but Anna does. And I have faith that Anna will bring Natalie around to our point of view soon. You talk of faith, Sharon said softly. But to have faith, you have to believe in something. Oh, I do, Yorga answered smugly. I believe in me. Excuse me, Director, a voice said. Yorga looked up, annoyance written across her features. What do you want? She said to the figure which stepped out of the shadow of a pine tree. It was Jonas. He did not look at Sharon. Ms. Johnson and Ms. Ivanova have requested your presence for a meeting, he said. But I'm not finished here, Yorga growled. I can stay and guard the prisoner, Jonas answered with a glance toward Sharon. Right, Yorga snorted. I know how you used to feel about her. You think I'll trust you alone with her? What if you relapse? How I felt about her is irrelevant, Jonas said stiffly, almost hiding his humiliation. There are 2 guards on the grounds watching the other one. All the exits are sealed. They can't escape. Between the 3 of us, it's unlikely they can cause any trouble. I'm not so sure about that, Yorga began. If you'd like, I can tell the twins that you need to reschedule the meeting, Jonas offered. That way, the prisoners can be returned to the interrogation rooms and you can feel confident they can't escape or otherwise interfere. Yorga pinched her lips together at this suggestion. Fine, she said as she stood. She's allowed to eat her fill and walk the grounds until sunset. Then she is to be returned to the interrogation room. I understand, Director, Jonas said respectfully. Chapter 14. 2204. Redemption and Suspicion. Sharon eyed Jonas warily. The last time they'd spoken, Jonas had been happy to send Sharon and Kaelin into exile, never to be heard from again. She feared what he might do now. Jonas did not acknowledge her presence, instead watching Yorga make her way back into the building. Then he scrutinized the gardens before he made eye contact with Sharon. I'm here to help you escape, he said in a low voice. What? Sharon thought she'd not heard him correctly. We don't have a lot of time. It'll only take Yorga a few minutes to figure out the twins didn't ask for her. If we're going to get you out of here, we need to act now. I need Richard, Sharon said, standing. Jonas nodded. I know. He's close by. Jonas pushed through trees and underbrush, not following any of the paths, until they reached the benches Sharon, Kaelin, Miranda and Jonas had retreated to, the day they discovered the email timeline. Richard was there with 2 guards, happily chatting about tournaments and kegs of ale. You're dismissed, Jonas said as he emerged from the foliage, Sharon in tow. The guards barely glanced at him. Our orders are to remain with the prisoner until we return him to interrogation. You have new orders now. I'll watch these prisoners, Jonas responded. But the guards did not buy his subterfuge. Knaves! Richard shouted, startling them all. Errant knaves! He kicked a foot out, striking the closest guard in the abdomen. The guard doubled up in pain and Richard struck him with his fist, knocking him to the ground. The other guard attacked, and he and Richard traded furious blows, until Richard got in a punch under his jaw, knocking him backwards into a tree. Stunned or knocked out, Sharon couldn't tell, the second guard dropped. We need to hurry, Jonas said breathlessly, dazed by the intensity and alacrity with which Richard had dispatched the guards. He led them to the access tunnel TPC staff had used to evacuate before the Chestnut Covin arrived. A force field sealed the entrance. Jonas worked the keypad of a tablet computer screen, trying to deactivate it. Sharon heard shouts and the sound of people running through leaves and branches. Richard was back to talking about polishing armor, apparently unaware of the pursuit. They're coming, she said. I know, give me a moment, Jonas answered. Hurry. I know. This could be another ploy, Sharon thought suddenly. Like the sharing of information in hopes of reciprocity, or depriving her of food and drink and sleep, terrifying her with the sounds of others being tortured and then giving her respite in hopes she'd be cooperative. Perhaps this escape was planned, another attempt to get her to talk. She was about to confront Jonas with her suspicions when there was a buzzing sound and he relaxed. "Got it," he said, as the force field flashed green and then disappeared. "Come on," Richard replied, as he headed into the tunnel. Sharon hesitated, still mistrustful. "Sharon, this is the only way," Jonas said. There was something in his eyes, his tone, that made her believe him. She plunged into the darkness after Richard. Inside the tunnel there was a device mounted to the wall. Sharon assumed it was the force field activator. Jonas opened its casing and prodded the circuitry. "Get away from the opening," he called over his shoulder. He gave the circuitry a final prod and stepped back hastily. There was another buzzing sound, but this sound grew louder until the cave vibrated. With a boom, the cave entrance collapsed in a pile of rocks and dust, cutting off all light. They were trapped in the tunnel. "It's only a matter of time before they dig through that," Jonas said, coughing. "We have to climb." "And then what?" Sharon croaked as she cleared the dust from her throat. It was dark. She heard Richard on her right blowing the dust out of his nose, and she hoped he was facing away from her. "We have to get to the CERN level," Jonas said and, with a crunching of dust and dirt, began climbing. Sharon reached out until she encountered the tunnel wall. Using that to orient herself, she followed the sound of Jonas' footsteps, running her fingers along the wall as she went. She heard Richard start climbing behind her. Sharon guessed they had climbed for about 20 minutes before they took their first break. The air was hot and stuffy, and walking warily in pitch black to avoid stumbling, while fighting their fears of the darkness, was exhausting. "There was a time when I would not have been able to do this," Jonas said. "Do what?" Sharon asked. "Climb through a tunnel in the dark," he answered. "It was hard to walk from Canterbury to London, but this makes that feel like a holiday." "Yeah," Sharon said non-committally. She resisted sliding into comfortable reminiscences. She still wasn't sure that their escape wasn't a psychological manipulation set up by Natalie Johnson. "It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't so dark," Jonas added. There was a shuffling sound to Sharon's left, and then a light flared in the dark. Richard was holding a chemical light tube. "Where did you get that? Why didn't you bring that out before now?" Jonas sputtered. "Thank you, Richard, that is very helpful," Sharon said firmly. "Anything for you, Your Majesty," Richard answered. "Are you okay, Richard?" Sharon asked gently. "Of course, milady. Whatever do you mean?" Sharon sighed. "I heard what they did to you in the other room," her voice cracked. "I'm sorry that happened to you." "Nothing happened to him," Jonas said. "What do you mean?" "I heard several someones, being tortured. For days," Sharon said in an outraged voice. "It was a recording. The idea was to torture you, to get you so afraid that you would talk. One of their many tactics," Jonas finished in disgust. Sharon sat back against the hard rock wall, digesting that information. It should have been a relief that Richard was unharmed, that no one was really tormented, but the revelation only deepened her misgivings about this rescue. "Will the light last until we get to the end of the tunnel?" Sharon asked as they stood to continue their climb. "I'm not sure." "I think so," Jonas answered as Richard handed it to him. "It should take us another half an hour or so to reach the top." It was much easier to continue the climb with the light. Relieved of the burden of fear, they made better time. In the quiet of their steady plodding upward, Sharon asked the question foremost on her mind. "Why are you helping us?" There was a long silence and Sharon wondered if Jonas had not heard her or was ignoring her. "It wasn't what I expected it would be," he finally answered. "What wasn't?" "The Chestnut Covin," he said. "What did you think it would be like?" "I expected it would be like the TPC, just with fewer rules." He sounded embarrassed, even ashamed. But, she prodded him. The people of the Chestnut Covin, well, they're cruel, to put it bluntly. They're self-centered. Some are merely unkind. Some are brutal and sadistic. All of them want something, and none of them are united with anyone else, except for how it serves their own agenda. He took a deep breath. I realized quickly that I'd made a huge mistake, that I wanted to be, needed to be, part of something better than me. Like the TPC. What did you expect from people who were willing to throw the world into martial law for their own purposes? Sharon wanted to ask. Tell me about the twins, she asked instead. I know one is from our Earth, and the other is from the parallel Earth of the Alexander event. He sighed. Like everyone else, the twins are focused on their own goals. Natalie Johnson wants the power of time travel. Anna Ivanova wants domination over her party on the parallel Earth, and to rid that Earth of the Nazis they share the planet with. Together they are helping each other achieve their goals. Interesting, Sharon commented. Yorga said something about a mole-in with the TPC staff. Do you know who it is? No, Jonas said. They didn't trust me with that kind of information, though I guess they must have a saboteur in the group. But I don't know who it is. We must warn them when we get to the top, Sharon said. They probably already know, Jonas answered. But without a name to give them, we won't be able to help them. They climbed again in silence. And then, I'm sorry I missed your swearing in, Jonas said. Me too, Sharon answered. A mound of rocks, pushed to one side, signaled the end of the tunnel, and beyond that, were the metal walls and airlock door. The temporal nexus was still discharging electricity, and its light show was awe-inspiring and terrifying. How do we get through that? Sharon asked in dismay. I don't know, Jonas panted. Suddenly there was a loud noise. Richard stood next to the metal framework, his grin shining in the dimness. He was holding a rock the size of his hand, and as she watched, he tapped out a rhythm on the metal with the rock. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Can you hear that? Sharon said. Yes. Jonas was exultant. There were voices on the other side of the door. Grating noises. Someone was turning the wheel. The tunnel opened with bright light and a rush of cold air. Watch the pattern, a voice instructed them. Then run through, one at a time. I'll go first, Jonas said, counting out the pattern under his breath. And now, the voice called. Jonas ran through and seconds later called back, I'm through, it's okay. After you, milady, Richard said, gesturing with a flourish. Sharon counted out the pattern of the discharges as Jonas had, and was already sprinting across when the voice told her to run. Someone caught her, steadying her as she took deep breaths in relief. She looked up and found herself standing in front of Miranda Noon and Agent McGregor. Miranda. Sharon cried out as she threw her arms around her friend. Agent McGregor smiled, a tight smile of puzzlement and relief. How did you get here? Miranda asked. There was no one left in the TPC, and the temporal nexus is inoperative. It's a long story, Sharon began, but was interrupted by Jonas. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we must reseal the tunnel as fast as possible, he said, pointing to the opening as Richard ran through. The Chestnut Covin has taken over TPC headquarters, and they will come after us. I thought you were one of the Chestnut Covin, former Agent Fernley, Agent McGregor said coldly. He helped us escape, Sharon said gently. And he's right, we must reseal the tunnel. The Chestnut Covin will come, whether to get Richard and me back, or to destroy what's left of the TPC. They've been planning this for a long time. Agent McGregor nodded and, with others who had helped them exit the tunnel, closed the door again, turning the wheel firmly. Between the door and the discharges, it should keep them out, Sharon thought doubtfully. We need to understand what's going on, but we can't talk here, Miranda said as she led them away from the door. In a small room not far from the tunnel entrance, Sharon collapsed into a chair, exhausted by the climb. We thought someone had kidnapped you to the future, Miranda started. Sharon answered. It was a terrible future. There were no temporal amplifiers. Richard took me there so the Chestnut Covin could not find me. How did you get back? Sharon glanced at Richard, uncertain how much he could explain. But his eyes were clear, and he hadn't called her Your Majesty for a while. I took her there, and I brought her back, Richard said. And who are you? Agent McGregor asked as he entered the room. Agent Richard Kern, Richard answered, and Jonas inhaled. The Richard Kern who developed temporal aberration disorder? Jonas asked. The same, Richard answered. He wasn't lost in the past, Sharon explained. The Chestnut Covin sent him to the parallel Earth. From there, he figured out how to stop the virus in the temporal mainframe, and the invasion. He needed my help to do it. But they stopped us before we could finish, Richard added. What do you need to do to finish? Agent McGregor asked. We were attempting to use the Roman ring, the temporal nexus of the parallel Earth, to go back in time to prevent the virus and the invasion. But we were caught and returned here, Sharon explained. You've been there, to the parallel Earth? Jonas asked in astonishment. Yes, Sharon said grimly. And it's nowhere you want to visit. I'd be happy if I never went back. But you say the mission is unfinished? Miranda asked, looking at Richard. That is the sad truth, milady, Richard nodded. We have unfinished business, Sharon and I, which we must complete to save the world. I would like to learn more about your unfinished business, including how you can eliminate the virus from the temporal nexus, Miranda said. In detail. All the details of the world will gladly be yours, milady, Richard said as he beamed at her. Excuse me, Director. Miranda smiled at Sharon. Here's someone you'll be happy to see. Sharon turned to see Kaylin standing in the doorway, leaning on a crutch. Kaylin, she gasped. Kaylin was injured rescuing Agent McGregor, Miranda said. Sadly, we lost Director Vita. I've tried to take over for her, but I cannot replace her. I know, Sharon said, feeling dazed. The people in 2337, the ones who were still here, told me Director Vita had been killed and that Kaylin was injured. Sharon's mind raced. There was something wrong here. Perhaps one of the Kaylins came from a different time frame, the proposed theory that explained the Kaylin who met her outside her micro-apartment the night of their date. But neither Kaylin had disclosed that they were from a different time frame than this one. They both acted as if they were from 2204. It was not like the Kaylin she knew, to keep such important information secret. Unless one of them wasn't the Kaylin she knew. Chapter 15. 2204. The explosion. Sharon allowed Kaylin to embrace her. I was so worried, he said. We knew they'd taken you to the future, but we didn't know where or when. I thought I might never see you again. He turned to Jonas. Thank you for bringing her back to me. Sharon watched closely as Kaylin and Jonas shook hands. Kaylin's last parting from Jonas had been full of rancor. Now it was as if nothing had happened between them. Sharon didn't know if that was because of Kaylin's relief, Jonas' regret, or for some other reason. I think we need to get everyone settled in, see to any medical needs, allow them to clean up, offer them food, Miranda said, standing. She waited until Jonas and Richard had been escorted from the room, before she turned to Sharon. Agent McGregor stood to one side of the table, closely watching Jonas and Richard as they left. Sharon, I know it's an inconvenience, but Agent McGregor and I need to talk with you privately. We promise to make this short. Sharon sat again as Agent McGregor closed the door to the room. I'm happy to help, Sharon said and then grinned. And I'm happier to see you. Both of you. We are glad you are safe too, Agent McGregor said. We need your thoughts, Miranda started. First, can we trust Jonas? I don't know, Sharon said truthfully. But I think so. She explained the tactics Natalie Johnson used to get her to talk, and her question about whether the escape was part of the manipulation. But if it was a manipulation, Sharon continued, it should have ended before we arrived here, right? He didn't ask me questions, gathered no information to report back. They didn't recapture us. Now that we are safe and the tunnel is sealed, I believe he really has changed his mind about the Chestnut Covin and wants to help. I'm willing to trust him provisionally, but he needs to be kept away from all sensitive areas and we should post a guard to him, Agent McGregor said. Someone low-key, not obviously security, he added when Miranda furrowed her brow. That's prudent, thank you Agent McGregor, Miranda said. She turned back to Sharon. Tell me about Richard Kern. It took longer to talk about Richard. She described seeing him outside her micro-apartment when Kaylin came to pick her up for their date, telling them everything about the horrors of 2337, the destruction and desperation, the raiders and the feral dogs, and the community the TPC would establish, and their descendants would inherit. When Richard and I shifted to the parallel Earth, the community was under attack from the raiders, Sharon said. Now maybe we can stop that from ever happening. How can you do that? The temporal mainframe is still infected by the virus, and without it we cannot use the temporal nexus, Miranda said. I guess we go back to the parallel Earth and try again, Sharon answered, as she realized she didn't know what Richard's plan was, now that they had returned to 2204. What's the status at headquarters? Agent McGregor asked. The Chestnut Covin has taken over the TPC, Sharon answered darkly. Jorga Zintel is calling herself the director, but it's really Natalie Johnson who's running the show. Natalie Johnson, Miranda said sharply. The one who wants you dead? The same, Sharon answered with a weak laugh. Either her or her counterpart Anna. Who's Anna? Agent McGregor asked. Sharon described meeting Anna, Natalie Johnson's counterpart on the parallel Earth, how she deluded them into believing she was with the TPC and how she brought them back to this time. It was all a lie, Sharon said. She brought us back here to stop us from completing our mission. Now, what's their game plan? Agent McGregor asked. World domination, Sharon answered, remembering what Jonas said about the Chestnut Covin and its competing agendas. Which Jorga was it? Miranda asked. What do you mean? Sharon was momentarily confused. There were two Jorgas, remember? Miranda said. One that fled to the future from the email timeline, as you call it, and one that shifted to the future from her office in this timeline. Which one is calling herself director now, I wonder? Good question, Sharon said. As far as I know, I only ever saw one Jorga. But which one is there now, or if both are there, I don't know. But she confessed to me that you have a saboteur here, and that she was the one who planted the virus, Sharon added. We know about the saboteur. Did she say who it was? Agent McGregor asked. No, and Jonas says he doesn't know either, Sharon began, and as she did her heart sank into her stomach. I have an idea who it might be though, she said sadly. We had the same thought, Miranda said, when Sharon told her about history changing after Kaylin arrived in 2337. The computer recorded the existence of two Kaylins at the time of your disappearance, but since then, there's only been the one. And we've seen no evidence of duplicity or attempted sabotage. He's never been left alone, and I've seen nothing in his behavior to make me suspect him. I have not either, Agent McGregor said. But that doesn't mean we can't keep a closer eye on him. I hate saying this, Sharon admitted. I hate even thinking it, and I sincerely hope I'm wrong. But something doesn't add up, and I'd rather be cautious than surprised. There was a knock on the door. One of the TPC security agents, Agent Loomis, if Sharon remembered correctly, stuck her head in. Agent Kern insists on seeing you, Director, Agent Loomis said. Miranda glanced at Agent McGregor, who nodded. Thank you. Show him in, Miranda instructed. Richard looked refreshed. No longer covered in dust and dirt from their journey through the tunnel, he had washed, and perhaps eaten too. It reminded Sharon that she was still thirsty and sticky from their climb. We need to better understand your plan for eliminating the virus in the temporal mainframe, and stopping the invasion from the parallel Earth, Miranda said as the door closed. Yes, of course, Director, Richard said. Do you still have the remote control? He asked Sharon. Sharon had forgotten all about it. Now she reached into her sock and pulled it out, grateful Yorga's security goon hadn't insisted she change her socks. It had a few scuffs from their climb over the rock barrier, but was otherwise undamaged. She handed it to Richard. This is a portable interface unit from the parallel Earth, he said. Like the ones in our universe, it executes shifts through time via the Roman ring, their version of the temporal nexus. It also provides personal access to their version of the temporal mainframe. You mean you have access to it now? Sharon asked in astonishment. Even from a parallel universe? Yes, he said. You can travel back in time using that. Right now, Agent McGregor said. That's correct, Richard replied. Then why did we need to go to the other Earth? Sharon asked. Why didn't you just activate it and take us to the past from here? I needed to prime it, he explained. When I first got the remote control, it wasn't connected to their temporal mainframe. The courier didn't know how to do that, and he needed to get it to Patron as fast as possible before they caught him with it. That's why Patron gave it to me. He knew I would understand how to use it. Director, we can prepare for a mission in less than 30 minutes, Agent McGregor said, starting to rise. No, Richard said. What do you mean, no? Agent McGregor's face registered both confusion and irritation. It has to be Sharon and me, Richard said. Why Sharon? Miranda asked. Richard shrugged. It has to be her. Miranda and Agent McGregor exchanged looks. Finally, Miranda spoke. I'll take this under advisement, she said. In the meantime, let's get Sharon cleaned up and comfortable. 30 minutes later, after she'd washed and eaten, Sharon was sitting in an office staring at the wall, going over events in her mind. She felt as if she'd been in a whirlwind, unable to step away and really think. It made her feel as if she was missing something important. There was a knock on the door. May I come in? Miranda's voice asked. Once Miranda was seated in an office chair and the door firmly closed, she voiced the question on her mind. Do you trust Richard? Sharon suppressed a mirthless laugh. You mean, do I trust the man who kidnapped me to a post-apocalyptic nightmare, shifted me to a terrifying dystopian society, and calls me Your Majesty? She shook her head before adding wryly, Yeah, I guess I do. She held up her hand before Miranda spoke. He was my grandmother's best friend. He was injured by sabotage trying to protect her, and despite the danger he has put me in, has done everything he could to keep me safe. I believe he knows how to get us out of this, and if he says I need to be there, I believe that too. Why do you think he's insisting on you? Miranda asked. Maybe it's because he trusts me. We've been through a lot together, Sharon mused. Maybe it's because of my expertise on the Chestnut Covin, or because I remind him of my grandmother, and that brings him comfort. I don't know. If you were in my shoes, what would you decide about this mission? Sharon stood up and paced. On one hand, you're being asked to approve a mission led by an injured agent, using technology we don't fully understand, tapping into resources from another universe to accomplish it. A lot could go wrong. On the other hand, the agent in question is one of the most loyal in TPC history. The technology has already worked, and we don't have many other choices. Miranda chuckled. That about sums it up, she said with a smile. But you still haven't answered my question. Sharon grinned at her. I would approve the mission. Miranda stood, smiling in return. I'll let you know what I decide. It was Agent McGregor who informed Sharon that Miranda had approved the mission. He seemed dubious about its success and worried for her, but he would follow his director's orders to the death. They found Richard standing outside the temporal nexus enclosure, deep in discussion with Najoni Diogo and other technicians about the workings of the Roman ring on the parallel Earth. While our temporal nexus uses 3 micro-wormholes orbiting each other to enable travel through time, The Roman ring of the parallel Earth uses 6, he was saying. 6, one technician exclaimed. That's overkill. It can't be as precise as ours. Wait, another technician jumped in. How are the wormholes of the Roman ring configured? What's the formation? I'm sorry, this discussion will have to be postponed until another time, Agent McGregor stepped in. The technicians reluctantly dispersed, still energetically theorizing about what geometric arrangement would be best for 6 wormholes to create a time machine. Miranda has approved our mission, Sharon told Richard when the technicians were gone. What do you need to prepare? Agent McGregor asked. I need access to the temporal nexus. I must be in physical contact with it to activate the remote control, Richard answered. Very well, Agent McGregor nodded. Proceed when you're ready. There was a terrible sound, like air ripping apart. One moment Sharon was waiting for Richard to activate the shift, the next she was down on the floor. All she felt was pain. All she heard was the ringing in her ears. All she saw was red. Sharon lifted her head. The ringing in her ears faded, and the aching changed locations as she moved. But the red in her eyes remained. It was blood dripping from a cut on her forehead. There was shouting, the sound and vibration of feet running as she eased herself against the wall, hand to her head, trying to stop the bleeding. Sharon, Agent McGregor groaned. Are you okay? I hit my head, but I think I'm fine. Someone crouched down in front of her, gently removing her hand to get a better look at the cut. Just take it easy, a TPC medic said. Let's get this bleeding under control. Richard. Sharon blurted. I'm here, Richard said. Sharon saw him out of the corner of her eye, also leaning against the wall, cradling his arm. A TPC medic was looking him over too. What happened? There was an explosion. Sabotage. It had to be, Agent McGregor said in his deep voice as he pulled himself to standing, waving away the medic who tried to assist him. How do you know? Sharon asked. She swayed a little as she got to her feet, the medic holding her elbow to keep her steady. The explosion was centered on the entrance to the temporal nexus, Agent McGregor answered, pointing to the entrance. The double doors were hanging off their hinges, the metal a tangled and burnt mess. There's nothing combustible there, nothing that could trigger an explosion. It had to have been manufactured. Was the temporal nexus damaged? Richard said, leaping to his feet. The medic at his side was trying to ease Richard's arm into a sling, but Richard pushed him away. The cut isn't bad, but we need to seal it, said the medic, treating Sharon as she moved to follow Richard. Then do it, she responded impatiently. The medic pulled out what looked like a large cotton swab and ran it across the cut on Sharon's forehead. It stung for a second and then went numb. There, the medic said. The derma heal will keep it clean until the cut closes on its own. Try not to rub it if it itches. Fine, Sharon said as she lurched after Richard. Thank you, she called out belatedly to the medic, hoping he would understand. There was an acrid smell near the doors and Sharon avoided touching them, feeling heat still radiating from them. Richard was standing next to the temporal nexus. There was a long crack in the glass. Otherwise, the temporal nexus appeared undamaged. Is it okay? Sharon asked. I'm not sure, Richard said. He placed a hand against the glass. As he did, the sound of another explosion thundered through the complex. Agent McGregor left the room at a run. There was more shouting and then another muffled explosion. Richard took his hand off the glass and stood in front of the computer workstation. A moment later, Najoni Diogo ran in, followed by several of the technicians Richard had been talking to earlier. They're trying to break into the facility, Agent Diogo said breathlessly, as 2 technicians wrestled the smoking and mangled doors closed. Who? Sharon asked, though she already knew the answer. The Chestnut Covin. They're trying to break through the door at the opening of the tunnel. Agent McGregor ordered us to secure the temporal nexus. The two technicians were holding the doors closed as best they could, while someone on the other side piled office furniture across them to keep them shut. "That won't hold," Richard said, shaking his head. "What else can we do?" Agent Diogo asked. "We can shift now," Sharon said. "Richard, let's go. We can stop this." "I've already tried." "It's not working," Richard said. Chapter 16. 2204. Revelations. "Why isn't it working?" Sharon asked, her face pale. "The explosion disrupted the magnetic field," Agent Diogo said as she scanned the computer screen. "What does that mean?" Dull thuds told them more heavy furniture was being stacked outside the doors. Within the room, the workstation was the only piece of furniture. There was nothing with which to barricade the doors from the inside. "The micro-wormholes are tethered within a magnetic field," Agent Diogo explained. "Fused within the glass containment enclosure are thin filaments that maintain a consistent magnetic field. The explosion damaged some of the filaments and caused the magnetic field to fluctuate." "Can we fix it?" Sharon said. The noises outside the room grew louder, the shouting more strident. "No," Richard said, as he read the screen over Agent Diogo's shoulder. "We don't have the materials to repair it. There are still enough filaments to preserve the field, and eventually the field will realign itself," Agent Diogo answered. "But it will take time." "How much time?" The bangs and rumbles were getting closer, along with screams. "No more than 10 minutes, Agent Diogo answered after checking the computer readout. Agent Diogo's head popped up from the computer screen, followed by Richard's. They were staring at the double doors. Following their gaze, Sharon realized she no longer heard the battle. There were no more screams or rumbles. The hall outside was silent. "I don't think we have 10 minutes, Sharon muttered. Sharon crept to the door, peering through a gap left open by the warped metal and haphazard barricade. A group of people sauntered toward the temporal nexus room. At its head she saw Natalie Johnson and Anna Ivanova. Behind them was one of the Yorgas, smiling maliciously as she oversaw two large security goons who thrust Miranda and Agent McGregor in front of them. The Chestnut Covin had taken hostages. They stopped several feet before the pile in front of the doors. Anna gestured to someone Sharon couldn't see, and she heard pieces of the barricade being removed. "I know you can hear me," Natalie Johnson said. "Soon you'll be able to see me. We've taken over your TPC, first its headquarters, now its people. We want the temporal nexus. Cooperate and no one else gets hurt." The gap widened in the barricade. Jonas was removing the furniture and other items stacked outside the door. When he paused after trying to lift a heavy item, a guard shoved him roughly, barking at him to continue. The Chestnut Covin did not take betrayal lightly. Sharon feared Jonas was in for far worse punishment than moving heavy items. "What do we do?" Agent Diogo whispered. "How much time before the magnetic field resets?" Sharon whispered back. Agent Diogo checked her readout. 7 minutes, she answered. "You have 10 seconds to release control of the temporal nexus or we start hurting people," Anna Ivanova said. "We need to stall for time," Richard muttered. "Agreed, but I don't think Berserker mode will work this time," Sharon said. "Berserker mode?" Richard sputtered. "I have no idea what you mean." Sharon took a deep breath. "Okay, let's do it," she said to the two technicians standing on either side of the doors. In a louder voice, she said, "We're opening the doors." "We can't get them all the way open," a technician grunted. "The doors will have to be removed to clear the opening completely." "Good. We can use that." Sharon nodded. The door scraped open until it was wide enough to see into the hallway. She clenched her fists and struggled not to gasp in dismay. Miranda and Agent McGregor, bruised and bloodied, were held in iron grips. Other TPC staff were tied together or held at weapon point. All were staring at her fixedly, and the intensity of their attention was almost painful. Some appeared terrified as if they hoped she could save them. Some looked desperate, not believing anyone could save them. Miranda seemed defeated and was shaking her head no, almost imperceptibly. Agent McGregor's eyes were fire, and Sharon could almost see him calculating permutations of how to get out of this situation. A universal expression of smugness and triumph was on the faces of their captors. It was shocking to see how many the Chestnut Covin had recruited into its ranks. Sharon was chillingly reminded of the raiders she and Richard had encountered, and the air of casual violence they projected. But it was Natalie and Anna who held her attention. Their expressions, usually almost identical in every way, differed slightly from each other at this moment. Natalie radiated satisfaction, as if her plan was going exactly as she envisioned it. Anna looked wary, as if at any minute things would go wrong, and she was preparing a response. Behind them Yorga stood, arms crossed, appearing bored, waiting for the end of this affair so she could get back to running the TPC the way she wanted. Jonas stood to one side of the barricade, no longer removing furniture. His eyes were down, but there was tension in his shoulders and arms. He was ready to act, but to do what, she didn't know. Halen moved through the crowd toward her. They will line him up with Miranda and Agent McGregor, she thought apprehensively. They will threaten him too, to get us to surrender the temporal nexus. But her fears turned to shock as he stopped next to Anna. Anna's face warmed into a smile, and she kissed Halen on the cheek, before turning her eyes back to Sharon. "Now you understand," her expression seemed to say. 6 minutes, whispered Agent Diogo. "This is as far as we can get the doors open," Sharon began, her voice shaking. She cleared her throat and tried again. "You know, after you blew it up." "That was you, wasn't it?" she asked the Halen next to Anna. "It was," he said matter-of-factly. "And the water? Did you poison the water too?" He nodded. "I did. I was the one who almost kidnapped you, before the old man arrived. And I sent the other Halen into the future. It made it easier to complete my assignment without interference." This Halen did not radiate the same arrogant satisfaction as those around him. He was an agent on a mission, rather than an insurgent hell-bent on taking over the world. He stood next to Anna calmly, as if waiting for his next orders. "There's one thing I don't understand," Sharon said to Anna. "How does taking over the TPC in this world help you attain power in your universe?" "It should be obvious," Natalie responded. "With the Chestnut Covin managing the TPC, we can send all needed resources to the other Earth, with impunity. As I help my sister self in this world, so she will help me, in mine," Anna added. But there was something else in Natalie's response, mirrored in Anna's eyes. Natalie didn't intend to send resources to the parallel world, and Anna knew it. Natalie was stringing her sister self along, and Anna was preparing for treachery. It was a crack in the veneer that Sharon could work with. She mustered a thin laugh. "Does she really believe you?" Sharon asked, the shake in her voice mostly gone. "She's not really you, is she, if she can't see that you are just using her? You'll never help her conquer her world." "That's absurd," Natalie responded with a glance at Anna. "I am her, she is me. I wouldn't betray her, any more than I would betray myself." "Yes," agreed Anna. "We know each other. We are each other. Who else could we trust so implicitly?" "For minutes," Agent Diogo whispered. "As you say," Sharon responded. "But the Chestnut Covin's ideology is about using time travel for personal gain. Isn't it?" Jonas glanced sidelong at Sharon, but she ignored the look. "Well, think about it," Sharon continued. "What personal gain is there in helping you, when she's achieved what she wants? It's not like she's driven by ethics, or some kind of moral code. We should just kill her, and everyone in the room, and secure the temporal device, now," Anna hissed. Halen put an arm around Anna's shoulders, and whispered something in her ear. "Are his sweet whispers as nice for you, as they were for me?" Sharon asked Anna. This time, she couldn't keep the anger out of her voice. "He's a good actor. Isn't he? When I arrived, he really seemed happy to see me. I believed it. I've got to give him credit. You've chosen a man expert at fooling people. I just hope he's not fooling you too. I did my job, Haaland responded without heat. You were simply another element of my mission. Anna smiled at him and he kissed her, after which Anna spoke to Natalie again. We are done here, yes? We should kill them now. 3 minutes, came a whisper behind Sharon. No, they may still be of value, Natalie said. Jurga rolled her eyes and Anna's eyes hardened. What value? What do you think you can get from them? Anna's voice was low. They knew a lot in this world, and in yours. I would hate to eliminate an important resource, without using it efficiently and completely. And yet you do nothing to use the resource, as you put it. You play games. You are like a spider in a web trying to manipulate the threads, and accomplishing nothing. We have what we need. We should eliminate all threats to our plan, and start mobilizing our forces to invade my world. We have time, Natalie responded smoothly. In moments, we will have the machine that will give us all the time and resources we want. There's no need to act impulsively. Killing them would not be impulsive, it would be efficient, Anna responded. She turned away from Haaland to face Natalie. Killing them would be an effective step toward fulfilling your part of our bargain. Sharon's barbs had sunk in. Natalie closed her eyes. Yes, she said, opening her eyes and staring at Sharon. Their ice pierced her, and a cold pit formed in Sharon's stomach. If you need me to demonstrate my sincerity, I'm glad to oblige you. You may kill them, if you wish. She turned her icy stare on Anna. Suddenly, there was a shout that turned into a roar. Jonas picked up a metal chair and heaved it at Natalie and Anna, grabbing a second before the first one fell, and throwing it with another roar. Natalie ducked to the floor, while Haaland deflected the chair from striking Anna. The mob behind them dissolved into confusion, some trying to get away from the furniture missiles lofted by Jonas, some moving toward Jonas to stop him, others taking advantage of the tumult to turn on their captors. The technicians in the temporal nexus room leapt over the barricade, and joined Jonas, hurling everything they could get their hands on. Sharon felt a hand grab hers. Now, Richard hissed. The melee riveted Sharon's attention, a cyclone of violence edging closer and closer. Eyes wide, she allowed Richard to draw her backwards until he was within arm's reach of the temporal nexus enclosure. Good luck, Agent Diogo said as she pulled an energy weapon out from under the workstation, the last line of defense. Sharon was still watching the clashing figures as Richard spread his hand on the glass. The room rippled and warped. Sharon thought she saw Haaland reaching for Jonas as Natalie shouted, "Prepare to engage final measures." Sharon was filled with dread as the redness of a shift to the past filled her eyes. Chapter 17. The Last Shift. After shifting against her will to the future, and traveling across the rift between universes, this shift was easy, almost relaxing. It surprised her when they emerged into the library of her own home, next to the bookcases that housed her temporal amplifier. It's good to be home, Sharon sighed, turning in a circle and breathing deeply the familiar sense of the room. But why here? Because this is the only temporal amplifier not impacted by the virus, Richard said as he pulled the bookcases away from the wall to access the control panel. I thought we needed to cross the rift to travel to the past, she said, frowning. Not this time, he said as he accessed the keyboard. Wait, Jonas removed my temporal amplifier. How is it still here? This isn't your temporal amplifier, Richard said in a rushed tone as he rapidly tapped on the keyboard. I don't understand, Sharon began and stopped when she heard a voice. Do we have enough food and water? The voice was high-pitched and frantic, as was the answering voice saying words Sharon could not make out. Cold washed over her. When are we? Richard didn't look up, didn't answer her, and only muttered, almost done. Almost done. Richard, you need to answer me. No, I need to hurry. Why do you need to hurry? What's going on? Sharon heard a muffled boom. Voices outside the house screamed and cried out. The rumble was followed moments later by a strange whooshing sound, and the house shuddered. An earthquake? Is this the day of the earthquake? The one that destroyed my grandparents' home? Sharon asked. Richard looked away from his work to the ceiling. His face was gray and deeply furrowed. No. This day is much worse. Peering through a window curtain, Sharon saw people running through the street. There was a wildness in their eyes unlike anything she'd seen before. Not in an angry 1968 protest, or citizens enduring the Blitz, had Sharon seen people look like this. The frantic voice called again from inside the house. Where's the first aid kit? There was another boom, followed by a bright flash of light. Sharon scrunched her eyes and stopped breathing. A huge plume of dark cloud rose in the distance, mushrooming up and away from the earth, reaching to the sky and then out toward her. People on the street dropped to their knees, trees bent and swayed as the earth shook, and the house shivered again as if caught in a tornado. Sharon's mind could not comprehend what she was seeing. When are we? She asked Richard again, with a shuddering inhale. January 2002, he answered. The first day of World War III. Sharon pulled herself from the window, ignoring what her senses were telling her. You're wrong. I lived through 2002. I know for a fact that World War III did not begin in 2002. Are we in the parallel universe again? Did we arrive on the wrong Earth? No, not the wrong Earth, it's the past that's wrong. This is our Earth, the Earth we know. It is the Chestnut Covin's final revenge. Natalie Johnson started World War III from 200 years in the future. How? Sharon gasped, her horror and bewilderment rapidly succumbing to terror. Her brain was catching up. A nuclear bomb, likely more than one, had been dropped on Los Angeles. No more Olvera Street. No more costume shop she and Kalin had visited together, when he was excited about getting caught in a traffic jam. All gone, lost forever, smoking ruins and piles of rubble, like the terrifying Earth of 2337. When communism failed in 1989, Natalie Johnson stole most of the Soviet Union's stockpile of nuclear missiles and transported them to the future. She used knowledge of history she gained in the future, and knew exactly when and where to be to snatch them out from under the noses of her former comrades. Over 4,000 warheads, each with almost 300 kiloton payloads. They were to be dismantled, but instead they just disappeared. The Russians never disclosed they'd lost the missiles. The world suspected they were missing, but they never learned the truth. Now they never will. Why would she do such a thing? Sharon said, aghast. Richard laughed his hoarse laugh, the raw laughter Sharon had come to realize was his way of dealing with despair. Why? To win, of course. Natalie Johnson subscribes to that age-old maxim of the 4-year-old, if I can't have it, no one can. Instead of breaking a toy, she's breaking the world. But doesn't that mean she's destroying the future too? Won't an extreme change in history, like creating a war, change her too? He shook his head. She'll cross the rift with Anna, on the pretext of helping Anna achieve world domination on her Earth. But you and I know it's only a matter of time, before she tries to eliminate Anna and take her place. I wonder who will win, he mused. How do you know all this? Sharon said. The frantic voices in the house were getting closer, and Sharon lowered her voice instinctively. Because I've seen it all before. A voice was outside the door. The flashlights are in the library, right? A woman walked into the library. Her face was wild and terrified, like those on the street. She stopped, more confused than alarmed when she saw them. Mom, Sharon gasped. But her mother didn't respond. Neither did she move, and they no longer heard the panic and bedlam outside the house. What did you do? She asked Richard. I froze time, he said. But only in this room, and only for a short while. Sharon took a step toward her mother, who remained motionless. Observation mode, she murmured. And the bombs are still falling out there. She reached out a hand. Her mother looked so young. Oh yes, he cackled. Natalie Johnson has enough firepower to hit every major city in the world, in every decade of the 20th century, and beyond. It took a moment for that to sink in. What did you say? Sharon turned slowly back to Richard. After we left 2204, Natalie and her henchmen stormed the temporal nexus room, he said. Did Najoni survive? Sharon asked. He shook his head, but Sharon didn't know if he was answering her, or discouraging conversation. They removed the virus from the mainframe and reactivated the system. She immediately used it to send waves of missiles into the past. Every 10 years from 1900 forward, missiles would suddenly appear in the skies above major cities and wipe them out. The world barely had time to recover from the devastation before another wave appeared. But why would she destroy the world over and over? Wouldn't once be enough? Sharon asked in angry shock, gesturing to the window where the world was ending again. Did you think your time was the only one important enough for her to destroy? His face was grotesque, a grimacing mask, his eyes burning into hers. Right now, throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, bombs are dropping on cities, triggering responses from world nations distrustful of each other, their reprisals in motion within minutes. If atomic war were to break out every 10 years for 150 years, what do you think the result would be? A future so fractured, it could never be recovered. So she could never be stopped in any timeline, that's her goal, Sharon whispered. Precisely, Richard nodded. But she has a two-dimensional view of time, he continued. She doesn't understand its layers, its complexities. She thinks about it in terms of straight-line cause and effect. She can't imagine the infinite permutations of time. That's our advantage. What did you mean when you said you've seen all this before? Richard grew still, so still that for a moment Sharon wondered if the time-freezing effect of observation mode had somehow included him. Then he closed his eyes and a shiver rippled through him. I've been in a time loop, living these experiences repeatedly. I've lost count how many times, he added to himself. Sharon pulled herself away from her mother. How did you get into a time loop? She asked quietly. Not just me, he said with a chortle. You've been with me, through most of it too. Sharon recoiled. Me? The first few loops, it was just me alone, he said, a faraway look in his eyes as he remembered shifts she knew nothing about. I tried to stop the invasion so many times. But I couldn't. Finally, I admitted I needed help, and you were the one I had to choose. Over and over, we went forward in time, across the rift, and back here. Here is where it always ends. Here is where we either succeed or fail. And we've always failed. I have no memory of it, she said. No, you wouldn't, he answered, shaking his head with another small laugh. When the loop resets, it erases your memory. I, on the other hand, remember everything. How do you remember it, when I don't? I think it's an effect of the temporal aberration disorder, he answered with a wry laugh. Who knew it could have a benefit? That's why you always seem to know what's going to happen. Each loop is the same. He sighed. Mostly. There are variations, but they generally play out the same each time. I look forward to the day when something changes. Why do we fail? She asked quietly. Because you must make an impossible choice, he said, his eyes full of sadness. Sharon swallowed, with a suddenly dry mouth. What choice? After the Chestnut Covin captured the temporal nexus in 2204, Natalie and Anna offered all TPC staff a chance to join with them, to become members of the Chestnut Covin, or be executed. Jonas was one of the first executed as a traitor. Sharon closed her eyes. Because he betrayed them by saving us, she whispered. Agent McGregor and Director Noon were executed too, Richard continued. But only after being given the chance to encourage the staff to join the Chestnut Covin. You can set the example, Natalie Johnson suggested. When they refused, she said they could set another example by dying before everyone's eyes. Sharon took a shaky breath. Most people agreed to join after that, not that I blame them, Richard shook his head. Natalie Johnson sent most of them across the rift, to be laborers in Anna's workers' paradise. If they left no TPC staff in 2204, does that mean the people in 2337 ceased to exist? No, they existed, he answered. Because they were in another timeline, Sharon said, nodding. Until they weren't, Richard said grimly. The raiders succeeded in their attack in 2337. They breached the defenses and ravaged the community. Halen Winters died fighting them, and they killed almost all the community members in the battle, or in the aftermath. Sharon sank to the floor, shuddering. Forgotten now was her mother, a statue in the doorway. Forgotten now were the kilotons of nuclear fission detonating nearby. Her future was gone. Her past was going. All that remained was this little pocket of frozen time, and then she would go through it all again. What's the impossible choice? She asked thickly. We have to stop the virus in the mainframe, he said, turning back to the control panel of the temporal amplifier. We have to stop it before it spreads, before it incapacitates the temporal nexus. Then the invasion can't happen. We can stop the apocalypse, and no one at the TPC will die. He raised the remote control device from the parallel universe. This contains a patch to eradicate the virus from the temporal mainframe. It can't stop the infection once it begins, but it can stop it before it starts. Like a vaccine, instead of a cure. Tell me the impossible choice, Sharon said again. I downloaded the patch from the computer system in the Roman ring chamber on the parallel Earth, he continued. But I have to upload it to a temporal amplifier, not already infected. This one was removed, in what you call the email timeline by Jonas Fernley, before they released the virus. His laugh was giddy now. And because Natalie Johnson changed this timeline by launching her bombs, the temporal amplifier in this time frame is free of the virus. We use Natalie Johnson's ignorance to defeat her. What is the impossible choice? Sharon asked slowly. Her tone made it clear she would not ask again. Richard looked at Sharon's mother, still standing in the doorway. Running the program, the patch to stop the virus, is not how the temporal amplifier was designed to be used, he gestured to the control panel. It will push the system to its limits, releasing a kind of temporal radiation. The temporal penumbra will protect you and me, but not your mother. What do you mean? Sharon asked, struggling to her feet. The temporal amplifier will injure her. She will develop temporal aberration disorder, he said, meeting Sharon's horrified eyes. You must make the choice. Do we proceed, or not? Sharon's eyes were drawn to her mother, who looked so young. Can't we move her into the temporal penumbra with us? Or somehow make it bigger, so it includes her? Sharon asked. He shook his head. We can't change the size of the temporal penumbra, that's a static aspect of the temporal amplifier. And we've tried different ways of protecting your mother, and each one failed. I'm sorry. Why me? Sharon's voice cracked. Your grandmother made me promise, he breathed. She discovered me in one of the first loops, he started, sounding as choked up as Sharon. She told me that when the time came, you had to be the one who made the choice, not me. I didn't understand what she meant, until I brought you into the mission, and we ended up here the first time. Then I understood. You must be the one to initiate the program. Words couldn't describe her agony. She had to choose whether to save the past, the present, and the future, or to save her mother from the disease that stole years from her. This is what Richard had meant when he said it had to be Sharon on the mission. It was not because of her Chestnut Covin expertise. It was not because he was comfortable with her, or trusted her, not because of her skills as an agent, or her experience chasing through centuries to save the TPC. It had to be her, because she was the next of kin to the woman who had wandered into the wrong room, at the wrong time. Chapter 18. Closing the loop. Richard watched in sympathy as emotions flooded Sharon. Disbelief. Horror. Fury. Anger flared hottest, and Sharon clenched her fists. How could Grandmother Rose do this to her? How could she demand this choice be made by her? And if I don't choose? Sharon asked through gritted teeth. Richard sighed. If you don't, then everything is lost and we start all over again, he said in a tired voice. I've tried every other way I can think of. I've tried doing this in the future, in the past, in the parallel world, and nothing has worked. This is the only way. This is where the mission had always ended before, she realized. He'd kidnapped Sharon from the future, tried to stop the end of the world, failed, and time reset, over and over again. Every time, Sharon refused to be the one who caused her mother's illness. I don't believe you, she spit out. You never do, he said sadly. Sharon paced the floor, crossing and uncrossing her arms. Why can't you push the button? Why does it have to be me? She wanted to shout, wishing he would just do it, urging him in her mind to start the program, to save them all. To save her from the burden of the decision. She loathed him for being the one to put her in this position. She loathed him for his calmness as he waited for her to decide. She stopped pacing, staring at the bookcases. You know, it was in this room that I learned about time travel, she said in a small voice. My grandmother left me a letter telling me all about it. He raised his eyebrows. No, I didn't know. I haven't told you about it, during one of our loops, she asked sarcastically. And now, my time travel has caused the end of the world. If I hadn't traveled to the past, left my phone where it could be discovered, Natalie Johnson would not be in the future, dropping bombs. All because of a damned message on the walls of the crawlspace. Richard shook his head. Crawlspace? It was almost a whisper. Yeah, right there on the wall, she pointed to the seams in the wall he'd missed. She walked over and poked the spot that released the door. See? The door swung open a few inches, and as it did, a folded piece of paper fell to the floor. Sharon froze. What is that? She asked, taking a step back. I don't know, Richard answered. What do you mean you don't know? You said you've lived these experiences over and over. This has not happened before. He paused. Are you going to pick it up? No, she said. He reached down and turned it over. The word, Sharon, was written across one side in her grandmother's handwriting. No. He barely heard the word. She was pulling away, shaking her head. No, she whispered again. Then, no. Sharon ran toward her mother, toward the door, but was repulsed by the edge of the temporal penumbra that held them in observation mode. Unable to run further, she stood weeping, next to the frozen figure of her mother. I won't read it, she said through her sobs. You can't make me read it. I will not ask you to, he said quietly. Sharon sighed, a long shuddering sigh. No, but she knew. She knew I would read it eventually, she said, her voice thick with tears and sorrow. She always knew. He picked up the folded paper and held it out to her. With shaking hands she accepted it. She pressed it against her chest, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath before opening it. Dearest Sharon, there isn't much I can say that would be of help to you on the most terrible day of your life. All I can say is this, that if you trust your instincts, all will be well. You are braver than you know. I love you with all my heart. Grandmother rose. Sharon read it again and again, eventually just staring at the paper as Richard waited. Trust my instincts, she muttered. She told me to trust my instincts, and this is where it led me. I don't know if I can do it anymore. Then, to Richard's amazement, she started to laugh. I would hate you, if you did it, you know, she said, chuckling as she wiped her face. I would never forgive you. Grandmother Rose knew that. She didn't want you to suffer that, or me to bear the burden of hate. Just the burden of guilt, she ended in a murmur. Her laughter stopped, her tears flowed, and she could not stop them. She had decided. How do I start the program? She said. He stared at her in disbelief and, stunned, pointed to the temporal amplifier control panel. This one takes us out of frozen time. This one initiates the program. Sharon's hand trembled as she reached for the control panel. Richard held his breath. She deactivated observation mode, and the sounds of chaos outside resumed, louder and more desperate. Her mother took a deep breath. "Who are you?" she demanded of Sharon and Richard. Sharon's hand was shaking now, and silent sobs were heaving in her chest. She groaned as she activated the control panel one last time. "Mom," she sobbed as she and Richard shifted away, in a whirlwind of howling and Sharon's weeping. In 2337, the battle to protect the community raged. The raiders had broken through the barriers erected to protect the stairwell. Those who could accurately fire weapons were in defensive positions facing the doors, picking off the raiders coming through, one by one. But the raiders kept coming. They positioned Kaylin in the second line of defenders, the last before the children, vulnerable and injured, being rushed into the escape tunnel. He had argued for remaining with the temporal nexus, in a last desperate attempt to get it working again so they could shift to safety. But Emery refused. Emery's focus was the here and now, not the past or the future, and he wanted all able bodies between the community and the raiders. Now Kaylin stood in a doorway, around a corner from the stairwell barricade defense line. He held a long metal bar in one hand. Emery chose not to trust him with one of only a few energy weapons, because Kaylin had never used one before. Kaylin was confident, however, that he could solidly swing his metal rod at raiders' heads when needed. Kaylin wiped his damp palm on his pant leg and listened. The sounds of battle in front of him were getting louder, as were the sounds of evacuation behind him. It wouldn't be long now. Shouts and screams erupted from the front line. Kaylin hoped they were from raiders, but he doubted it. Cries of fear echoed the screams among the refugees behind him. They were panicking. A loud crashing noise drew his attention, followed by the sound of running footsteps, shouts, and thuds. A man came around the corner, a raider. Kaylin readied his metal bar. There was a buzzing sound, and the raider dropped in a heap at Kaylin's feet. Kaylin exhaled and a woman came around the corner. She was wearing the jumpsuit of a member of the community, her weapon pointed behind her as she ran, steadily firing at her pursuer. A knife caught her in the chest, and she dropped to the floor gasping, her eyes rolling in confusion and pain. Kaylin ran out of his hiding place to pull her to safety, but was only halfway across the hall when the raider caught up to them. He raised the metal bar, deflecting a knife with a dull metal clash. The raider's arms moved like lightning as he switched the knife from left to right, trying to find an opening. Kaylin, standing over the woman, parried every strike with the metal bar. He saw more raiders edging around the corner, fighting hand to hand. It was then he understood they would lose. In that distracted moment, the raider's knife slipped past the metal bar and sliced his wrist, but instead of drawing blood, the knife went through him, as if he wasn't there. The raider looked up at him in surprise, first staring at Kaylin and then at his knife. They exchanged a moment of shared confusion, the first time Kaylin felt recognized by his attacker as another human being, and then the raider disappeared. No, not disappeared. He faded away. Kaylin reached down to haul the woman to safety, but his hand went through her arm as she too vanished. Kaylin stepped back in panic. The walls grew transparent. The shouts and cries receded. He dropped the metal bar, looking at his own hands and seeing the floor through them. "Sharon," Kaylin said, as he and everything around him disappeared. Njoni Diogo felt it immediately, moments after Richard and Sharon rippled away, a change in the air, like an almost indiscernible low thrum or vibration. It didn't register on the temporal nexus monitor, but the sensation was undeniable. Njoni didn't have time to investigate it, however. From within the battling figures in the hall, a man tried to leap over the rapidly shrinking barrier of overturned chairs and tables, blocking the mangled doors. She shot a bolt of energy into the pile and he fell back, cradling his hand after receiving a moderate electric shock. Njoni did not want to hurt anyone, but understood that injury or worse might be required to stop the Chestnut Covin from reaching the temporal nexus. Another man shoved Jonas out of his way, and attempted to climb the pile but threw up his hands as there was a blinding flash of light. He fell backwards, shielding his head with his arms as he landed in the center of the melee. Najoni exhaled as she lowered the weapon, raising it again quickly when she heard a grunt from behind her. Carefully holding the weapon in readiness, she crept around the workstation, her back to the bedlam just feet away. Kalen Winters was lying on the floor, rubbing his eyes and shaking his head. What happened?" he asked himself. Najoni looked back through the doors at the fighting getting closer and closer. There was Kalen Winters, struggling with Jonas. And here was Kalen Winters on the floor next to the temporal nexus. She lowered her weapon. "It's 2204, the Chestnut Covin is fighting to get access to the temporal nexus, and you just arrived from?" 2337, he grunted as he sat up. "What was it like?" Najoni couldn't help but ask, as she offered a hand to pull him up. "A lot like this," Kalen answered as he took in the fighting just feet away from them. He edged around the room until he reached the doorway. "It looks like we're losing," he said in a low voice. He stiffened. "And apparently I'm helping," he added in a growl. "Yeah, that's your parallel Earth counterpart," Najoni said in a whisper from over his shoulder. "That's disappointing, and a little embarrassing," he admitted. "The other you has a thing for the brunette, shouting orders over there," Najoni responded. "At least I'm loyal," he said. He pulled back suddenly as a metal table leg flew through the doors. He looked at Najoni, who had pressed herself against the wall. "They're coming," was all he said. She nodded and readied her weapon. Kalen darted from the wall to retrieve the table leg. It was better than nothing. There was a scraping noise as the last of the piled furniture was pulled away from the door. The fighting ceased and there was a sudden silence. "It's time to come out," Natalie Johnson called. "We have defeated you. There's no need for further violence." Najoni took a step forward. "What are you doing?" Kalen hissed. "They don't know you're here," she muttered through closed lips. She slowly moved toward the opening, her weapon pointed downward. She scanned the hallway battlefield. Jonas was held by 3 men. Blood was running down his face from a cut on his cheek, and one eye was swollen shut. The other eye still held fire and defiance, and he imperceptibly shook his head. The parallel universe Kalen Winters stood near Jonas. Director Noon and Agent McGregor were back-to-back in the center of a circle of opponents, poised to kill them, as soon as the fighting resumed. Najoni froze. There it was again, that feeling like a low vibration. Except it was growing louder, and she was not the only one who felt it. There was a buzzing noise from the temporal nexus, and another blinding flash of light. She risked a look behind her, but no one new had materialized. She looked back and made eye contact with Miranda. "It's time to end this," Natalie said to Najoni. "Put down your weapon and come out slowly. No one else will be hurt." "That's not her decision to make," Miranda said in a weary voice. "It will be her decision, if we kill you," Anna responded with deadly calm. "You won't be killing anyone else today," a new voice said. Several people spun their heads around, looking for the source of the voice, and Miranda closed her eyes and smiled. It was a smile of recognition, of relief, and of renewed hope. She turned her head to look at the blonde woman who had appeared behind the mass of Chestnut Covin followers. "Welcome to 2204, Agent Berg," Miranda answered. Agent McGregor's eyes bugged, and he stood up straighter. "Thank you, Director Noon," Agent Berg said, as TPC agents from the past spread out behind her. In a moment, it was clear they outnumbered the Chestnut Covin 2-1. "As you can see, the situation has changed," Miranda said to Natalie and Anna. "Surrender peacefully, and no one will be harmed." "There will be no surrender," Natalie said. "I don't see that you have a choice," Agent Berg responded. "There is always a choice," Anna said. She touched a device on her arm, hidden under her sleeve. It made a high-pitched whine, which was echoed by corresponding devices held by Chestnut Covin followers. "What is that?" Agent McGregor demanded, but no one answered him. Anna beckoned to the Kalen from her universe. That Kalen grabbed Jonas and dragged him to stand next to Anna. Then the three of them vanished. Natalie Johnson followed, and soon Chestnut Covin followers were disappearing everywhere. There was a stunned silence. The battle was over. Chapter 19. 2204. Hellos and goodbyes. The Chestnut Covin's retreat left behind almost half those fighting for it, followers not gifted with the devices Anna and Natalie had activated, or not standing close enough to one, to be transported away. As the realization they had been abandoned set in, they surrendered first one at a time, and then in droves. Agent Berg's teams collected the weapons and coordinated detention of the prisoners, while TPC staff tended to the wounded. Agent Diogo and Kalen emerged from the temporal nexus room. Miranda smiled when she saw Kalen. "Welcome back, Agent Winters." "Where did they send you?" she asked. "They sent me to 2337, Director Noon," he answered. "It was unpleasant." "How did you get back?" "He returned because Agent Gorse and Agent Kern were successful," Agent Diogo answered. "How do you know?" Kalen asked her. Agent Diogo shrugged. "Because you're here. Because Agent Berg is here. And because they are here," she added, nodding over his shoulder. Sharon and Richard were carefully finding their way through the clumps of prisoners and wounded. They both looked exhausted, and Kalen was sure Sharon had been crying. Miranda heaved a sigh. "Our family is finally home," she murmured. "Not everyone," Agent McGregor said grimly. Miranda took his hands in hers. "True. And we will take the time to grieve. Soon." The memorial service for Director Vita, the agent killed by the virus in the temporal mainframe, and TPC staff lost during the battle, was held 2 days later. All those who were ambulatory attended, and the observance was broadcast into the medical facility for the injured and their caregivers. Kalen stood next to Sharon, with Richard standing on her other side, as Miranda and others lauded the sacrifices of the fallen. Agent Berg, Director Constantine, and the TPC agents from 2126 attended as well. Many TPC staff members were joined at the memorial service by their friends and loved ones from the surface. Like the battle in the CERN facility, the battle for the planet ended without warning when the Chestnut Covin withdrew. Worldwide, invading regiments of soldiers from the parallel Earth disappeared back across the rift when Anna activated the retreat devices. The ones left behind were quickly overwhelmed and taken captive. The world government hoped that interrogation of the prisoners and examination of their military equipment would reveal a means of protecting against future invasions. The debriefing of Sharon and Richard was scheduled for the day after the memorial. Sharon let Richard do most of the talking to Miranda, Agent McGregor, Kalen, Agent Diogo, and Director Constantine and Agent Berg from 2126. Richard told them everything, from the sabotage temporal amplifier that caused his temporal aberration disorder, to kidnapping Sharon to the future, to crossing the rift between worlds, and finally about Natalie Johnson's attempt to destroy the 20th and 21st centuries with stolen nuclear weapons, which allowed them to use the patch that eradicated the virus in the temporal mainframe. "You say you experienced a time loop?" Agent McGregor asked Richard. "But the temporal amplifier has safeguards to prevent time loops, and we can find no record of it in the temporal mainframe." "The virus could have damaged the record of the time loop," Agent Diogo volunteered. Richard shook his head. "I understand your skepticism, Agent McGregor. And the record wasn't lost through damage to the temporal mainframe by the virus," he added to Agent Diogo. "We initiated the time loop from the parallel Earth via the Roman ring, not by our temporal nexus." "Explain," Miranda said, folding her hands on the table in front of her. "It was Patron," Richard said, glancing at Sharon, but she did not acknowledge him. "He was my contact on the parallel Earth, the one who helped me develop the patch, program the Roman ring, and reset the loop until the mission succeeded." "But how would he know if you were successful or not, if time was repeating?" Agent Diogo asked. He would know the mission was successful if Kaylin Winters returned to the parallel Earth, Richard answered. What? Agent McGregor coughed. Excuse me? Kaylin asked in surprise. I mean the Kaylin Winters of that world, of course, Richard clarified with a smile. He was one of Patron's agents, working undercover. Once he returned across the rift and reported the mission's success, Patron was to cancel the loop command. Why would someone from the parallel Earth care? Agent McGregor asked. Because our success is their success, Richard answered. While I was on the parallel Earth, I infected their version of the temporal mainframe with a similar virus to that which infected ours. But it could only be initiated once their Kaylin Winters returned with the proper code, which I left for him to find. Once activated, the virus will render the Roman ring useless, and the dissidents will have a chance to succeed. What about the rift? Will the virus in the Roman ring stop the rift from being opened again? Kaylin asked. Richard shook his head. No. Okay, Miranda sighed. Let's move on to other things. Director Constantine, Agent Berg, thank you again for your assistance and for joining us today. Of course, Director Constantine responded. It's good to see you again, Agent Winters, Agent Gorse, Agent Berg said to Kaylin and Sharon. You too, Kaylin responded as Sharon nodded with a tight smile. We are grateful for your help in repelling the takeover of the TPC, Miranda began. But how did you know we needed help? Agent McGregor finished. We received a message, Director Constantine started. It warned us of the dangers of the virus in the temporal mainframe, and informed us of the patch correction to eradicate it. Then we found the point of conflict in the future and came to defend the TPC, Agent Berg said. But, you traveled to the future, Agent Diogo said, almost in a whisper. How did the temporal mainframe calculate that? I included the temporal coordinates in the message, Richard said. Oh, Agent Diogo said. It was clear her mind was whirring with more questions about their travel into the future, but she kept her questions to herself. Very well. Does anyone have questions before we finish? Miranda asked. Up to this point, Sharon had volunteered no information and only answered questions asked of her directly. But now she raised her hand. What happened to Jurga Zintel? We have her in custody, Agent McGregor said. Which one? Sharon asked. Miranda and Agent McGregor exchanged looks. We don't know, Miranda said. She's not talking. We don't know if she's the Jurga from the email timeline, or the one who shifted from her office, in our timeline. Where's the other one? Unknown, Agent McGregor said. We don't know if she fled across the rift with the others, or if she's still on this Earth. But we'll find her, he added with certainty. With that, the meeting ended. Director Constantine and Agent Berg shook everyone's hand, and accepted their thanks once more before shifting back to their time. Miranda watched Sharon leave the meeting room, her eyes full of sympathy. Kaylin watched her too, frowning. Give her time, Miranda suggested. A knock on her door an hour later interrupted Sharon's pacing. Come in, she said as she sat on the edge of the cot that had turned an office into a makeshift bedroom, giving her a private space until TPC headquarters was declared safe for their return. It was not unlike the room they had assigned her in 2337. Kaylin entered, followed by Richard. Are you okay? Kaylin asked. I'm fine, she answered. No, you're not, Richard said. But you will be. How can you say that? She asked him, a flash of heat returning to her voice. Kaylin and Richard exchanged helpless glances. They were not sure what to do to get her out of her funk. It's not just what I did to my mother, she admitted. What is it? Kaylin said gently. It's Jonas, for one thing, she answered. He helped us, saved us, and then he was taken to that terrible world. I'm worried about him, and afraid we'll never see him again. Yeah, Kaylin said, not knowing what else to say. And I'm worried about Natalie Johnson, and her cache of nuclear weapons. They haven't been found, have they? She asked Richard. No, but they're still looking, he replied. Nuclear missiles are enormous, you know. She would have to keep them in silos near a temporal device to launch them, which means they shouldn't be hard to find. Nuclear missiles in a secret base, Sharon said with a mirthless laugh. How supervillain cliché. I wonder what she used for a temporal device, Kaylin said. All the TPC temporal amplifiers are accounted for. The de Kooning painting, Sharon said dully. I used it to get back to my time from 1933, remember? We don't know what happened to it after that. Natalie Johnson is on the parallel Earth with a non-functioning Roman ring. Even if she took it with her, she can't use it there. We are safe from her, Richard said firmly. Are we? Yorga said she wanted to kill me, Sharon said. Why didn't she execute me when she had the chance? You're worried she still wants you dead, Richard nodded in understanding. But you need not worry about that anymore. Why not? Kaylin asked. Jonas made her believe that if she killed you, she would change her own history, that she would cease to exist, Richard snorted. She'll not endanger you now. Sharon held her head in her hands. I owe Jonas my life, and can't do anything to save him. Like I could do nothing to save Director Vita, Richard said. Sharon reached out and squeezed his hand. The numbness within her began to recede a little. Maybe Natalie will just dump me into that fold space place instead, she said with a small laugh. It wasn't all bad. I got to see my friends. That only happened because we were in the time loop, Richard warned. What happened? Kaylin asked. When we landed in the fold space, I was unconscious, but I wasn't. It was like I was a ghost, seeing my friends at different points in time all at once. I watched Miranda, Agent McGregor. And me? Kaylin asked. Well, yes, Sharon admitted, a hint of color flushing her cheeks. If you'll excuse me, I'm meeting the Empress for croquet this afternoon, and I must polish my mallet, Richard said as he stood. Sharon eyed him, unable to tell if he were drifting into hallucinations again or making a joke, and he smiled as he jauntily left the room. Then she sighed. I guess there's no more Chestnut Covin for me to be the expert on, Sharon said as the door closed. What will I do now? Anything you want, Kaylin answered. I'm not sure I want to time travel anymore, she said, almost in a whisper. Too many things can go wrong. People can get hurt. People get duplicated, 2 Yorgas, 2 yous. Never knowing who to trust. I don't know if I can do it anymore. You can trust me. I promise you that. And it's our job to make sure things don't go wrong, he said. Besides, he added, a lot of things can go right too. He took her hand. Are you ready to go on that dinner date we planned? I may not be good company, she said. That's okay, I can do the talking, he answered with a laugh. But there is one thing I'd like to know. What's that? I want to hear about what happened between us, in that timeline that I can't remember. Sharon's face blushed pink and she inhaled sharply. For a moment, Kaylin was afraid she would refuse. She gazed at him steadily, warmth coming back into her eyes. Perhaps it was time to trust her instincts again. All right, I'll tell you. The story is continued in Racing Time, The Merging of Stars. Book 4 in the Temporal Protection Corps series.